not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Kill the mood fast, just to feel real big, like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers, the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie, grin.
I fucked it up. The stream's here.
Friday night live stream, whole chat tuned in. Gretchen had a song, was about to begin. Then the Thorts cut her off like, nope, not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Kill the mood fast, just to feel real big, like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers, the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie, grin. Atheist, rage and a short fuse too. And she's real sick of what people do. All the fake nice talk, all the polished lies, all the weak little games dressed up real nice. So when they cut her off, yeah, that was it. Something in her face just flat out switched. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It loves when you shut up, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out and stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. That thing was made out of greed and ride, out of wait your turn and no you
Whoa.
tried, out of fake concern and management voice, out of people getting crushed like they had no choice. It had a preacher smile and a rich guy stare, and a fake calm tone like it really cared. Looked all cleaned up, talked all sweet, still smelled like garbage underneath. It lived in the comments, the rules that spin, the back room talk and the suck up grin. Every time somebody got pushed aside, that thing got bigger and fed real nice. But Gretchen saw it, she knew that type, all fake control and all fake hype. So she grabbed her boots and went looking fast, said I'm done letting this crap just pass. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It smiles when you back down, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Louder, louder, burn it down. Louder, louder, shake the ground. Louder, louder, don't let up. Kick that thing till it shuts the hell up. She chased it all through the neon glow, through back end junk in the studio smoke, past fake tough guys and clout chasing worms, past every creep that never learns. Then up on a rooftop under bad TV light, she found that thing in the middle of the night. Big dumb teeth and 1,000 hands, like every bad excuse shaped into a man. It said, you can't kill me, I'm always around. She said, yeah, then why you backing down? It swung first hard with its guilt trip crap, that fake deep voice and its little mind game. She ducked, talked trash, then hit it twice. Said, you're literally every reason people snap. Then she drove a boot through its busted chest and ripped out the thing that kept it fed. Cut the mic, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Bought the song, I stay nasty. Try it again, it's getting bad for you. Cut the beat, I go feral. Talk that shit, I get worse though. Fake ass kings and places, morals. Gretchen, take your god to garbage. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. tried to stop it, now it's stuck, and they can't drop it. One more creep, one more problem. Send Gretchen, she's gonna stomp it. Hey! Hey! Hey, hey! Friday night live stream, whole chat tuned in. Gretchen had a song, was about to begin. Then the Thorts cut her off like, nope, not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Killed the mood fast, just to feel real big, like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie grin. Atheist rage and a short fuse too. And she's real sick of what people do. All the fake nice talk, all the polished lies, all the weak little games dressed up real nice. So when they cut her off, yeah, that was it. Something in her face just flat out switched. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It loves when you shut up, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out and stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. That thing was made out of greed and pride. Out of wait your turn and know your spot. Out of fake concern and management voice. Out of people getting crushed like they had no choice. It had a preacher smile and a rich guy stare. And a fake calm tone like it really cared. Looked all cleaned up, talked all sweet. Still smelled like garbage underneath. It lived in the comments, the rules to spin. The back room talk and the suck up grin. Every time somebody got pushed aside, that thing got bigger and fed real nice. But Gretchen saw it, she knew that type. All fake control and all fake hype. So she grabbed her boots and went looking fast. Said I'm done letting this crap just pass. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It smiles when you back down, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, louder, louder, burn it down. Louder, louder, shake the ground. Louder, louder, don't let up. Kick that thing till it shuts the hell up. She chased it all through the neon glow, through back end junk in the studio smoke, past fake tough guys and clout chasing worms, past every creep that never learns. Then up on a rooftop under bad TV light, she found that thing in the middle of the night. Big dumb teeth and 1,000 hands, like every bad excuse shaped into a man. It said, you can't kill me, I'm always around. She said, yeah, then why you backing down? It swung first hard with its guilt trip crap, that fake deep voice and its little mind game. She ducked, talked trash, then hit it twice. Said, you're literally every reason people snap. Then she drove her boot through its busted chest and ripped out the thing that kept it fed. Cut the mic, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Bought the song, I stay nasty. Try it again, it's getting bad for you. Cut the beat, I go feral. Talk that shit, I get worse though. Fake ass kings and place these morals. Gretchen, take your gun to garbage. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. She had a song, they tried to stop it. Now it's stuck, and they can't drop it. One more creep, one more problem. Send Gretchen, she's gonna stomp it.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hold on a second. That's hurts my damn eyes. There we go. Now we're good. Did everybody make it in here, or there's still people over in the other stream? Maybe I should just delete it. Screen. Window.
Samos joined.
Hi, Samos. How you doing?
Hello. Oh, is that
What's
going
going
then?
on? What's that?
Just got an echo. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's the. I just need to take that down. That's better, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Hey,
I can still hear
for
myself.
whatever reason, yeah, for whatever reason, when I have the Jackbox thing up there, nobody else, everybody else talks with an echo except for me. I'm the only one that can talk without being echoed when Jackbox is on screen.
Okay, I don't know what Jackbox is, but yeah, I don't know.
It's a game.
Okay.
Party games, trivia, shit like that, you know. So.
Okay.
But yeah,
It's all good.
So.
It's all good. Yeah, no, like I'm here from Robbins, of course, just to.
Yeah, I hear Jill's coming.
Okay, yeah, I don't know whether we will or not, but yep. I'll try and keep my tongue civil and can shut up a lot.
Yeah, Robin sent me a message in Discord, said that Jill's coming. Like, oh,
yeah, I mean,
super.
I don't know whether we can get two egos our size in one hangout, but you know, there it is.
Yeah, so
there it is. And Missing Mod,
I like that better.
Get your butt in here, Missing Mod. I'm assuming
yeah,
that
come
the link
on up.
is pinned. Yeah, come on answer.
Come on up, Mod.
You think you're tough enough? You want to roll up on me with your knife? Come on.
She has to come up here so I can say thank you for the new toys she gave me.
Oh, interesting.
Like the video that was just playing.
No, leave it there.
She made me like 4 of them today.
We're just going to leave it at new toys, and everybody can imagine what they are.
She's hiding from the cops. That was great. So.
I am a Jackbox version. That's right. That is correct. Hiding.
Well, thank you anyway, Mod. So I wish you would come up so I could, but I appreciate it very much. So I'm sorry. What was that, Simos?
No, I was just responding to Spooky saying that I'm a virgin.
Oh yeah, I guess with the Jackbox stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, okay.
It's just like it's party games, trivia and
Yeah, no, I
like
party games.
Cards Against Humanity kind of shit that you can play online.
Okay, yeah, we used to play that
Stuff
a little
like that.
bit back in the day.
Yeah.
So. Never really understood it myself, but yeah.
What, the Cards Against Humanity?
Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Say you're a racist without saying you're a racist. With that,
Did you come across a lot of racist cards in that game?
I guess it was people. I guess it was the people I was playing with.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, some of the answers can be misleading, to say the least, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the point. But anyway, hey, it's all right.
Yeah.
Simon doesn't get fun. That's right. I don't understand fun. Yeah. I'm British. We don't do fun. We do amusing.
That's true. That's true. You do dry and amusing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anything that's dry, I'll hit it.
Thank you, Hazel. I'm gonna delete that other stream real quick. Hold on. go there. And
How do you know about the British dry humour?
oh, a big fan. I'm a big
Oh, are
fan
you?
of it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're gonna love
So,
Jill. You're gonna love Jill.
yeah, I think I got let's see, live, and we've got that upcoming one that is just stuck there, and delete it forever. Okay, that ought to do it. Cool. Yeah, I think I got exposed to the young ones at like
Uh,
10 years old, and that
Okay.
was all it fucking took for me.
Yeah. I get you. I get you. Yeah, although that technically that's kind of slapstick, I suppose. But yeah. But yeah.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I became a Rick Mayall fan after that, and
Yeah.
just
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like some of the dry comedians. Well, actually, most of the dry comedians are like American, or Canadian, maybe like Steve Wright.
the yeah, these days a lot of them but well, I
Maybe
don't
I'm
know.
just so used to dry humor, that I don't even recognize it
Maybe
anymore.
a lot of the, in a lot of like the movies and TV shows that the Brits did, they had a lot of
Ah,
that kind of, you
yes.
know, dry
Yeah.
ass humor, which is just, I mean, fucking hilarious. And we're just now getting that here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my brother has a really dry sense of humor, so I mean, really dry.
yeah.
So he'll say something and you don't even realize it's funny till about 5 minutes later, and then you go,
Oh, yeah,
"Oh, right."
I love that. I
Yeah,
actually love that when I'm like, damn, that one made me think. And then I realized, huh, yeah.
yeah, little chuckle.
Hi, Jill.
And he's just got to switch his brain on. Hang on a minute.
Mm,
It could
just gotta
take a
do it.
while.
New phone. Who dis?
Probably got to reboot it.
You would think it would be, I mean, because like what Restream and Stream and Talk Studio are both owned by Streamlabs. They basically are run off Streamlabs, right?
I don't know
Is,
actually. I've got
but
no idea.
I'm pretty
All
sure
I know,
Restream is.
you got to give permission every time. Oh, I see your thing moving, but we can't hear you, Jill. So your mic's working,
Yeah.
but you need to give permission, I guess, to the app. We can see it moving, and
Yeah, we can see it moving, but
mind you, I just made an argument and you lost because you didn't respond. So 1-0 already, Jill. Better hurry up and get it sorted. I'm joking.
can you hear us, Jill? It's possible he can't hear us either.
I think that was a yes. I'm
Hmm.
interpreting the wave. Oh, there he goes again. Still can't hear you, Jill. Have you tried, Jill? Have you
Okay.
tried? Have you tried? Have you tried praying, Jill? Yeah,
Is he
that
in
works
the back?
sometimes,
Is
apparently.
he is he in the private chat by any chance? No.
Yeah. There we go. He's running away. There we go. 2-0 straight away. He hasn't even said anything yet. Amazing.
I'm sure he's trying to figure it out.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. Okay then. Then okay, stream has one in it, and it's just mine, right? Stream. Private has nope. That's yeah. I've had several people come up here. I mean, the freak. If you know how to get a hold of Jill, you could help him because you did it.
I just think when you first come in, you've got to accept, say yes, allow your camera and thing to be used. So that's normally
Yeah, and make sure it's all right. But I mean, it's like the same as
most people just
like
click on join.
restream and all.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's the same mute button with the arrow next to it, so it shouldn't be that difficult. But I have had a few people show up here and just not know how to figure it the hell out. So,
but it's easy just to click on the window because you're concentrating on that, right? To mute your mic or mute your video camera or whatever, and then that goes away, and then you haven't given it permission, so you need to refresh the screen and get it to come up with a permission again.
mm-hmm. Oh, he's come back. So let's see. Okay, do we get it this time, Jill?
I said try praying, Jill. Come on. Do the basics.
I don't think he can hear us.
Like guys, people in chat, can you just pray for Jill, please, for his microphone to work? Because this is not work. Whatever he's doing is not working. So either he's not a true Christian, which is quite likely, or he's complete technophobe. Given his age, that might be the case.
He can't be a technophobe. He was just on fucking Robin's channel for how many hours?
I'm afraid that doesn't.
I do not accept that as an excuse.
I remember doing this to Ocean Keltoy. Anybody that knows Ocean Keltoy, I remember doing this. He came on stream once, and he didn't have his mic on. I couldn't get it working, and I literally sat there for 5 minutes making jokes about his mum. And he always used to say, "Oh, does your mum?" He was the one that made mum jokes. So I just sat there for 5 minutes making mum jokes on about him, and he got so pissed off he just left. He came on and said, "All right, fuck you, Simon. I'm out of here." And I was like, "Oh, come on, man!" Never spoke to me again.
Jill, if you can hear me, look in the. Oh, he probably doesn't know where to find the back chat.
Sure he does. Like you go up to the top right, and there's Steam or Stream and Private.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, but
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, it's not. Yeah, and he's not stupid. Let's face it. Well, all right.
Oh, that's all I had to do. I just had to hit schedule and enter the studio. Oh, son of a bitch. That would have been so easy, but instead I shanked the whole thing.
Don't even know what that means.
Well, you live, you learn. I set up the stream and I parked it like half an hour ago. And then when I went live, it put up a whole brand new stream. So.
Okay. Let me just go back to your channel then.
Yeah.
Going on.
Well, you made it into the right one, I think.
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, here we go.
TBS is coming.
Yeah, he was on.
Why?
Why? What do you mean why?
Why?
You got one crazy Christian in here. Why not have another?
What does TBS want with me? Actually, no, I don't mind TBS. He's actually I mean,
I've got no idea. I've never really engaged with him.
I don't know.
I heard him on one chat and he was a bit.
He's a different kind of a guy. I mean, he really is. I mean, He's a fucking Christian. He's,
Well, yeah.
he
I
is
mean, is he though?
awash in the blood of Jesus, and it's just fucking poisoned him. It's gotten into his brain, and I just,
Yeah.
but I mean, he's not horrible to talk to, so
I don't
okay.
know. I've no idea, but is he a drinker? Is that what I'm detecting or not?
You know what? No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if he does or not, but he has a natural slur to him, kind of like I do, you know.
No, no.
His is more pronounced, yeah, and he does
Oh, okay.
often sound like he's been drinking, but he just always sounds like that. So,
Yeah, yeah. That's what I worry
you
about
know,
when somebody always sounds like that. But
yeah, I
yeah,
don't
that's
sound
fine.
too bad right now, but I don't have my retainer in right now either.
I got to
I
say, I have
sound
no idea.
horrible.
I've just got to say,
What's
I
that?
have no idea. I've got no idea. Never spoken to the guy much. Never heard him much. So,
Oh, really?
well, it
Yeah,
just comes across as, yeah,
he's
something
a
like that.
different kind of a dude, man. So,
Yeah, yeah, whatever. Like, there's nothing
yeah,
new on fucking YouTube's, mate. Well, G Plus,
yeah.
yeah, as I started on.
Kurt always
Everybody
power
thinks
bombs TBS into the thumbtacks.
who does?
Kurt.
Okay,
Kurt does that to a lot
thumbtacks.
of people. Kurt's
Yeah.
a fucking beast, man. You,
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Super
you
smart. Yeah,
don't
yeah.
turn your back on that one. That's for sure.
I like Kurt a lot, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. He's actually one of the reasons I stayed at tacos as long as I did for him and a few other people. And then after he fucking burned that bridge last week, I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking done.
Who did? Who
So
burnt the bridge?
tacos did. Fuck him.
Oh, tacos. Oh yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah, no, no worries. I
Yeah,
said that years ago. Yeah.
I'm straight up done. So, I'm sorry. I'm taking a cooling off period.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
So,
That's fair enough. Mhm.
oh, Kurt, you are
Oh,
here. Oh, yeah, we're sweet. I get that a lot, Kurt. Everybody always tells me how sweet I am. So,
there we go. Thank you,
but
Skyworks.
okay, you are still backstage. All right, we get it figured out, Jill.
All right. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
Yay!
oh yeah, there you are.
with Talk Studio, it's really I don't know. It's not as
It's really,
smooth as StreamYards, you know.
yeah. Once you get used to like StreamYard and stuff, I mean, but it's the
It
same basic concept. It's just I think things are in different places. So,
I think the two basically cancel each other out. If you go on one, it resets the settings on another. I had to go in and reset everything, basically. But
It doesn't do that for me personally. I just have to say yes to the browser every time.
mm-hmm.
yeah. So
Cool.
No worries.
are you
You coming
MAGA?
up, Kurt?
Are you MAGA? Are you for America?
Me?
Yeah, you said left versus MAGA.
Oh, no, no, no. I am for America, which means I'm anti-MAGA.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. Why do you think most atheists are on the left and not for America, making America great again?
Well, first of all, that's a misnomer that MAGA isn't actually making America great again. They're just making it
Why do you
worse.
think so many atheists support the left? Why do you think that is?
Okay, Kurt. Why do I think so many atheists support the left?
Yeah.
Because we're smart enough to know that Donald Trump isn't a real Christian or even a decent human being.
You are. Well,
You think that could be it?
Trump, or even
I
before
mean,
Donald Trump, you were supporting
in fact,
the left. So why do you think
most
that
of
is?
the people on the left that I actually know in my
Can't
life
answer.
are Christian.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Oof. So Yeah, yeah. Most of the people you know, you said are
Hmm.
Christian that are on the left.
People that I know, yeah.
People that you know.
Most of them are
They're,
Christian, yeah. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
they're specific.
I worked in California politics for
Ah,
many
gotcha,
years,
gotcha.
and
Oh,
um, and by and large, like 80% of them are all very religious. Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely,
and
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 most
that's
of
the
them are
case in the
Christian.
African American community as well. They claim to be Christians, but they're really not. So yeah,
Hmm.
we do have what we call nominal Christians. They may
Oh,
vote
you get to decide whether they're Christian or not.
yes, based on the scriptures.
Oh, how's
Yes,
that work?
based on the scriptures.
Your interpretation of the scriptures.
There's only
You
one
get to tell.
interpretation.
You get to tell someone you don't even know what they are
Well,
based
let
on
me
how
ask you this.
you understand
Well, I'll let you do it. I'll let
what.
you do it. I'll let you decide based on your reason and logic and interpretation. If
You're gonna
someone
let me
says,
decide? What am I
"Yeah,
deciding? Hold
sure,"
on.
because you're a smart person, you should be able to figure this
Wait.
out.
First off, what am I
Like
deciding?
all Christians. Well, let me ask you. If I say to you, I'm a Christian, but I believe Jesus was really my godfather or my father's father on my uncle's side or my uncle on my father's side, that's who Jesus really is. And my uncle on my father's side was really Jesus in 2000. He's the one that died for you. Am I still a Christian?
That would be up to you, not me.
So those are the Christians that you hang around. That's why they're voting leftist. Okay? That's why they're voting for Democrats.
Okay,
Okay?
first of all, leftists are not Democrats. Those are two different things.
Overwhelmingly, they vote Democrat. Overwhelmingly. Atheists vote Democrat
Still, it's
overwhelmingly.
not the same thing.
No, it's not.
Are all
No, it's not.
Republicans MAGA?
It should be, but
that wasn't
They
the
should
question.
be, but are they? That's not what I
I
fucking
never said
asked you.
I never said all atheists were leftists. I said overwhelmingly they support the Democratic Party. Why is that?
Okay.
It's not because of
I don't
Donald
know.
Trump. Don't try to blame Donald Trump. Donald Trump just got here recently.
How many times do I gotta say it? I don't fucking know. I would just be guessing.
Oh gosh. For the same
I
reason
mean,
why we
is that
support for the
what
same reason why we support the
you
Republican
got an
Party.
atheist liberal here? So what? You're gonna make me the fucking spokesperson for all
For,
atheist
for
liberals?
the
I'm not
same
gonna do that,
for the
and you can't
opposite
make me do
reason.
it.
For the
Hmm?
opposite reason why we support the Republican Party, because the principles that are being promoted in the Republican Party are biblical principles. They're principles that support, that
Mhm.
correspond to the Bible. Okay? That's why.
That's weird because
Mm,
I'm a conservative Christian. I'm a conservative atheist, so that's kind of weird.
yeah,
Hey, whatever.
I do wonder where causing a global energy crisis fits into your Christian idealism, though.
Yeah, well, you have to
How
actually
that how did
demonstrate.
how that makes us better
You
is
have to
beyond
demonstrate.
me. But I
Well,
mean, if you're willing to tell me,
you're gonna have
sure,
the
let's
same
talk.
problem OE had when he said, "Well, you're gonna have to prove. Well, how can you condone this? The Bible teaches this. You're gonna have to demonstrate that that's actually true before I could say, yeah, I support that or I don't support that. You have to actually demonstrate it's true, not
I
just
have to
say it's true because you
demonstrate.
heard it. You heard it somewhere. Like OE heard somewhere that the Bible says this or says that, so it must be true. And now he's going to ask me, well, how does your ethical standard support this? How can you support this, Joe? Well, it doesn't say what you're saying it says in the first place. So can you demonstrate that through
What, that there's
science,
a global
statistics?
energy crisis?
That what was that your
Sure.
claim? What
Huh?
was your claim?
Yeah.
What was your claim?
My I I didn't make a claim. I asked you a question. I said, how
Which
does causing a
implied.
global energy
Okay,
crisis fit
so your
in with your
claim is.
Christian ideology?
So your claim
How
is
does that
in a
make our country better?
in a liberal sort of underhanded, sneaky, deceptive way, your claim is that Donald Trump is doing something through
It
policy,
wasn't
whatever.
fucking sneaky. I asked you a straight up question.
Ask the question again, and maybe it'll click. Ask it again. Go ahead.
How does causing Because you said MAGA was making our country better. I
Causing.
said,
Do you know what that word causing means? Causing,
how
right?
who do you think's doing it?
So you're claiming Donald Trump is causing something. That is a claim, ma'am.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm
So you have
willing to share the
demonstrate that he's
blame with Netanyahu.
All right.
Absolutely.
So you need to first
But
demonstrate.
50% of that shit is Donald Trump. Yeah, absolutely.
Demonstrate that that is the case. Can you? Is he that he's causing global what again? What did
Global
they teach
energy
you?
crisis?
He's causing a global energy crisis. That's what they taught you on CNN. And what were the criteria? What was the evidence?
It wasn't
that they
on
provided?
CNN.
Okay, what evidence did they provide to support this idea?
Price of oil.
Well, oil prices straight up. I mean,
The oil prices are causing a global what?
you know that oil prices are higher
Energy?
now than they were after COVID?
They weren't as high as when they're under Biden, but he wasn't even
Yeah.
having.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are.
No, they were slightly higher under Biden, and yeah, he
Right
wasn't-
after
he wasn't,
COVID.
engaged in a full scale war either. But so Donald Trump is causing a global
Yeah, and if we weren't
crisis.
engaged in a full scale
Okay.
war, we wouldn't have any of these problems.
Okay, so he's causing the crises. Okay, by you're saying by the war. Okay, by the war against.
Not just by the war,
Not
but
by-
just the stupid decisions he's made during the war.
okay.
Like his fucking blockade. Come on.
Okay. Well, let me educate you a bit on some politics, okay? Because I know you probably listening to sound bites. It would be an oversimplification to say he's causing.
I don't need you to tell me about politics, dude. I really
I knew
don't.
you'd love him,
Someone
Gretchen. I knew you'd love him.
I don't. I actually
Someone
I have
needs
a
to.
whole fucking channel where I make videos about politics. I don't need your fucking help. I really
Okay.
don't. And
So
you're
what
not
is
gonna
the-
get
what
any
is
of your
the-
goofy ass fucking conservative nonsense past me anyway.
Well, I'm just
So,
going to give you the
I
broader
mean,
picture because you just have sound bites. You're just repeating sound bites that you heard somewhere.
You don't know what I have.
Yeah. What? Tell us.
But I'm guessing you're
Tell
going to
us what-
continue to tell me what I do and don't mean because you've done
Tell
it
us
so
what
far.
is driving this global energy problem? What is driving it? What decision did he make that drove us to this this global energy crisis?
The decision he made
Yeah,
was
what
to
was
go along with Netanyahu.
To go along with Netanyahu.
Mhm.
That's all you got. Okay.
What else is there?
This is why we don't.
Are you
trust
saying that there is no energy crisis? So Japan and Korea are burning through their reserves at a fucking clip that in like 3 weeks they're going to be fucking out. In Korea, they're already coming up with rotas where people can only drive like 4 or 5 days a week already.
So the largest drivers.
They have to walk 1 or 2 days a week. If they're
largest-
going by the last digit of their
that
license
happens
plates.
that
They're
happens
already
during-
doing it because
Well,
they
I've
burn through their
actually
reserves.
survived a
Yeah, but
few
Korea
wars,
doesn't
so
have
that-
anything to do with this fucking war.
So that actually happens during war. I've
So,
actually survived.
That's
before.
actually so global energy crisis. And who
So, yeah.
fucking caused it? Who caused
So-
it, Jill? Who caused it, Jill?
Well, you were told Donald
Who
Trump. but
started
you
this
haven't
shit,
demonstrated-
Jill?
you haven't
Who started the
demonstrated
shit,
it.
Jill? Who started the shit, big man? Come on.
Demonstrate. Okay?
Who started it? I'm not demonstrating shit.
haven't
Who
demonstrated
started
nothing.
this?
You talk a good one, but you can't even bake a biscuit. Demonstrate. We don't care what you say
Demonstrate what?
happened.
You
We
and
wanna
your
see
little
the
fucking
biscuit.
bullshit Andrew Wilson trick.
We want to see the biscuit.
Bullshit. You're gonna
We don't
want to
see. We don't want to see you talk about
What
the
am I
biscuit.
supposed to demonstrate?
wanna
What
see
am
the
I supposed to
biscuit.
demonstrate? Then go fucking find a biscuit.
Bake the biscuit. Bake it. Don't just tell us about it. So him starting the war increased.
So, are you denying that there's a energy crisis happening? Are you denying it? I'm just asking.
Did you hear what I said? I said it would be an oversimplification
Yeah, you
to
said
say
something
that
about
Donald
fucking
Trump
biscuit.
is causing a global
Okay,
energy
then
crisis.
what's causing it then?
The causing energy instability, the current instability in our energy, is being driven by a multiple of overlapping factors, not just Donald Trump.
Is this going to go all the way back
Your
to
TDS
1948?
syndrome is really getting really seriously bad.
Okay, so it sounds like you are accepting that Donald Trump is some of the cause.
Yeah, exactly.
right, Jill?
He
Is that
knows
right,
it.
No.
He betrayed that in his last statement.
Well,
Yes,
there
he
we go. Then
absolutely
you
did.
should make your statements more accurate then, because
No.
you're talking out the
There's
side
really
of your
no
ass.
evidence.
Oh yeah, you're already trying to run
the best-
interference for
the-
Trump by calling me, TDS and all.
The
Yeah,
best-
it's
The best evidence they have is him just basically they basically saying that he is his posture, his geopolitical posture, is causing the market to change. It's causing the market to increase or rise. Or
I think Async said
What
that
are you
it's,
talking
I
about?
think Async said it was the blockade specifically, and more generally the war that that you're calling an
Why is
all-out
the
war,
camera
but it is
so
in fact
fuzzy?
not an all-out war yet. But it's enough to cause enough disruption in the energy
Right.
supplies
Yeah.
for certain countries to be very worried about what's going on, and the price of oil to inflate to some of the highest levels we've seen in the recent decade.
That happened during
So there you go. That's just laying that out there for you, Jill. All the stuff that you're ignoring when you're trying to say that it's not Donald Trump.
No, that happens during war. So
Yeah, war.
not
The
his
war
war,
doesn't need to happen though.
it's not his war. There are other people who decide to go to war, not Donald Trump. He's not a dictator.
Really?
Okay.
But
You're
who's
gonna have to
fighting
do
it?
a lot
Even
better than
it's not
to
his
say-
war.
No.
Is it
Donald
our
Trump
war?
doesn't-
Is it our war?
the
Because
United
I'm not.
States of
I'm not aware
America
that.
military starts wars, not Donald Trump. The military.
Are you insane?
He's commander in chief of the military, but he's not.
The
one
military
that
can only
makes-
start a war if Congress says we can.
Okay, well, this isn't. Obama did the same thing. This isn't an official war, by the way. It's a conflict. We would say,
Oh,
like-
so you're changing your position now?
Oh, it's a
Oh no!
conflict.
Actually,
Okay.
Obama did
So-
not consider. We did not consider Obama's conflicts wars either. He didn't
You
use
literally
Congress
just
either.
called it a war,
He
and
didn't
yes,
go to
You
Congress
did.
either.
You literally
Yeah,
called
we
it a
call
war,
it a
like
war, but
several
technically it's
times.
not
So,
a war when you bring up Congress.
so it's not a
When you
war.
bring it-
It is a
when you
war,
bring
but
up-
it's not a war.
Well, stick
Okay,
to calling
gotcha.
it.
It's
We're
not a
talking
war
about the
when you
United
bring up
States.
Congress.
When you brought up Congress, okay, to officially go to war, which has not happened since Vietnam, I don't believe, or World War II.
Actually, not even Vietnam.
World War II. That
And-
has not
but-
happened. But yet we've been in several conflicts. Okay, so we call them wars. But
Iraq
technically, you're
and
right, they're not
Afghanistan were wars.
They're
Well,
not wars.
so we do
unless
call
it
them a
goes
war.
through
Okay, we call them
Iraq
wars.
and Afghanistan were
Unless it
actually
goes
voted on
through
by Congress.
You're
So
right.
yes,
Good
Yeah.
job. So this is
Iraq
not
and
a war.
Afghanistan were voted
So,
on by Congress. Yes,
You're arguing
that did
this
happen.
conflict increased fossil fuel production or decreased fossil fuel production. I would say you are correct. That
Thank you for
happens
conceding the
during
point.
Well,
finally.
because that's
war.
common sense.
That's happened
You'd
during
be
every
crazy.
war we've ever had, guys. Come on.
Yeah. So now the claim is that it's causing
That's
No.
the reality of war.
The
It
claim
costs
Oh,
money.
he's
Not
gotta
to the-
get in-
It costs
No.
lives and it costs
getting
money.
excited. He's
Okay.
getting excited. So you're now
Not to
claiming.
this extent.
So you're now claiming yes, it's increased the price of oil, right? And it's a war. So we've got those two concessions. And so the third concession is that it's causing a global crisis. Do you accept it's causing a global crisis, or do you deny it's causing a global crisis? I thought you couldn't respond. Yeah, thank you.
So Trump is not the sole or primary cause of global energy crisis. Get over yourselves, guys.
He's not. Who
Neither
is?
was Obama. Neither
I
was
don't think
is?
anybody
Clinton,
claims that he was the soul.
Neither was.
I don't think he was the soul, 'cause I think
who's
she
the
used
guy
the
that
word
was
we.
in office that was letting the
didn't-
auto pen run everything. Oh, Biden, that guy.
Oh my God.
All right. So.
Whoa,
this-
you are
this,
lost in the sauce, huh?
I think you are, and I just demonstrated you were.
Oh no,
But,
I'm not. No,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
If you think that's a
I'm
demonstration,
sorry.
Was
then
Obama the
If-
primary
if
cause
you're-
of the? Was
if your
Obama the
best
primary
dunk on
cause?
Biden is the word auto
Was
pen,
Obama
yeah,
the
you're
primary
just
cause?
pathetic.
Answer me this then. Was Obama the primary cause of the market collapse?
Obama
Yeah,
wasn't
Obama.
even in office.
Yeah,
wasn't even
now he's
in
not.
office.
During his term, was he the
No.
primary cause? No.
It happened. It
No,
happened
he
in
was not.
2008.
Thank you very
2008.
much.
Obama. What are you talking
Thank you
about, Joe?
very
You're talking
much.
nonsense.
No.
Well, the reason why we
But
don't trust you
the
is because
housing
you're
crash.
hypocrites. That's why we don't trust you. That's all. It's not like you're not good people. I mean, you have good intentions, but
You're deflecting.
Right.
You're deflecting here,
You're
Jill.
hypocrites.
The two-
Okay, you
I
don't
wouldn't-
have
nobody
the
the
wants
same.
you.
2000 the
You don't have the
2008
same
housing crash
standard.
happened while Obama was still running for president.
Mhm.
Don't you
You don't
remember
have
that
the
him
same
and John McCain
standards.
had they suspended their campaigns
And
to
we had an energy crisis before Trump took office. So you don't have the same standards. That's why we don't trust you.
what energy crisis
it's
did
not
we
that-
have before Trump
it's
took
not that-
office?
It's not that. Well, under Biden, we had
What
we had
en-
an energy, and we had a border crisis as well, causing several crises.
That was
okay.
no.
No. So yeah.
No,
The reason why we don't trust you is because you're
The
inconsistent.
energy crisis was due to COVID, and Trump had part of that
COVID
too.
was COVID.
Trump
right.
had part of that
That's
too,
Trump's
and I
fault.
don't hold any of that against
COVID
Trump
is
from his
Trump's fault
first
too,
term.
right? Yeah.
No, I didn't say
Gotcha.
that.
Gotcha.
You know, you're a fucking lying,
But
dishonest
Obama?
weasel.
No, he's
Well,
not
I-
to blame for
I'm
anything.
literally
Jill,
saying
Jill.
that I don't hold any of the COVID shit against Trump,
Right. Was
for his
Obama
first
to
term.
blame?
just like I don't hold any of the, the spiraling damage that came from it against Biden, because that was COVID, and I don't think that there was ever a fucking choice. That was all gonna happen. Yeah, well, it saves Trump as much as it saves Biden, at least by my logic.
So Obama was not the primary cause of the economic collapse in 2000.
Oh wait, he
In
wasn't
2008,
office.
he wasn't even in office yet.
Right, and Trump wasn't in office during the Biden administration.
But he is in office now, and
That's the
Obama
dumbest
was in
thing
office
I
in
think you
2000.
probably
That's what's
said
under
so
dispute.
far.
Oh, you
No,
wait.
Trump,
you wait,
Trump was in
Richard.
fact not in office during the Biden administration.
He made it
I can't
worse.
believe I just had to answer that question.
He made it worse. We can argue he made it
Trump
worse.
made the
wasn't-
Biden
that wasn't your
administration
claim,
worse.
Jill.
So Obama
That wasn't
made
your
the
claim,
economic
Jill.
collapse worse.
That wasn't your claim. You're just backpedaling.
No,
accelerated
he
it.
didn't.
He accelerated.
He
it,
did
can
not.
argue, with the
No, he
mortgage
didn't.
defaults, the bank failures.
That happened before him.
Yeah, so
That happened before him.
he basically accelerated through his posture.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Well, no. Let's
Oh,
just.
come on. Come
Yeah,
on.
good.
Don't tell me about the biscuit. Fucking bake
Well,
the
you
biscuit.
haven't given
Fucking show me the
either.
biscuit, Jill.
You
What the
haven't-
fuck is
I'm
wrong
doing
with
the
you,
same thing
Jill?
you
Where's
just
the
did. That
fucking
was the point.
biscuit?
That was the point.
Fucking
I was
loser.
just showing you
My
the
God.
garbage that you gave me. I gave it back
know
to
what?
you only under Obama, and now you're offended. Exactly.
It wasn't. But you're talking about something that
Show us
came
the
from
policy.
before Obama.
Show me the policy that led the increase of the crisis. Show it to me. Exactly.
It's not
You
a-
have nothing. You have
It's not
nothing
a
but
policy,
banter.
you fucking moron.
You
It's
have
a
nothing
fucking
but
war.
banter.
That's not true. It's a
Now, we
war.
would blame the entire Democratic Party for the economic collapse. So Obama's a part of that because he's a part of that. He's the spearhead. of
You
that
absolutely
entire
would, but
movement.
you are a dishonest fucking snake in the grass. So I
Democrats,
mean,
you
of
know,
course you
under
would
the
you would
guise-
blame the entire Democratic Party for that, for something that
I'll tell you
happened
why
while
in
a
a minute if
Republican
I
was
can,
in the
if I
White
may,
House.
yeah.
Of course you would blame them for that, because that's all you know how to do is say TDS
We'll
and
tell you
auto
why
pen.
we blame
And that
Democrats.
tells me that all you know are Fox News talking points. The fact that you can't even speak, you don't know what year the fucking mortgage collapse happened. You don't know that Obama wasn't even in fucking office when it happened. All you can do is say TDS, auto pen, and make America great again. And that basically says that you are awash in right-wing fucking talking points. And that's all you know. So why you're trying to fucking argue with me about it, I have absolutely no fucking clue. You want to think it's a policy that got us into this current global energy crisis? It wasn't a policy. All fucking Trump had to do was say, yeah, sure, we'll go fuck up Iran for you, Netanyahu. And that's what started the whole thing. Did you think that Iran wasn't going to defend itself? And he had no plan. And then when he did try to come up with a plan, it was when they were finally going to open the fucking strait, Trump said, nah, now I'm going to block it. So, you know what? He just keeps making everything from bad to worse.
Oh, all right. Well,
tell me what part of what I said did not happen. What part of what I said doesn't map onto reality?
Be able to connect that to.
Tell me what part of what I said was not real.
Which has a high burden of proof.
Oh, fuck you and your stupid debate games. I'm not playing your stupid debate games.
Solely, you're arguing, it seems. Solely he's the cause. So I just demonstrated that was...
Are we going to have a dictionary fight now?
That's what he'll go to just to get out of having to answer questions.
That's exactly what he's going to do. You know what? So, you fucking pull out a dictionary. I'll pull out a thesaurus. Let's see who fucking wins.
So
yeah, I just got to say, I really like the Show Me the Biscuit. That's straight out of that Wall Street film, isn't it? Show me the biscuit!
So we can point to the Democratic policies as to why we saw that collapse.
Yeah, that's you're just switching the topic now, Jill, right?
That was a fucking hard ass fucking. That was a hard ass fucking pivot. I think you left your transmission on the road back there. You might want to go and get it.
Oh my God, Gretchen, you're on fire.
Trump did it.
I mean, he should have stuck with the Bible, honestly.
Yeah, well, I don't think that would help him either. But...
Trump is a dictator.
I don't think he understood how fluent you are in politics before he started opening his mouth to make some stupid claims.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not anywhere near as fluent on the Bible as I am.
And would allow me to respond, but you're
huh?
Oh yeah, we're all frightened.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Biscuits, auto pens, TDS. Go ahead and tell me what you got.
You've made so many great points so far, Jill. We're just begging for the next one.
Absolutely.
We can actually point to democratic policies. Okay.
Which democratic policies?
Of course,
exactly.
A war, dummy, is going to lead to oil prices going up, especially.
Well done for conceding the point about Trump. Okay. Then.
So
oh my goodness,
really
you're dumb.
Care about wars causing prices to go up, but when idiots like Biden cause prices to go up when he's not even in a war. That's the issue. That's the problem through his policies when it comes to immigration.
So you're not going to answer the point about Trump at all. Okay, you're just going to deflect, avoid.
Really? What policy? What policy caused prices to go up under Biden? Was it the Inflation Reduction Act? Because that's a real policy.
I can get to it. The crisis.
Oh, okay. Tell me about the Inflation Reduction Act and how it didn't curb inflation.
It was the major financial deregulations. And what they were doing was they were taking, under the guise of we need black people to get these loans. So this. This was an effort to redistribute wealth. And what they were doing is that they were requiring financial institutions.
Even I know better than that.
Right-wing conspiracy theory nonsense.
This is Christian.
No, what you're doing is you're taking the redlining policy from the 70s and you're applying it to now.
Let's talk about redlining now. I told you this would be easy. So
delusion is easy as well.
You're like a literal
directly
idiot.
caused.
You're a literal idiot.
The collapse. Directly caused.
You know what? You never
afraid to hear that.
You never answered what's
because
causing
you don't
the
have
current
the same when
global
it comes to Trump.
Energy crisis.
All you have when it comes to Trump.
Which biscuit are you talking about now, Jill?
In a war.
Which biscuit are you talking about, Jill? Are you talking about the biscuit that you claimed that you'd answered, or are you talking about a biscuit that you're imagining? These are imaginary biscuits, like your god?
Oh, yeah, it's a war, dude. These things happen. There's nothing we can do about it.
Absolutely. nothing to do with taking the US's immense military force and bombing a country.
Yeah, I mean that couldn't have been it.
That
It
couldn't
had
have
to be
been it.
just
That
I
couldn't have been
mean,
it.
it was the war genie. He just
Ah,
dropped in
no,
and
it was the military.
yeah.
Actually, it's a guy named Dave who was flying the plane. That's who's rigged.
Oh,
It's nothing
yeah.
to do with Trump, right? It's Dave's
It couldn't
fault.
be. Couldn't be Trump.
Yeah.
No.
In
Because
fact,
he's not
worse than that.
he's not the commander in chief of the United States military, so he can't possibly be responsible.
Yeah, no, it's worse than that. In fact, it's Oreo's fault because they make biscuits.
What?
Oreo.
Oh, yeah, you're British. You have a different
Sorry, you
definition
call
of a
it something
biscuit.
else, do you? Oh, right. Okay.
We
I'm
call
trying
them
to use.
cookies. Yeah,
Oh,
they're cookies.
okay.
to us.
Cookies. What do you call a biscuit in your country then? Like
Also
crisps.
cookies.
Also cookies.
Oh
Okay.
well, what we
Back to
call
the
what we
original
call
point.
biscuits, what we call biscuits are more like what, scones to you?
Oh, scones.
I think.
Okay, interesting. Right.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. I don't know any scone makers in America, so a waffles biscuits.
Yeah. We
Oh,
generally
okay,
have
there we go.
biscuits or muffins here, and
Right. Okay. So if
um,
waffles count, we'll just use it's the waffle whipper's fault.
no, waffles don't count. Waffles are just waffles.
Damn! I thought you said they counted.
Oh no.
Gretchen, you're confusing me. I don't understand
Sorry.
this thing. I'm not into politics. I got, show me the biscuit. That's what I'm saying to you. Show me the biscuit.
I'm not
That
into
was
politics.
that was the problem in
Just give me
2008.
pancakes.
That was the problem in 2008. Too many people were shown the biscuit.
So when it comes to democratic policy, is it true?
Which
Yeah, but
democratic policy?
Nobody was talking about democratic policy. We were talking about Trump.
Yeah, nobody said anything. That's
Well, you
just your
couldn't demonstrate
boogeyman.
Trump had any
Saying the
policy
words
other than
democratic
war.
policies, that
said
is just
war.
your catch-all
And now we're over
boogeyman
talking
phrase
again.
that you learned from Tucker
That's
fucking
why
Carlson.
we voted you out
Stop.
of office.
You know what?
That's
you
why
know
we
what you
voted
should
you
do?
out.
You should stop listening
You
to
can't
Tucker.
defend your
He's
position.
such a
You
moron.
can't at all.
And he's
On
poisoning
any
all
level,
of you.
religion, politics, sports. You can't defend anything.
Why would I
You're
want to defend
finished.
sports?
You'll never win, and you'll never win again, ever.
Why would I want to
We
defend
see
sports?
right through you.
Oh, that's because
All
that's
you
another
have
talking
left
point
is
from Fox, isn't it?
censorship. That's all
Wait,
you
wait,
have
wait.
left.
Don't go there. Don't go there with
Atheists?
sports. It's not
Are
worth
you
it.
talking about atheist sports?
Yeah.
What the fuck is the matter with you,
don't
dude?
have anything. You're just a waste of space. No one really cares.
You're
what you
just
have to
grasping
say.
at straw. You know what? TBS makes more
You-
fucking
you-
sense than you do.
You don't
I can
have
live with
any
that.
arguments.
You know what? DeFreak makes more fucking sense
You
than
don't
you do.
have any
And he
arguments.
thinks the fucking insurance clause can prove
You
God.
should have never been in charge of
Yeah,
anything
right.
ever in your life ever again. Anything that's important, you should not be in charge of. Okay, liberal?
In fact,
And you're
you know what?
demonstrating such right now.
Even Goldenarm might
You're
make more sense than
demonstrating
he
why
does.
That's the case. You should never be in charge of
That's a
anything
heavy
important.
charge.
Yeah, have you got any points to make here, Jill, other
Not
than
the
just
White
slandering
House.
people?
Well, I did, but you guys couldn't shut up long enough to hear the
Yeah,
policies.
that's because you're deflecting, and we
that
don't want to
were-
deflect.
Because you
We'd
don't
rather-
know what you're
dancing.
talking about.
We're still
mortgage
waiting for you to
access.
answer. We're still waiting for you
People
to
who did
answer
not
how
deserve the mortgages.
blocking
That
the
was
news
spearheaded
Straits
by
of
the
Hormuz.
Democratic Party,
We're still,
which
we're
led to
still
the
waiting
crisis.
for you to answer. We're
So
still
we
waiting
have
for you
a
to
direct,
answer.
not
still
just a
on-
correlation.
But
We
we're
have a
still
cause.
we're still waiting for you to
We
answer
actually
how
have
the
a
Straits
cause.
of Hormuz
Unlike you, Sink, you didn't
actually
have a
are
cause.
not causing a
You had
global economy energy
rhetoric.
crisis.
You
Right?
had
So if you
rhetoric.
could answer that,
You
how
had
America
a war.
and Donald
had
Trump
rhetoric.
You
specifically
had
ordering
a war. Yes,
the army
it's a
to block
war.
the Straits of Hormuz
So
to
yes, it's not
is not
someone
causing a
saying,
global
hey,
energy
black
crisis.
people,
Go
take
ahead.
out this loan
that
and
better?
you won't have to pay it back.
Nothing to do
and
with
then
black
the
people.
entire
Nothing
thing
to do with black
collapses.
people. You're just being racist
Everyone
now, Jill.
loses,
You're just being
including the
racist
blacks.
again. You're just
Okay?
being
Mhm.
racist
So-
again.
That's
He
the
is.
reason why we blame the Democratic Party for that crisis.
Yeah. Okay.
We
So
have
how
direct
does
evidence.
America and Donald
Direct
Trump ordering the
evidence.
Straits
So-
of Hormuz to be
That
blocked
doesn't even
has
make
not caused an energy
We have
sense.
direct evidence.
I'll wait. Show me the
An
biscuit.
actual cause.
Oh, you're not listening. Oh,
Not
you're
a
not
rumor,
listening. Okay.
An
Okay.
actual
Well, look. If
cause.
you're not listening, then why should we listen?
Subprime
right?
loans.
That's all I'm saying.
Come on,
Democratic
pre.
policymakers were
That's
the
already
ones
been debunked.
No,
advocating
10
for
minutes
this.
that's
ago.
not
They
true.
were
That's not even
advocating for this.
close to
Well, no
true.
one, well, people are
When
going to
did the
listen to your
subprime?
stream
When did the
and not
subprime loan?
understand
When
what's
did the
being said
subprime loan
because
start?
because we're talking
When
over each other.
did the
So,
Well, you're
subprime
talking
when
over
you answer
loans
my question, I'll
start?
answer yours.
No, you're
True or
actually
false?
talking
What?
over
I didn't hear a
Democratic
question in there.
Democratic policymakers were the ones who
Oh, so
were
it's now no longer
advocating
Biden.
for the
Okay, changing the
expanded
claim.
mortgage
Changing the claim.
access
Yeah, Martin
for
Bailey.
people
Go ahead.
Okay,
who did
right.
not
When
deserve it,
when did that happen?
like blacks. This has been
When
going
did the
on
subprime? When did the
before Obama.
subprime thing
This has
start?
been going on by the
Right.
Democrats
When
in
did
an
it
effort
start?
and in
Tell
effort
me
to
where it
give
started so I can tell
reparations
you
to
which
blacks,
Democrat
to
policies
try to
caused it.
appease blacks, to try to give them a token. You are the most racist of all creatures.
Dude,
Oh,
you are
Right,
just
bro?
argument from South
preaching,
Park.
and
He's
you're
just
Try
also
to
you're preaching
placate to
conspiracy
their
nonsense.
emotions. Look, I'm giving
He's making
you
an
something.
argument from South
I'm
Park.
giving you a
So.
loan
Yes,
that you can't pay back, that will wind up harming
he
the
has
black
absolutely no
community in the
idea.
long run.
He's just
But for
like,
political expediency,
Yeah, he
no.
does this
you
when he's
gave
losing.
blacks loans to try to suggest that you were helping
Yeah,
us.
he does that.
But you're
he,
not
he does this,
helping us.
so.
We don't need your help, white liberal. You can't help us. You're
Oh,
not
back
equipped
to the
to help
racism
us.
again. Oh, back
You're
to
not
the
filled
racism.
with the Holy Spirit,
True
for
colors
one.
coming out now, Jill.
You're not filled with the Spirit of God,
Okay,
for one.
first of all, I
So
never
when
fucking
you
offered
do
to help
something-
you.
When you do
So don't
something,
expect that to ever happen.
you think it's good, but it's wicked. Now, I'm not attacking you. That is what you believe. You believe something is good. It's apparently good. It appears to be good, but it's not. That's what the
What the
statistics
fuck are you
show.
talking about?
Who
Everything
knows?
you believe,
Who
liberal.
knows? Who knows?
Everything
You don't know
believe,
what I believe. And we were
everything
talking
you
about a
support,
global energy crisis and
everything
who caused
right,
it.
like this dumb idea
But
that
you don't
came
have
up
any
with about a
fucking
global
answer for it.
crisis.
So you want to
that
talk
Donald
about
Trump
subprime
caused.
loans and white liberals.
So
You're trying
you
to
might
put
have
black
good
guilt on me
intentions.
for something, I think.
You might
But
have
guess
good
what?
intentions.
Not going to work.
Okay. But what the statistics show is that your ideas fail. Your ideals have
What
failed
ideas?
the black community for decades. Okay? And the
What
crises,
ideas?
the economic crisis in 2008 was just the spearhead of your failure, of decades of failure.
Hey, Arpy.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think
what's
he's
going
saying
on?
that. I think he's saying
you
that you
ever-
can't bake
Have you
biscuits.
ever had the hold on? Have you ever had the experience of Jill before?
I can't
Jesus
say I
is
have.
Lord.
How's
Oh,
it going, Jill?
yeah.
So you mentioned the Holy Spirit. Do you have any demonstration of the Holy Spirit?
I'm gonna mute. Oh my god.
Social sciences demonstrate that we are
Social
filled with the
sciences?
Spirit of truth. Yes.
Spirit of truth. What is the spirit of truth?
What corresponds to reality, like which
And what's the
hole
justification
is
for
the
that?
exit hole and which is the entrance
Oh
hole.
wait, time out,
Entrance
Arpy.
hole
Just
of
to let
what?
you know, he's just coming
for
off the
example.
heels of a debate where he defended biblical slavery for like
Oh, of
3
course,
hours.
of course. Yeah.
No, that wasn't
Just-
the debate.
just
topic.
wanted you to have
He
that.
lost the debate and he tried to change the topic because he was
No,
losing. So
that
wasn't
that
the
did
debate
that
topic,
didn't
but yes, we
happen.
did discuss that in quite
That
a
didn't
bit,
happen.
yes.
But
Oh, I'll just say then, RP. He's
but my
he's famous,
co-host here wants to talk to you, so go for it.
famous for his gaslighting, RP. But there you go. Go ahead.
We did discuss that, but that wasn't the debate topic. But OE was so desperate.
So Jill, what makes the spirit of the truth distinct from just truth itself?
Well, really, there is no difference. It's still coming.
Oh, so you're
from
just
God.
making up things to shove God
It
into?
comes from God. But the reason why we know
You can't
don't
claim
have
something
the
comes from
Spirit-
God without demonstration. Can you
the
demonstrate that
reason
this
why we
comes
know
from
you don't
God?
I just told you the demonstration is in the social sciences.
Show
So
us the
because
biscuit,
you
Jill.
fail in
Yeah,
every
give me
effort,
give
in
me an
every
article
endeavor,
or a
your
study in
children are
which the
failures.
spirit of
Your
truth
mothers
is
are
confirmed.
failures. Your fathers are failures. On every social
That's all he's got.
indicator, every social indicator says that you are failures. Okay.
What are you
So-
pivoting to?
so we
I
would
need a
suggest then-
demonstration of the
So we
spirit
would
You're never
existing.
gonna
suggest
get
then-
an answer to that question.
We would suggest then
So,
that
Jill,
we are
you've
filled
admitted
with
that the spirit of truth
truth.
is just truth
So
existing.
yes,
I can
it
grant that
is
truth
just
exists.
truth, and you don't
but
have
where-
it. And you don't have it for some reason.
what is
Why
the
is that?
definition of truth?
Why are your children the
What is the
dumbest
definition
animals
of
on
truth,
the planet?
Jill? Jill, what is
I'll be
the
right
Why
back.
are
definition
your
of
women
truth?
committing suicide at
Jill,
a
can
rate
you even answer
disproportionately out
what
of
truth
control?
even is? What is truth?
Why is your divorce rates approaching 90%?
I'm happily married. I've been married for 10 years. Got a
All right,
beautiful
so
baby
the
boy.
social statistics bear out the fact that we are filled with something that is demonstrably different through the science of social or the social sciences. Sure, we cannot point to a spirit and say, "Hey, look, that's the spirit."
Oh, W concession.
Thank
Spirit
God, we
doesn't
can't do
exist.
that,
Thank you.
okay? But we have what we call the effects of the spirit, just like we have. We know that there are.
And how do you
there are certain
demonstrate that
things
these are
in the
effects of the
universe
spirit
that
and
we
not
can
just
detect
effects of
by
like
its
having a
effects,
gassy stomach?
even though we don't actually have the evidence for it. We know.
Yeah, you don't
that
have any
gravity
evidence. There you go.
exists based on its effects. We don't know what gravity is. So
We know
based
exactly
on the
what
social
gravity is.
sciences, we know that there is something we can assume safely, I would say, make a safe assumption that there is something about us that's different than you.
All right, and can you provide a study in these quote unquote social sciences?
Yeah, I provided some during the debate. If you want to go back and watch that debate,
I'm not watching that shit. You should have it on hand.
Okay,
It's
so
your
it's
claim.
on Robin's channel.
It's your claim. Go ahead and substantiate your
Yeah,
claim.
sure. I don't have it on hand because I don't walk around with Rolex.
Well, you should know where to get it. So go ahead, check your internet history.
Well, yeah,
Go
I'll
ahead and
pull
get
up
me
my
that
notes
study.
from the debate that we just had. Give me a second here, and I'll give you a couple of. Now, what exactly did you want?
Whatever claim you're
Show me
making, you said something about social sciences making a specific claim. So go ahead and provide that article or study.
Okay. Well, one claim that the social science is making. Let me get you the. I brought this up during the debate as well. When it comes to health, integrity, when it comes to what we would call competence, drug use, substance abuse.
Now, here, I need to make sure that you
STDs,
understand how to
sexual
read
health.
studies. Can you explain to me what reverse causation would be in a study?
Reverse causation?
Yes,
What do you mean by reverse causation?
exactly.
There are
So
more
I'm
factors
not even
involved.
confident that you know how to read studies.
What is reverse causation? Why is that?
Reverse causation is when you are looking at a variable and it turns out that instead of the variable causing this certain outcome, the outcome leads to the variable being more present in the person's life.
Okay, that's irrelevant. Okay.
No, it's not.
That's an irrelevant factoid, and I knew that would come up. Yeah, sure.
So
there is reverse
you
causation.
wouldn't agree that
Sure, there is
poverty
reverse causation.
rates
We agree
among
that
people
exists.
who
And
don't
studies
believe versus people
that's
who
not
do
even
believe
something
have
studies would
anything
even
to do
take
with
into
these.
account. That's not even something they would take into account.
Right, and so this
So
would
why
make
are
these
you
flawed
bringing it up?
studies. These would make these very flawed studies if they
You
don't
know, I
take into
taught
account every
statistics, right?
variable.
You know, I taught high school statistics, right? You're not
High
going to be able
school,
to
yeah,
fool
high
me with
school.
the fancy terminology.
Yeah,
That's
and
not going to work, buddy.
I have a degree in
All right, so
electrical
let's get back
engineering.
to it.
Okay,
Let's
so
get back to
I'm pretty sure I understand
Don't waste my
numbers
time,
way
buddy.
better than you.
I taught high school statistics. You thought that was going to work?
And you don't even know what reverse causation
Oh,
is.
Well,
Yeah,
I
there's
didn't
a
know the
reason you're stuck
terminology, but
teaching
that's
high
not
school
something-
statistics
that's not
and not a
something
professor
that's
at a
relevant,
university.
sir. That's the case with all studies. That's not something they take into consideration. when
Most
doing
studies do examine reverse
why-
causation and make
okay,
a
what's the point?
declaration
What's the
on
point
it,
of bringing
whether
up reverse
reverse causation exists in the study or not.
What is the point of bringing up reverse causation? Go ahead.
To understand if the variable that you are looking into is indeed infecting the outcome, or if the outcome exists first and then the variable appears.
The outcome exists for both are true. Both are true simultaneously. That's
No,
why it's not something
There,
we consider
there's
when
either
doing
causation
studies.
one way or there's causation
That's
the other
not-
way.
that's why
You
it's not
can't have it
something we
both
take
ways.
into
That's literally
consideration when we're
contradictory.
doing statistics, sir. Stop wasting our time.
Do you
with your
understand what a
irrelevant factoids.
contradiction is?
Stop wasting our time with your irrelevant factoids. Let's get to this. To the
This is
numbers.
incredibly
You're trying to run
relevant.
from the statistics. You're running from the statistics. Why? I
You
thought
haven't
this
even
is how
given
you
any
determine
statistics.
truth. This is
You've
why
shown
we
your
don't trust
ignorance in not
atheists.
understanding what
They say
causation
they
versus
use the social
reverse causation
sciences
even
to
is.
determine what's true.
So my
But then when we
faith
try
in
to
you being
go to
able
the
to
social
understand
sciences,
and
they
read
come
these
up
studies
with, well, what about
has
reverse
greatly plummeted.
causation? Correlation is not causation.
I didn't even say anything about correlation. You're just
You
freely
guys-
associating
all right,
now.
I'm done. You guys are finished. You guys are finished. So we do have studies. We do
Go
have
ahead
the
and
social
give the
sciences.
studies. Give
You
the
have to
ICBN number.
obfuscate and circumvent those studies and try to come up with reasons why we should ignore
Give
them,
any sort of
like
number that I can
reverse
look up on any sort of
causation,
publication.
which is the case for every study.
Are you going to give a
But
study?
yet you
Are
cite
you going to give a
studies when
study?
it's something you
Are you
want to
going to give a
support.
study?
You cite
Are you going to
those
give a study?
studies
Are you going to give a study?
proudly. You
Are you
cite
going to
them
give a study?
with vigor. you
Show
What's
cite
the
me
them.
study
the
title?
biscuit.
What's the
When it's
study
Show
title?
me the
What's the study
biscuit.
title?
When it's something
What's the
you
study
think is
title?
good.
What's the
That's
study
why we
title?
don't trust you.
What's the
That's
study
why we
title?
voted you out of our
What's the
political
study
offices.
title? What's the
Because
study
a
title?
sign of a,
Pivot. We're not
a
even talking
bad
about
argument,
politics right now.
the
We're talking
sign of a
about
bad
specifically your
person
claim
is
about
an
the spirit of truth.
inconsistent argument.
What's the study title? Jill, are
Okay?
you going to crash out or are you
And
going to give me the
I'll
study title?
I'll yield there.
Yield.
You're just going to run away without giving me the
I'll-
study
I'll-
title.
I'll stop
Of
interrupting
course,
that.
because you don't
Okay.
fucking have
Thank you, Jill.
anything to
It's been fun
demonstrate the
talking
spirit
to
of
you
truth.
guys.
And you've already admitted that the
And
spirit of truth
I'll
is
talk to
just
you guys
truth.
You're
next
just gonna
time.
We
run
understand
without
that truth
giving us our
exists.
biscuits? What
Oh
the
yeah,
fuck,
Jill,
Jill?
Jill
I
is
gave you
I
the
never had a
biscuits.
biscuit.
I mean,
I
you
never had a
guys didn't.
biscuit.
You guys
Yo,
heard
what's
what
good,
you wanted
Jay?
to hear, and you're over talking constantly.
Yo,
So
what's up?
I'll let
Well,
you guys.
some would say
Jill,
you
let
you're
you
just
guys
jabbering
cope with
on
the
and on
loss.
about nothing.
Oh,
I want
he
to
had.
study. I
Go
want to
watch that
study.
debate. Go
I
watch
want
that
a
debate,
study.
guys. Go watch another
I'm
loss.
not gonna
No,
watch your
nobody's
shit
I'll
ass
see you next
debate.
time. God bless
Nobody's
you.
interested.
Jesus
Run
loves you.
away, run away.
Run away. Yeah. There are no
Repent of your
stupid questions.
sins.
Just stupid people, Jill.
Well, I could stay if you want me to stay, but
Yeah,
if
I'd
you're
love
don't
you
not
to
gonna
care,
allow
but
me
stay
to
and
speak,
If you
demonstrate
could
just
stop
gonna
any type of
engaging,
overtalk.
spirit,
start engaging,
especially the
that would
spirit
be
of
the
truth.
thing. You claimed there
What's
was
the
a
point if
study
you're
to
just gonna
back up your
overtalk?
position. Could we just
You're
have the name
afraid
of the
to
study,
engage with a
please?
knowledgeable Christian.
Can we have the name of
I'm
the
standing
study?
10 toes down right
You're
here. You
afraid.
are in the
He
runner's
asked a
block, ready
question
to
about
sprint
reverse
away, and you're
causation,
like,
thinking
"You
that
guys
was a
don't
gotcha
want to talk
moment.
about it."
And
Give me the
atheists
study.
do this all the
Jill,
time.
give
They
me the
bring up
study.
these irrelevant factors,
Jill, give me
thinking
the
this is a
study.
gotcha moment.
Jill, give me the study. Jill, give me the
What is
study.
reverse causation? We got it
Yeah,
now.
and you couldn't even explain
All
what
right,
reverse causation
mute
is in a
you
study.
now, and you're gonna talk to your friends. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
go
come
ahead, run
together
away,
with
run
another
away.
plan, because that one failed. Okay. I'll be
Bro,
right
I
back.
can't believe I scared you off this quick. I was just going to
You
sit in the
should be
background
able
and
to
listen
have
too.
the social sciences study. I mean, I saw it on your little presentation thing for the debate against OE. You should have it. Why is it
It's
so
probably
hard to
some
just fucking
AI
cough that
slop.
shit up?
Doesn't really exist.
It shouldn't be so hard to cough it up. He just fucking had it.
Exactly.
He just put it on the internet like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, where's the study, Jill?
Anyway, I gotta go finish pouring my drink. I'll be right back.
What's
No,
the beef, man?
that's
the
it.
beef?
That's what happens. That's just the normal outcome.
Jill believes that there's a spirit of truth, even though he just admitted that truth and the spirit of the truth are exactly the same thing. So I don't even know where we're going with this spirit topic, but I'd love to see this study that Jill claims that they have.
Okay.
I
We'll see,
think he's just bullshitting there. There is no such thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why
I would
calling the
I would
bluff.
lay odds 10-1 that he has absolutely no fucking idea what he's talking about. And
So
the
you-
fact that he thinks he's taught statistics is just beyond
Jill couldn't find a
beyond
medium
my
from a mode.
capability to understand.
I mean, yeah, you know, it's opinions, it's interpretations. I'm just more curious as to why he or you believe, which I believe, you know. Not that I disagree or agree, because I don't know either way, but you know, I'm wondering what the current thing is about. So like what are y'all up to now? Like that's what the whole thing overall is about. But like what point are you guys in the argument now? Like what's the
Jill's just running from giving any sort of study.
oh okay.
I think he also claims that Obama was racist against black people. Is that right?
I don't give a
Did
shit
that come-
about
did that-
Obama. Obama
that
was a
come
war
out?
criminal.
Yeah, drone criminal. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. All presidents are bad. Left, right. You know.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not American. so I
Also,
don't
he
know.
totally put the onus on all of us white liberals because we won't stop trying to help him. Apparently,
Yeah, I'm not a liberal.
which I never offered to do.
Oh no, you are by Jill's determination. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Jill thinks Mussolini was a liberal.
I love the argument for that.
It's true. He did claim that once.
The inventor of fascism was a liberal.
That's what he said.
Well, hey, listen,
Jill, do you know you're muted?
Yeah, he knows he's muted. For fuck's sake, does he can't? He doesn't want to go. Doesn't want to go and just like whenever you get him talking, right? So he just has to just keep talking over people to avoid answering any particular question. I think you're pretty certain that you've won that part of the debate.
okay, I see you, Kurt. Left, Kurt. I see you, man. Okay,
But that's okay. Whatever.
I hear you, man. Let's see. You know,
The moment you
I
ask him
kinda
to
still
defend
wanna hear it.
anything, they crumble.
Arpy,
It's all-
if you can
it's all
hear me,
bravado and
I
claims.
just heard
Yeah,
I
what?
heard Wesley Curry joined. Do not let him up. He's
Okay.
gonna turn this whole thing into a fucking bigger clown show than it already is.
What's Wesley's problem?
I mean,
He's
Wesley.
he's insane. He's like
Okay.
literally insane.
I
He
went
can,
ahead and
So-
he
kicked
can
him
get.
then.
He's easily triggered. Shall we just say that? And once
Yeah,
he's
I mean,
triggered, then it all becomes a Jesus loves you fest, but in the worst possible way. He's a very talented guy. He is a lovely guy when he's not triggered.
Premise
Okay.
1, dead people don't love. Premise 2, Jesus is dead. Conclusion, Jesus can't love you.
That
Sorry,
would
Wesley.
be enough. That would be enough.
I
He's a
mean,
lovely guy, though. I mean, he's
Yeah,
when he's not-
most
when
Christians
he's
are.
not
They're
on it.
just horribly misguided, and their brains have been programmed for a lifetime to believe in this Jesus shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're deeply invested in it, so much so that they can't get over their cognitive bias.
I always feel like, man, for someone to be willing to like put their life on it, you know what I'm saying?
Soldiers
You
do
gotta-
that every day, but they're not Jesus.
No, yeah, but I mean, like the believers, like you gotta be, you gotta be on some other type of time, like you gotta really believe that shit type shit. Like that
What
has
do you
to
think
be.
about people suffering psychotic delusions that take their own life?
I mean,
Just
some
because
do
you give
that.
your life for something you believe in doesn't really give any merit to that belief.
No, not for sure. It doesn't, but it shows the conviction of the person. Like it's like, damn.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Or
it
the
can-
delusion, or the indoctrination. I mean, it could be either of those, right? It doesn't have to
I
be.
mean, yeah. What
Yeah,
you
we can
what
agree
you
that like
apply-
the conviction is on display, but whether that conviction is like rightfully aligned with reality, it can be questioned.
Hi, Jay.
Yo, what up, Gretchen? What up?
Not much.
Shit, I need to go get some fucking coffee creamer. I just came up because I saw y'all was on, man. But I still got to go to the supermarket and get some coffee creamer.
Yeah, what's your swig? You like take it regular
be on
cream
later.
or get like caramel in it or mocha? Like what's
Yeah,
your flavor?
I mean, man, I make a very intricate cup of coffee. It's not like your typical cup of coffee. Like my coffee got a little tap of everything,
Yeah,
so
I'll
it's
fuck
not
with
too
that.
sweet. It's not too sweet. It got a little tap of everything though, just a little tap, enough to where all combined it just tastes sweet enough to be a coffee, right, with a certain taste. So I'll put brown sugar. I'll put a little tap of agave, a little tap of cinnamon,
Ooh,
a little
agave.
tap of Nestle cocoa powder. You know what I'm saying? A little tap of vanilla, pure extract.
Wait, when you say Nestle cocoa powder, you mean like Nesquik?
Yeah, like Nesquik cocoa powder.
Damn,
though.
that actually sounds delicious.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
bad.
I put a little tap of vanilla extract, you know what I'm saying? Mix it up real well, boil it all together though, because I don't put the sweeteners separate. I boil it together and I use usually the
Wesley,
Hershey's chocolate
stop
creamer.
And
crying.
makes it homogenous.
I use the Hershey's chocolate creamer and it just it tastes so good. I'm about to go
Oh,
get
there's
some.
your creamer. I've seen that.
Yeah, I use that one. I use the Reese's one. I use a bunch of them. Like Anyone I can
Man.
get rid of.
I super fuck with Reese's, but like my partner, she's like super allergic to peanut butter, so like I can't have any peanut butter stuff in the house.
Yeah, that'd be the blow right there.
Yeah,
Peanut butter, it's a
what we do
must.
for love, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy. I would at least eat like a Reese's outdoors and won't bring it home, but like eat it and dispose of it.
Have some like mouthwash in the car,
Yeah, like,
swish
what's
up before
that?
coming in the door. Yeah,
Facts. I can't. No Reese's. That's crazy. I wouldn't be able. Well, I would be able, but you know, it would
She
suck.
just accused you of smoking, RP.
Yeah. Let me see what flavor I got in here.
Wow, we do it completely different in Europe. I can tell you that.
by the way, how do you say your name? Simos?
Yes, Simos. Yes.
Simos. It's nice to meet you, Simos.
Yeah, you too, RP. Yeah, I've seen you on here before a few times, so
Oh,
I'm aware.
Cool. Hey Jill, you coming back with that study ever? Can you check in? Let us know that you're still alive or something.
Yeah, no, he's still baking the biscuit.
He's preheating it. He's preheating the oven. It's got to be what he's doing.
It still amazes me because a biscuit literally means baked twice.
But he can't get the oven hot enough because we have a global energy crisis right now.
Oh, snap.
Oh my goodness. I mean, to be fair though, that debate went well for Jill's standards.
The one on Robin's channel, yeah.
No, that one he just had. That was actually
yeah.
RP. That was you. That was good for Jill. They normally
I was gonna say the one on Robin's channel. He kind of lost from the start. As soon as I heard Oe's opening argument, I'm like, oh yeah, it's over.
Hey, Missing One, I'm sorry, I don't understand the reference. I don't remember someone hitting on someone in here, but that sounds cringe and hilarious.
What sounds cringe and hilarious? What did I miss?
He's just the same guy that was hitting on someone the other day.
Someone
was, I think. Was
here I can show the message. You see that on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite sure what that's in reference to, but it sounds hilarious and cringe.
There you go.
What, RP hitting on someone? No way.
No, someone else.
Oh, okay.
I think they might be asking if Jill was.
Oh no, Maud knows exactly who Jill is.
Then maybe I'm not understanding the message.
She's a big fan. She'll tell you everything.
Yeah, she loves Jill.
Big fan. So. When I say big fan, I mean big fan.
Well, I mean, she's a big fan of mine too. So, like when Jill and I were fucking going at each other, I mean, who are you rooting for, Maud?
She's a big fan of mine as well. To be fair,
let's put fucking Maud on the spot. Who are you rooting for, Maud?
Hell no.
I like to tease Maud. I do like to tease Maud.
I do too, because I like Maud quite a bit.
Yeah, she's very funny.
So, yeah.
So what's up, man? What was on the agenda today? I won 16.
Yeah, I saw Jackbox games in the title, but I came in here and it was like a political debate by that point.
Yeah, because the Simos and Jill showed up like right at the top. So,
that was great.
I was finishing
the biscuit.
SNL.
And then
the biscuit.
I'm told TBS is coming. So
that's a set,
who's TBS?
Toronto Bible Study.
Toronto Bible Study.
Can't say I'm familiar, but I'll look forward to this engagement.
Are you Canadian, Gretchen?
He's cool, man.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not Canadian.
You said Toronto there, I just thought, that's very Canadian pronunciation.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Toronto usually means Toronto, Canada.
Yeah.
Toronto.
No, I'm an LA girl, so born and raised.
LA.
I say. Wow, yeah. Talk about liberal. Oh my word.
Yeah,
We were farm boys from the Midwest.
Ironically, I'm from a like hard fucking right family though.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in let's face it, in California, what does that really mean? No, I'm joking. I am joking. This is my dry sense of
Yeah.
humor.
There's a lot of farmland in California, so like outside of like the
Yeah.
metropolitan areas, like it gets pretty rad, just like most states.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money in like Orange County and San Diego, and it's really red down there. It's really bad.
People made their money; they want to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Frank Zappa came from, Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
I don't be understanding that shit. Red, blue, like, man, that's just like Crips and Bloods, you know? Red and blue.
I never heard of blood
you're
walking,
not
but I've heard of crick
wrong.
walking.
You're not all that wrong, J-Money. That's what it's become at this point. It's basically like Crips and Bloods now. So, but it honestly, it wasn't like this 30 years ago. It just wasn't.
What changed?
30 years ago, I would have.
What changed?
Fucking 3 years old.
I mean, it depends as far as what changed. I would say it was. I mean, a lot of it had to do with like Fox News and like it's the seeds of it started with Reagan, with him deregulating everything and fucking a lot of stuff
Rupert
up.
Murdoch founded Fox after the Reagan administration and able to like control and capture the narrative.
Yeah, but even that, like, I mean, talk radio was always a big thing among the right, but then, you know, once Fox News started happening and started getting them all on the same page, and then what I remember is when Newt Gingrich in the late 90s as Speaker of the House, he brought that Fox News mentality into the actual House and said, well, from now on, we're going to make it fucking policy that we're not going to work with the Democrats. In fact, we're going to work against them, and that is our official policy.
Can we pause real quick and just talk about how fucking crazy this comment from a son of Jesus is?
What is it?
Look it out. For example, Adolf H. never blasphemed the Holy Spirit. He will enter the kingdom, and Jill thrust out before him if he doesn't repent. Literally, son of Jesus thinks Hitler is there up in heaven, just like fucking having a blast with Jesus, playing fucking volleyball shirtless, like in that Top Gun scene, like for fucking eternity.
I need it
all the way off a son of Jesus. I'd love the argument for why Hitler is in heaven. If heaven exists, and not in hell, literally being repeatedly assaulted daily.
If you're a Catholic, then the Catholic gave his blessing to the Nazi party.
I need some old music.
Well, yeah, the Catholic Church was complicit to everything the Nazis did in World War II. So,
well, yeah, the Nazi party was certainly a religious movement. They had God mit uns on their belt buckles, I believe, or on some sort of insignia.
Well, yeah. Also, the Pope declared that every Catholic church had to celebrate Hitler's birthday.
Is that?
I mean, I celebrate something different on 420.
Is that Godson that has that account?
Oh, is it?
It sounds the way he types sounds like him.
It could you could be right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, son of Jesus, heaven is not what you think. Yeah, heaven is not what anybody thinks, because heaven doesn't exist. Like, a thing can't be like what anybody thinks if it doesn't exist.
I mean, it's good that he, has.
I don't know why he would say son of Jesus, though. I mean, he has like 30 accounts, and they're all like some version of God's son in different languages. I don't know why he would come in with this one.
I mean, say what you want, whether you think he's crazy or not, at least a certain someone isn't accusing him of having a fence posed up his ass.
Oh, the night is young.
One of many.
We should have a donation drive to have y'all's asses examined and have any fence post like particles removed.
Nah, see,
We can do a live stream colonoscopy as they look for fence post.
You only need to do it for her. That's it. I don't need no procedure. But yeah, so I mean, you know, the fucking arguments are like, to me, it's like, do you know what I'm saying? As long as you ain't hurting nobody, as long as you ain't, you know, that's kind of crazy saying shit like that about Hitler, you know, knowing what he did, but you know, to each his own. You ain't out here doing harm to nobody, you know, just whatever, man. Keep
Well,
your
Jay, would you agree that like what people believe like affects like the actions they make and like the way they vote and like try to carry out their community?
Yeah, that's the thing.
So if somebody believes in something false and that like impacts how they like lead their life here that is actually real, wouldn't you want like people acting in such a way that is more in line with reality than disaligned?
I mean, I think that people should follow reality, which is pretty much what science gets you to. That's why I love science.
Yeah, and that's the problem with these people who are actively denying reality. Like they're denying the sciences. They're young Earth creationists. They're flat earthers.
That's unbelievable to me. Like to be
evolution
that.
deniers.
Like if that's what they saying, like that's bizarre. Like, you know what I'm saying? To me, that's bizarre talk. Like when you start telling me the Earth is flat and you holding a fucking like a cell phone, like you got Wi-Fi,
right?
You use the GPS.
Your global positioning system.
That shit only works with special relativity.
Yeah, so it's like this is known fact. This is already treaded waters. When you take a step backwards like that, what you're dealing with is somebody who literally
Is Jill a flat earther?
Reality.
Is that why you said there? Is that why, Jill? Is that why you said there was no global energy crisis? Because you don't think there's a globe? You think there's a flat Earth energy crisis?
There's a plane energy crisis.
Oh, that's a hell of a catch, that Gretchen. That's a hell of a catch.
Discular.
Wow. Yeah.
Discular.
Planular. Planal. Planal. I don't. Oh, that's probably not a word.
Discular.
Planar.
Makes me think of like a
planar. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to
PLANR. NAR. There you go.
Planal.
Well, yeah, the term that we use is topological plane to like try to sound smart, but you know they're just saying it's flat.
Technically, everyone on the flat Earth is having planal sex.
Did you ever watch those streams that I told you to watch? Nobody. With Blitz doing the April Fool's Day shit.
Oh,
Blitz.
I think so.
Debating as a flat earther. Oh God, those
I didn't
so
catch
funny.
that. I only caught Ian's like debating for God on April Fools.
Did you watch that this year?
Well, Blitz had the surgery thing, so he didn't do an April Fool's this year. But for the last 2 years in a row, he went online and just total like, flat earth, and he like didn't break character. If someone tried to say something, he'd be like, "No tone policing, just kick them." And it was fucking hilarious. They're still on his I don't think it's on the Blitz Debunks, but it's on the Blitz PhD channel.
Yeah,
they're both up
Blitz
there.
Debunks
They're
is
so
like
good.
pretty recent as an account.
Yeah,
in the last 6 months. But yeah, like my morning routine is usually like I open the day with like whatever Blitz is doing. As like, you know, I try to get stuff done around the house and I'm taking care of RP. I was there for Ian's April Fool's stream. It was like the second.
Oh, you're cutting out for me.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep. I can hear you now.
All right. Where did I cut out at?
It's like you're dropping words, but you were there for Ian's
Ian's April Fool's stream. Yeah, it was the second stream that I was a mod for on the channel.
Yeah, those April Fool's streams are how I learned what trans world depravity is.
Based.
funny.
Yeah, I'm out the loop with all of that. I don't know who they're talking about.
Allegedly, Ian, they're a prominent like philosophy debater on TikTok and on YouTube.
Mhm.
And they be on the panels and shit.
Not really. They kind of do
Yeah.
their own thing, and then every Sunday they do an apologetic with Dr. Blitz and Justin from Deconstruction Zone.
Mm.
They're the
He also-
unholy trinity.
He's also been on. Sorry.
Did you see that Jubilee with Jordan Peterson, J Money? Huh?
Nah, I didn't. What you talking?
Oh, okay.
You should check that shit out because Ian's in that. Danny Philosophy's in that.
Ian and Danny were great.
Single-handedly ended
And
Jordan
Parker.
Peterson's career.
Parker was pretty good too.
Parker was good as
but
well.
I actually haven't seen Parker's bit in that, but I did notice him like there in the crowd. I love Parker. Parker's from Iowa, so Iowa boys got to represent. You know.
Is it the thing where he was sitting down? My fault.
I also really, yeah, it's that he sits in the center with the. They got to run up and press the buzzer or touch the chair or whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, it was Jordan Peterson. It was Jordan Peterson versus 20 or one Christian versus 20 atheists. And then in the middle of it, he says, "Well, I never said I was Christian." And so they changed
Oh,
it
yeah.
to
They had
Jordan
to change the channel, the title.
They changed it to Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists because he's such an
Yeah.
idiot. And
Oh, Danny just eviscerated him straight up.
You're really quite something, aren't you, Danny? You're really quite nothing, aren't you?
yeah.
Mhm.
End of career. Just fucking mic drop.
Yeah.
That was
I
great.
like Xena a lot from that. She's really good.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
I
quite a
follow
few
her on
people
like
on
Twitch
there.
and stuff.
Is it like XENA or ZENA?
I think the way she
No idea.
spells it is ZINA, and like it's
ZINA.
Xena Weena is usually her account name. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think by this time though, like everybody's got to
Xena.
grips. Sorry, everybody's got to grips on Jordan Peterson's kind of bloviation. So I mean, why he went to do that particular thing?
Former
I have
bloviation.
no
I don't
idea.
think I don't think he's ever waking up, is he? At this point,
Is he not? Is he
No.
not recovered slightly?
I thought he was
No.
still in a coma.
No,
Oh, maybe
he's
not.
come around from that. I think he's come around from that.
Oh yeah, I
has he?
thought so.
Yeah, I just think he's staying out of the way because, like, why did he go back into a coma?
How long was he in a coma?
Which one are you talking about? The one in Russia or the recent one?
The recent one.
The recent one,
Okay.
where his daughter said that he was being spiritually attacked by demons, and that's
Yeah.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
that one. Yeah, I think when she meant spiritually attacked, he meant he's like re-addicted himself to painkillers. I guess that's what they were talking about. So
Can I play this brilliant Jordan Peterson parody?
Sure.
sure.
Do it, dude.
All right, need a
Loving that shit.
Chrome tab. Here we go.
Logo.
All right, I don't know if I shared the audio. Let me redo that.
Yeah, I could hear it. Blow Gogurt.
Allow me to put this into simpler terms. So the necromancer, he's got a tower, a long tower, primarily constructed of bone. And on one side, you got sorcerers, metallurgists, bone sorcerers, and ghost wizards.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And there's a huge difference between shadowmancers and shadow slingers. And people don't like to draw the distinction between the two, but it's extremely important to keep context in mind.
Right.
So it's like, if I'm a warlock, and so the necromancer's all the way at the tippy top.
Okay.
He's over here. He's over here in his tower. Galatrax is over here, and he's raising a skeleton army. And it's important to look at. So there's a hierarchy to the bone army. It's hierarchical. And all the way down here, you've got the bone boys. And then you've got the crazy bones and the femur fiends, and they're all under the umbrella of the skele snakes. Oh. But see, they're not the ones who hold the real power here, no. Oh. Because Galatrax, he's got the Book of Spells. He's got the Tome of Whispers. Interesting. And it's like, unless you've got a silver shield, good luck venturing through Blightwood Barrow. Good luck trekking through the Bog Witch's Swamp.
Yeah, that reminds me.
And above all this, there's this portal just ripping open above the territories of Skeent.
I mean...
And out pops Galatrax, orb in hand. Remember Galatrax, he's there.
Okay, yeah.
And at this point, everyone's out of mana, leaving his bone boys completely free to suck the magic powders from the sacred soil.
Wow. Look how though they have him seated just to rip on Rogan about his height. That's great.
Yeah.
So you kind of lost me there. That represents, like, for capitalism, masculinity. I don't.
Oh my god, that's so cruel.
So, the Ghost Wizard.
Okay.
Yeah, Jamie, pull that up. Pull that up, Jamie.
That's great. Fuck me.
Yeah, I love that sketch group. They're called Wizards with Guns. They're pretty good.
I love the I love that because it's only last week I was listening to two Christians debating the Bible, something in the Bible, and I thought to myself, they may as well be fucking debating Middle Earth at this point. I mean, there's no fucking difference.
It really is.
Sauron could have taken over Sauron and led the Dark Army.
Oh my god. At the fucking meeting of Rivendell, like, this so and so said such and such, and it meant this, that, and the other, and someone goes, no, it meant something completely different. You're like, who
apparently
cares?
that goes on a lot in the Christian streams.
Yeah,
I asked.
You gotta love the
I asked
infighting.
a freak. I asked a freak about that once when I had him on here, and I was like, why? He's like, would you ever go in them? I'm like, no, why the fuck would I? I don't care what you guys have to say to each other. I'm like, why do you come to the atheist streams all the time? He's like, because the Christian streams is just a bunch of fucking theists fighting with each other over what they believe. And I'm like, yeah, that should be a hint, but okay.
Yeah. Oh dear. I'd love to know the lore of Middle Earth so well, right, that I could go into a Christian stream and just, without mentioning names, just start arguing, right? And then get there and they go, Jesus, and I go, Jesus is not in the book. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, after half an hour of wasting their time.
That'd be
brilliant.
funny, actually.
Yeah,
that would actually be brilliant.
Just use like ChatGPT and be like, "Yo, give me like metaphysical, philosophical terminology to not refer, like, to describe the Lord of the Rings universe, but never use the actual names, and then just memorize a bit of that, and then you could."
It's like certainly possible because, of course, like the J.R. Tolkien.
Give me the history of Mordor and the Christian nationalists.
He was a proper old Christian, right? No doubt about it. So if you don't think there's Christianity in Lord of the Rings, you got another thing coming.
Oh yeah, totally.
He just describes it. He just because he was so into his ancient mythology, it's very well hidden. But I'm sure Frodo is going to turn out to be Jesus Christ. You know what I mean, or something like that.
Or I'm imagining like Gandalf and who was the other wizard on the tower?
Saruman.
Yes, Saruman, whatever. I'm imagining them like debating philosophy, and one of them saying like, "Well, what's your universal ground of being that determines what is and could ever and could never be?"
And how are you cashing out semantic range? And what is your semantic range for cashing out?
Yeah.
What's your semantic range for Thundaga?
I think. How do you ground?
Final Fantasy. I see.
How do you ground?
All day.
How do you ground colors?
How do you ground your quake spells?
How do we know that when I look at red, it's the same red that you see, and you're not seeing blue?
Oh, great.
Isn't it funny?
Fucking freshman
you-
getting stoned and discovering qualia.
Well, isn't it funny how like precepts are like having these stoner thoughts like 10 years late?
Yes. Oh, it's like catch up, bro. Just smoke a J with your buddies.
Oh dear. Anyway, they all had fun.
Did Jill
Except
fall asleep?
Frodo.
Yeah, I don't think Jill's coming back, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Goodbye, Jill.
Later, Jill.
He had like 40 minutes to come back with a single fucking study.
Yeah, and that was never gonna happen.
That was never going to happen. Yeah.
Oh, he was
Yeah,
actually.
that was-
I thought maybe that name was satire.
No.
What is-
no.
Oh,
what
no,
was-
no.
What was he looking for a study on?
So Jill made a claim that like a spirit of truth exists, and then they immediately conceded that the spirit of truth is like the same as just truth existing, and then they're
Yeah.
like, well, us Christians have a more foundation of truth, and I have this social sciences study, and I'm like, okay, go ahead and provide the article or study, like give me anything that we can look at. He couldn't even like describe what reverse causation is in a study analysis.
So he was like,
Yeah, that was you. I
Truth.
think you've argued with him before. That's like rebuke and reprove.
That's right.
wait,
He's-
is he?
He hangs out on Bloodbath all the time. So
But I haven't talked to him on here, have I?
no, not on here.
Not
But
since I've been
this-
frequent.
This is the first time he's been here. So
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. But like, so truth is like some type of like a
Spirit.
chooser choosing what's true.
Yeah, like a spirit from the Lord. They were claiming.
How can you have
Yeah.
truth without a truther?
yeah,
I was ready for that. If God grounds truth and God doesn't exist, is it true that God doesn't exist?
Is it
But we
Is
we
it
didn't
grounded
get that
in-
far.
is in the atheist possible world? Is the truth of God not existing grounded in God? Truth or you have to capitalize it, Hizzle. Truth or create. There cannot be a creation without a creator.
Oh, the other famous one we're talking about now is, more true than truth.
More truth than truth.
You need a true Thor and a true Odin. Nice. True Thor. He's the creator.
Truth Thor sounds like a platonic like transformer. Like he's not mechanical. He's made of like pure possibility.
But he's like he can like transform from like a square into like a cube or
Or a square into a circle.
Into a circle,
circled
yeah.
square.
a square into a circle. Yeah.
A cube into a sphere. Yeah.
Yes, I love that. Cube into sphere. That's perfect.
Truer than truth. Truer than true. What was the phrase that Jordan? This is why I knew straight from the host, because I heard him say something stupid like that, and just went, "Oh, he's an idiot." Okay, but I can't remember what his phrase.
something that you die for. That you put your life
on the
line for.
I don't even. But this is way back. He said something. It's truer than truth, or something like that. Something so fucking lame and like what?
I mean, he's got the rats. When you give the rats cocaine, and then the cocaine has, and then the rats have the cocaine, and then they'll. Like I can't do like an impression, but like, man, he said some dumb shit.
Oh, I found it. Jordan Peterson said that the Bible is truer than truth because it
that's it.
has the foundational structure category for Western civilization and the precondition for truth itself. So before the Bible existed, truth didn't exist because the Bible is the precondition for truth.
Unbelievable. And I just thought, what a fucking idiot. I mean, and this was way back. This is when, he was first starting off, and I thought, oh, no one's gonna fucking go for this guy. The next thing I know,
Everybody
every
did.
every bastard under the sun is talking about Jordan Peterson.
Spilling all
And
that
I'm like,
Jungian slop, just
what?
like soaked up so many like red
Yeah.
pill pipelined like young men,
Yeah, it
and
did.
they just like were like, oh, this guy sounds so smart, like this is the guy I need to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, if you read, I mean, I don't know if you read Reflections by Young, but it's like his autobiography almost. And it shows that he's done way too many drugs.
Oh yeah.
Just way too many. More drugs than I could even think of, and I've done a lot of fucking drugs.
Same, brother.
So
I apologize. Do you identify as he, him, or something else?
I
Can
don't care.
we put Kurt's comment on screen?
Brother.
It's a good one. Alan.
Is it
04?
Oh
no, just
the person's. Yes, 100%. Oh,
what did he say? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it, Kurt. Yeah. like that quote I put up from South Park, right? There are no stupid questions, just stupid people.
Does Garrison say that to the class at some point?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's
like Jill tonight made 2 arguments from South Park.
Argument as South Park.
Yeah, it was fucking classic. And I was like, doesn't that come from South Park? Like, really? Really? Are you really saying that? Fuck me.
Well, what were they? No, I'm curious. What were they?
I can't remember now. The first one was it's going to take me a little while to just recall it because it was so stupid. There was a whole fucking thing. I can't remember. I'm sorry, dude. It's like I've been up a long time.
Well, there's that one time that like Kyle was pretending he was quoting the Bible, but he was quoting Star Trek. Like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
I mean, I guess we could I could probably wind back the stream on YouTube, find it. If you have an idea of how long ago it was, I might be able to.
This was on somebody else's stream when he was debating.
Okay.
Robin's stream.
On Robin's stream.
Robin's
debating
channel.
objective ethics.
What?
I mean,
he was debating a guy called Objective Ethics.
Oh! I thought he was debating for objective ethics, and I was like,
no, he couldn't argue.
Did he solve Euthyphro's dilemma or whatever?
Yeah, just daily. I mean, basically gets up in the morning and just does that for exercise in his own head.
Hi, Jams.
Was Jam Nick in there? Yay!
Mm-hmm.
It was good, Jam. Hope
So
you're having a great Saturday.
When he disappeared to get the study, what was the argument he was trying to give for
that the spirit of truth exists, and it's
okay,
demonstrated by Christians living in a more true way, just because they have less divorce rates. But I'm pretty sure there are higher DV rates and religious individuals than non-religious individuals. It's because they choose to stay in these failed marriages, and so conflict brews and eventually boils over.
They probably also get married younger as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah.
I think that's the same as the porn rates, right? The porn rates through majority of Christian states are higher than non-Christian states in general. Always amused me, that one. And I think that there was a study then that went into the types of porn that were being watched. And I think, and I can't remember this for certain, so don't quote me on it, but I think gay porn was highly or more watched in some of the southern.
Yeah, it's like
Christian states.
gay and trans porn.
Yeah,
Hey,
basically.
if you believe the grinder adages every time the Republicans get together, I'd
Right?
buy that.
I was
Yeah.
about to bring that up. How Grindr like crashes like in the local area that like Republican conferences
Yeah.
like pop up on and
Turning Point conventions, all CPAC, all it seems to happen every time. It's funny
Well,
as shit.
yeah. What I was gonna say is just literally insert any group that they marginalize, and that's the porn they're watching.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Which is that is human nature right there.
It's very strange to marginalize them and all. Like, okay, I'm gonna stop.
And then fetish.
Well, it's the othering.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the othering of people to try and dehumanize them.
Yeah, I guess objectification can like be easier when like you other an entire group.
That leads to curiosity. So.
Yeah, so I don't know. Acting like truth is a spirit is like really confused.
Hey, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, it shows a certain
Did that-
negligence for philosophical ideas, I guess.
Did that kid that I talked to about that syllogism ever come back, Gretchen or RP?
Which
No.
syllogism?
Oh, God.
No, the Brian Johnson kid.
Is that his name? Here, I can
Oh
pull it up.
yeah, they
I can
were
pull it up
like
because
1
I
or
was
2
just
days
looking at it
ago,
today.
super early. I wanted to jump in on that conversation, but like I was winding down for the night with my family.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so
No, I
I'm gonna read it
haven't.
one
I
more
haven't
time.
seen him.
I'm gonna read it one more time just as a joke, or for I guess just for RP, maybe CMOS if you're into this kind of stuff. So yeah, his premises were premise 1, logic is conceptual, and then in parentheses, it requires a mind. Premise 2, logic is metaphysical, and then in parentheses, immaterial, comma, not mind dependent.
Beg the question.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And then conclusion, there's a universal mind that grounds logic.
Oh yeah, like the completely invalid syllogism. Like it's like A is A, B is B, conclusion C is C.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's just like if you just even just say like them as statements. Well, and then what's really funny is that like logic is conceptual, and then in parentheses requires a mind, and then the second premise is logic is metaphysical, immaterial, not mind dependent.
Oh, Jill came back.
Doesn't
Hi,
that just
Jill.
like straight
Jill,
up
you got that
contradict?
study? You got that
Are the
study,
biscuits
buddy?
ready, Jill?
Good catch. Requires a mind, and yet here
You
we
got a
are.
plate of
saying it
biscuits
doesn't,
for
yeah.
me, Jill?
Show me the biscuit.
Jill, come on, get your mic sorted. What's up?
You
What's
got that
good?
study done?
His like 5 bars were full, but then they just disappeared.
Yeah, they just disappeared. So
Hey, maybe if you pray for God for better Wi-Fi, you know, you'll be able to get us your garbage study.
That's what I said when he came in the first time, and he didn't have any volume.
Well, RPs are gone now too, but he's coming through fine.
I
wonder if
don't
it's
have
just his mic.
bars. I'm like hardwired Ethernet, so there shouldn't be any bars.
Oh no, I'm hardwired too, though.
That's me too.
Oh, interesting.
I think it has to do with no,
Probably the
it
length
can't
of
be
your
that.
name.
Just like up and down, like bandwidth.
Oh my god, shut up.
I've got all my P2P services like paused right now, so there shouldn't be any competition for connection. Jill, you there? Come on, let us know. Hello.
It's got to be his mic.
All right, Jill, come back when you get your shit sorted.
well, it took him like 3 tries to get it right in the first place. So
Hopefully, you'll get your shit sorted before Jesus comes back.
if Jesus was ever here to begin with, sure.
Based mythicism. I don't subscribe to mythicism, but like I love to entertain the idea, and they bring up some pretty good points, especially Christ before Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah, he's convincing, definitely.
Testing.
All right,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you, Jill. Go ahead and give us
Yeah,
that study.
Whenever I leave Talk Studio, it just resets all.
Okay, we don't need the explanation. We just need the study that supports your claim that the spirit of truth exists.
Well, also you're a little quiet. It's like for
Yeah,
me.
Yeah,
I've boosted them. Like they're like 100% in Talk Studio. Can
I
you
was
say with
doing
your
that
chest?
earlier.
Can
But
you
he
use the
keeps
voice
getting
of the Lord?
closer. He keeps
Nice.
getting farther and closer to his mic, so I was having to like turn him down and then jack him back up, and
Like, bro,
it's
throw a limiter
just
on your signal chain or something.
just stay the same distance from the mic, please, Jill. Because
well, I think his wife has told him to be quiet, so you know.
Oh,
I thought I was. So
whatever.
can't
As
hear
long
you,
as
Jill.
you
you
maintain
were at
Really?
100% like gain volume, and like you were quiet as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just not close to his mic. We know that because he's already demonstrated that he can be at the right volume.
The mic won't bite you, honey. It's okay to get closer to it.
Oh, he was plenty loud when he was bitching at me for being a white liberal.
Well, is he?
You know,
How? Hold on. How quiet is he for like CMOS and J Money?
Yeah, he's quiet. Pleasantly quiet, I would say.
he's half the volume of like Simos. Yeah,
I can get louder.
he's half the volume of Simos and RP, and you actually.
Yeah. So JIL, like you're like, it's almost impossible for me to hear you, and I'm not even logged in as like a host, so I don't think I can like gain max you. Like
They are gain max.
He's
like,
maxed.
to the extreme.
He's maxed.
is your
Yeah.
are
I
your
can't hear-
Windows settings for your microphone set to like really low or something?
I don't know. I have to.
If you just hit are you on a Windows machine?
No, he's on his phone, I think.
I'm on.
Or that's fine too. Are you on an Android or an iPhone?
Kind of loud. Last time I was on, it was kind of loud, but it's just kind of weird. It just resets all my settings.
What kind of device is it?
If you drop and come back, he'll be louder.
I think I know why.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah. Ask yourself one question: what would Jesus do in this situation?
Because my man, if you're speaking truth, we want you to be able to like be loud and heard by like everybody in chat, everybody that watches this.
Sure. Yeah. Right. If that were the case, you wouldn't have over talked for 20 minutes.
Oh, fuck you!
Let's just
cry about it.
Let's just figure out. Let's just figure out the audio first. Let's figure out the audio first.
I'm looking forward to another film with all this projection.
He's just crying because he, as well as he, knows the Bible. He came on here and decided to challenge me on fucking politics.
It's
for whatever reason.
It's sort of like when you say you like black people, we really know you don't. So
that's such a weird thing to say.
That is so strange.
Dude, hold on. That's weird. That's weird. Let's just that's fine.
Arguments crushed you in the
okay, you're coming through. What is hold on. Hold on. What has changed?
Argument to begin with.
That's why you over talk.
Just slow down, everyone. Slow down, everyone. What changed now? I can hear you now.
He got closer to his phone. That's all.
Is that the truth? I want to know what made it better.
He's still maxed.
Now you're like quiet. So something changed again.
Yeah, because he's an asshole. And he's fucking with you.
Yeah.
It's just.
No, there's no way that's it. Like, no, they can't be.
No, he can't be an asshole.
He can't even
Of
talk
course
shit
not.
right now if he's like, I can't
He
hear
just
him.
accused me of saying that I like black people. What are you talking about? Of course he's an asshole.
No, that you don't, and also
Huh?
That's not what he said, is it?
Huh? Yeah, he said that I say that I like black people, but I really don't.
Oh, is that what he
He's
said?
implying,
But-
he's implying you don't. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But so, like, he can't even talk shit if we can't hear him.
I mean, and honestly, both were lies because I mean, I do like black people,
Yeah.
but I never actually said that. So
What's that, brother?
Yeah, dude.
I need you to speak up. I can't hear you.
Yeah, like hold your phone or something. What are you? You didn't tell me what device you were on. You didn't tell me what changed when I could hear you. I have no idea what's going on. Like, are you on a phone?
brother, when I believe in God, I really believe in God, brother. What you gonna do when the power of God runs through you?
There you go. J Money's got it.
Like that was almost to volume. What changed?
Hulkamania.
No, bro. Now you're low. What are you doing? Are you holding your phone? Is it a phone or a laptop? Neither. It's a
You
tablet
got to
then?
guess. No, it's
Is this a dedicated mic, like a dedicated studio mic? If so, that's
There's-
sad.
no, there's-
like you,
no,
you
there's
need
no
to
way.
turn up your gain. Like
I had on StreamYards, but this for some reason.
my dude, turn up your gain. Your gain trim is like super like cutting you off right now.
Oh wait, were you when I said PC, I also meant like Macs. Are you not on a are you on a Mac?
No, I use Apple products.
Does Jesus provide your Wi-Fi?
Okay, you don't use Apple
Wi-Fi
products. Is it
fine. It's fine. I just had an entire debate on streaming.
Okay, almost.
So this is just Talk Studio.
Okay, that's fine. But that's like that was better.
I doubt it.
how is
oh
it
my God.
Talk Studio if you're the only one we can't fucking hear?
Oh my God.
You just have to don't over talk, and you might be able to hear what I'm saying.
You need
Might
to
not,
be
though.
louder, dude.
I can't hear you even when
I
nobody's
can
ever
like
talking.
barely hear you.
Are you going to give the study or not? Like, we'll all be quiet if you can give the study.
Study for what?
I can't hear him. I literally
Study
can't
for
hear him.
your claim that the spirit of truth exists. Holy fuck.
I never said there was a study for that.
Yes, you did. Oh my God. Now the gaslighting, like you guys
You
warned me
did.
about. Holy fuck.
Over-talking.
Dude, Revelations
You
21:6. Like, liars go to hell, bro.
over-talking, and you missed what I said because you were over talking. If you shut up
Oh my
long enough,
God.
you can learn something. You can
Dude.
I heard
What do you-
everything you said.
Unlikely.
when
You
you
can
were
actually
on
hear
the
what
podcast.
people
Okay,
are
hold on.
saying. I
Okay,
said
look,
the study
you're way
was
better.
for-
You're way better now. You're way
Oh,
better
oh,
now. What
yes,
did you
yes.
change?
Keep
and you're
that, keep that.
over-talking.
What did
You're
you change?
still over-talking.
You're
The
way better
study
now.
I
What-
claimed existed was for
Oh
the
my-
information I provided in the debate. Idiot.
No,
He wasn't
no,
at
no.
the
You
debate.
specifically made the claim
No, I
that
did
the
not.
study would support your claim that a spirit of truth exists.
Oh, sure. I'll give you $100 to your PayPal if you can find the timestamp where that actually happened. Liar.
All right, be right back.
That's why we don't trust you.
Get
Okay.
that
You
hundo
lie
ready.
with.
So,
it's like
here.
I'm gonna
I
buy a
wouldn't
fucking
challenge that.
of like
Don't
really
challenge
good
it. Arby's
kush.
You
about
just
to go
lie
do
for no
it.
reason, and you
Here,
overtalk.
here,
You
here.
Arby's
lie.
gonna
What
do
do you-
it.
You
Here.
overtalk
You're
lies.
so fucked now, Jill.
All right, so look.
Yeah,
do
he's
you
never
want
going
me
to
to-
pay anyway because he's
It
pencil.
doesn't
want-
matter. Arby's
$100
still
Doesn't
gonna
show,
find it.
he never shows his biscuit. Let's put it that way.
Overtalking. Can't help
Arby's
yourself.
still gonna
Okay,
do
that's
it.
fine. So
Can't help
instead of whatever even
Then
they're
get
talking
upset
about
when you don't
while
know
Arby's
the information. When we have
Okay,
the
I don't-
information, you get upset with us because you don't have it.
okay, I don't know what information
I
you're
don't
talking
know.
about.
You don't
So
have it.
what do you mean? What do you mean that there's a spirit of truth, or like that's what I heard at least? I just got here.
The spirit of truth is what indwells all believers.
It's what indwells.
Yeah, it teaches us about God.
So it dwells inside of believers. The truth does.
The truth about God, yes.
The truth about God, or just like truth in general.
The truth about God.
How does it get there?
Okay.
It's like
Oh,
the
the
eye
supernatural
of the
phenomenon.
tiger.
Supernaturally.
Is that the
So the-
circumcision of the heart that does that?
Yeah, that's basically, that's the analogy that's used, the metaphor you can call it, yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's nothing to do with cooking then.
So like, are you
No,
saying that there's like an exclusive like thought that believers have access to that non-believers don't have access to?
You can say that, yeah. A source, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
But it's like a thing beaming this into people's heads.
I don't know if we could describe it as a thing or a laser beam, but it's a supernatural phenomenon, which means there isn't anything necessarily that correlates in our world, natural
And
world.
so why wouldn't the non-believers have access to the feed or the waves or whatever they are?
The Spirit of God, because God does not want you to have His Spirit.
Are you like a Calvinist?
At this point.
Oh, at this point.
Yeah.
No, wait. Well, okay, that's fine. So you're saying well, wait, are you a Calvinist or no?
I do hold to the 5 points of Calvinism. Yeah.
I
So
don't know
God
what all
is the one that
you said.
decides.
5.
God is the one that decides when you will be filled with the Spirit. So if He hasn't decided at this point, He might one day, He may never.
Right, but since He knows everything, is it like the case that He's already predetermined? I guess I should have been more clear with what I meant by Calvinist, but there's certain things that Calvinists say where they say stuff like, as far as I'm aware, just as a caveat, God has predetermined who will be saved. Is that the case?
I found the timestamp, but I need to have it opened in a Chrome tab. I need to drop out really quick while I get that exact timestamp. I'll be right back.
Told ya.
Okay, so
yeah, I knew it.
So does God already know who He's going to save, or is there a free will aspect and you can be convinced, so to speak?
Well, you are convinced genuinely in the temporal realm. That's how God glorifies Himself.
So you got really quiet again. I'm not sure what happened.
UG. Yeah, he got real quiet. It's
you
because
are
UG's praying in the chat saying I can't
Okay,
stand his voice.
Okay, that was better. That was better. I could hear you now. So you said I am convinced?
Yeah, the Spirit is what convicts the believer, the Spirit of God.
But I'm not convinced, right?
Right, because the Spirit of God has not moved upon you in order to accomplish that.
Do you think that He's doing that on purpose?
Of course.
Okay, and do you think that all will be saved, or just a certain amount?
Just only the ones that the Father has given to the Son.
That the Father has given to the.
Whoa, what happened?
I don't know. I just dropped out several times. Oh, you were sharing. That's probably it.
It looked like RP put himself on the.
It looked like everybody just dropped out. I'm like, what? I didn't do anything.
I just rejoined. I don't know what happened. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
just
can
for
everyone
reference.
hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Just for reference, before you go, RP, I'm just putting in private chat the tulip, the 5 points of Calvinism. There you go. For reference.
Calvinism.
Go ahead.
All right. So the claim that Jill is making is that they never said that there was a social study or a social science study that supports their claim that the spirit of truth is a thing or distinct from truth itself, and we're going to play from here. So Jill, what makes the spirit of the truth distinct from just truth? Jill, you're going to need to calm down while we listen to this.
Well, yeah. Well, let me tell you what I actually said.
Okay, shut up.
Misrepresenting what I said.
No,
shut up.
you're gonna
Oh,
shut
so
up.
you're just making up things to shove God into.
From God. But the reason why we know
you can't claim something comes from God without demonstration. Can you demonstrate that this comes from God?
I just told you the demonstration is in the social sciences.
Show us the biscuit, Jill.
Yeah, give me an article or a study in which the spirit of truth is confirmed.
Your fathers are failures on every. We're talking. That's why you couldn't hear what I said.
So there we go.
So
What
what did I
about
say?
No,
fathers, bro?
you literally said that there's a social
Rewind it.
science study that confirms that the spirit of
Rewind
truth
it.
is
Rewind
distinct
it.
from
No,
truth.
that's not what I said. Can I explain what I actually said now?
Go ahead and try to
What I
explain, and then
actually
we'll
said,
replay the
because
clip
you were
and show
over
that you're a
talking,
lying
you could not get
fraud.
it. Because you're over talking now, you're still not going to get it.
Stop
What I
crying and
actually
go ahead and give
said-
the
What I
argument.
actually said was that the sciences, the social sciences, demonstrate that we are filled with the spirit of truth. Because
That's
things
literally
that we,
what I
because
said. Where's the
listen,
fucking
if you're
study now,
still
Jill?
over talking, you won't allow me to finish
Because
the
there's
point,
there's no
and then
need for you to
straw man the
bloviate now.
point.
Give the
You
study
straw
that
man the point. When you
I
won't
did
allow me to
not. I
finish the
literally just
point.
demonstrated
Okay.
that I
No,
have
you
been
did not.
properly.
No, you did
Hold
not.
on,
There's
hold
no
on.
Yes, I
Let's
did.
context
assume.
there.
Let's
There's
assume.
no
Nobody's a
context
third
there.
party. Let's let
Yeah,
There's
Jill
no
sure.
context
Look,
as to
let's-
what I was referring to, which was what
Let's
I was
just
trying to
assume
do then.
you
Jill,
have.
I'm gonna mute
Let's
you
assume there's
while
the
nobody
study. Hold on.
talks.
Well, oh, he might not
I'd like
realize
to
that
see.
he's muted.
I'd,
But
I'd really
so
like to
look,
see the. I'd like to see the transcription of that.
well,
Yeah,
just look,
Can.
look. This is
let's
what
let
I
the
want
whole
to.
thing
This is
play
what I
out.
want to know,
Rewind it
right?
back to when I started speaking to get the
Okay.
context.
Jill,
Yeah, hold on,
You won't
hold on,
allow
hold
me
on.
Chill
to
out.
say what I actually
Jill,
said.
I'm muting you again.
Okay,
Go
look.
right ahead.
Okay, hold on. Look, just
You're
what I
not going
want
to
to
be
know.
listened to while I'm.
Well, I'm not. I don't know what that means. You're not going to listen. Like, okay. So I'm going to ask you a question though. All I want to know is, say the statistics in the studies say what you say they say, right? What does that have to do with whether or not truth exists as like a spirit, or like what type of spirit of truth is being demonstrated by the study? Like, I don't understand what that means. And so I would just like to hear, like, okay, the study says this, and if it's the case the study says this, then it means this thing. And like, what is that other thing?
You overtalk, I'm just going to mute you, and nothing you say will be heard until I have a chance to say what I was trying to say. So so if we can rewind this a bit back, you'll get the context before you started over talking me, where I was
Oh my
trying
God.
to explain what I meant.
You could just say it again.
I gave the analogy of gravity, showing the
Yes.
effects.
I told
Not
you
that
I'm
we know
new.
what gravity is, not that we have
Bro.
a scientific study on gravity, and you're still over talking. And
Bro,
then you'll
I
come
told
later
you
and say
I'm
you got
new.
me on
I
something.
told no.
When you're
I'm
over
new.
talking, when
I'm
I'm trying
new.
to explain the point that I was
Listen.
making.
Listen,
I'll
I'm
mute
new.
again.
I'm
I'll mute
here. No. Don't mute. I don't need you to mute. Just tell me what like the inference is. Like, because this study says this thing, it means this other thing is true. Like, that's all I'm asking for. I'm new here. Like, I showed up like while you were muted for a really long time, or when you walked away. I don't know. I'm asking, just because this study says this thing, it means this. Why would I like it? What is this? And why would I think that? I don't know. Like, am I clear to everyone else?
That's
Yeah.
how it's going to work. So I'm just going to wait for your pulse to stop pulsating, and then I'm going to continue where I left off. Hopefully, I'll be allowed to
incapable of
finish.
engaging in the
Hopefully,
conversation?
I'll be allowed.
Did you
to
hear
finish.
me?
You're
I have
not
to treat you
engaging in
with
my
kids'
conversation
gloves
when
because,
I'm
like, you're
speaking.
not
So
able
why
to
should I listen to
behave.
you when you're speaking? If you're not
Because you
allowing
don't
me to
know.
speak, put the video back up. Let's rewind it to get the context. I was speaking about the evidence is in the social sciences that what we have, what the Spirit reveals to us, is the truth. And it's bared out in the social sciences. Derp.
Okay.
So you didn't hear that part because you were over
No, we
talking.
understand that 100%.
You were over talking.
What's the
No, I'm
study
Stop
that
over talking.
supports
You're an
that
adult.
claim?
You're an
Do you have
adult.
the
Learn
study,
how to
Jill?
listen
Jill, do you have
instead
the
of
study?
and then so you
Jill,
don't
do you
come
have the
later
study?
with your straw
Jill,
man.
do you have the study? Jill, do you have the
Okay.
study?
Now, if
Jill, did you
rewind the
did
tape,
you find the
put the
study in
video
like
back
the
up
2 hours that you were fucking
and
on
rewind
idle?
it so that
Did
you
you
can
find
hear
the
what I
study? Yes or
actually
no?
said.
Hey, slow boy, did you find the study? Yes or
Liars.
no? Did you find the study? Yes or no? Did you find the study? Yes or no?
So as I argued in the actual debate, the
Dodge. Did you
social
find the study?
sciences
Yes or no?
bear out
Jill,
the
did you
fact
find the study?
that
Yes or
we
no?
are filled
Jill,
with the Spirit of truth.
Jill, I can do this all day.
Okay.
Did you find the study? Yes or no? Simple yes or no. You don't even have to give the study yet. Just say whether you found it, yes or no. Okay, you're back on now. Did you find the study, yes or no? Where'd you go, Jill?
She's gone to look for another biscuit.
Jill, you're back live on the air. Did you find the study, yes or no? Fucking stun locked.
Dude, what is going on?
I'm speechless.
Oh, you shouldn't be. This is just normal MO.
This is.
Another
Oh, he's
failure,
back. He's
guys.
back.
At least 20 failures today, man. Between
Jill, do
guys
you have
and
the study,
OE?
yes or no? Jill, do
Did
you
you
have
just-
the study, yes
did-
or no?
Did you just get another beer?
Yeah,
I'll get another beer.
Studies. I have plenty, but you guys keep over talking.
Then provide
Oh my
the
God.
study that confirms that the spirit of truth
Never
exists.
made that claim.
This is
buddy.
wild.
Never
Yes,
made that
Oh,
claim.
what? Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said that the
This-
spirit of truth is distinct from the truth.
I don't even care, dude. I just want you to make a new claim. If that's not the claim you made, just make a new claim. I don't even fucking care.
Like, what? Yes, the spirit of truth is what gives us the truth, which is the same. So you. Can
So
have
you
the
think
truth.
truth isn't truth?
No, truth is truth. The spirit is what.
So
gives
the
us
if truth is
about
truth, then truth
God.
doesn't need any sort of grounding. It doesn't
It
need
gives us
like
the truth
to
about
be
God.
given truth from something
It gives
else.
us the truth
It already
about
has the property of
ourselves.
being true.
Okay, hold on.
So,
What do you even
knowing
think
about
truth? What do you
yourself
even think
is
truth
more-
is?
I
You
tried
know,
asking this
corresponds
earlier. They're not
to
going to answer.
Reality. I answered, but I'm over talked. What corresponds to reality? I answered 3 times.
That's
Liar.
like coherent. What is that?
Keep over-talking and
Coherentist?
That's
then strawmanning later.
coherentism. Yeah.
Intellectual dishonesty is one of your traits, atheist. That's why
I don't
you
know what
lose
that-
every debate. That's why
You
in
think
moderated
atheist is-
I
debates
don't know
you
what
get
that,
your
I don't know what
butts
that
kicked.
means, dude.
You get your
so
butts
look,
kicked in moderated
okay, wait.
debates.
Like so,
You're not
truth
allowed to
is-
overtalk constantly.
I can hear you great now, dude. Do you think that
Constantly
truth?
over talking constantly?
You think? Okay, I'm
no
not. I'm asking you a
decorum.
question.
That's why we kicked you out of DC.
I don't know what that means. Do you want
That's
to? Do you
why
want to
we
hear my
kicked
question?
your
He's
butts
trying
out on the
to
curb.
poly.
You don't belong in
bait
charge
you
of
right
government.
now.
Really, you don't.
He's
No
got nothing, so
decorum,
he's
no
pivoting
integrity.
to politics.
Okay, can
Just
I?
You
Like,
said
look,
this.
look.
All right,
look.
let's play
Fine.
it back. Oh, then he plays a clip where I was ending what I was saying and then cut off. No
I
explanation.
don't know. I don't
No
know who you're talking
context.
to.
That's how you read the Bible. This is perfect. This is perfect. That is
This is a
exactly how you
crazy
read the
pivot
Bible.
from your
Perfect.
And
claims.
that's why you get crushed in debates every single time.
No, we can go into the
Every
Bible if you
single
want,
time.
but
Oh,
you
I've
got
got
to
it.
admit
His
that you've
his
got
wife-
completely slaughtered on the spirit of truth.
Exactly
wife
how
has
you
told
read
him
the
to go
Bible.
outside.
Dishonest.
That's what's going on.
No
That's
Jill,
integrity.
Only
Jill,
one
go
getting
ahead
crushed
and-
around here is you, Jill.
Yeah, Jill,
No,
This
go ahead
is
and
like-
concede that you got
to
crushed
write
on the
home
spirit of
about.
truth, and we will
This is
talk
like
about
really
the Bible.
strange.
We'll go into
Just
the very first
biblically
chapter of
literate
Genesis, and I'll
fools.
be able to just make you look like a fool up and down the court.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
So look,
I do. I really
What
do,
is-
guys.
Hilarious.
what do you think? Like you're
So
telling me that
any
like
more
truth.
questions? You're not gonna allow me to answer?
Jill, put your
in the
listening
debate?
He can't
ears
even.
on.
He can't even hear
Jill,
us.
put
He,
your
he
listening
can't even
ears
hear
on.
us.
I think
Even though
this
you
guy
lost
might
the
be the
debate
next.
during your
I
cross-examination,
think this guy
you
might.
won't
I
even let
think this guy might be the next Dave Chappelle.
All right, we're
Okay. Yes. Please. Yeah. Keep him muted for a second. Look.
You.
Look.
Listen.
There's an issue right now, and it's that he's like using a tablet or like a laptop or something, and he's like leaning into his mic so we can finally hear him, but his speakers like are not projecting us talking, and or he doesn't even want to hear what we have to say.
He doesn't
Bingo,
want to
bingo,
hear what we
bingo.
have
Like
to
he's
say.
he's just rambling, and so like I don't know if he can hear me now, maybe not because he's fucking rambling still, but like if he's going to keep behaving this way, like he just has to be kicked. So if you can hear me, I don't know if you want me to call you Jill. If you can hear me, Jill, like this is the end of this unless you stop doing what you're doing. Because I'm trying to ask you questions, and this is like clarifying what your actual position actually even is. Because I'm new here, like I told you 8,000 times, and I don't know what the fuck's going on, but you're not fucking saying anything. You're just rambling. So stop doing that and fucking act like you hear us, or I don't understand, like that you just have to be kicked.
To be clear, he just means he's new here tonight.
Yes,
new to the
I did
conversation.
not have any part. I did not partake in the prior conversation. I'm trying to ask you questions, and then you're just rambling, and like no one can. It's like you have an iPad and you're like throating the mic. Like, just stop doing that.
All right, Jill, I'm bringing you back. Please respond to nobody. Jill, you are live on the air. What is your response? Yeah, I'm getting signal like confirmation. Like, are any of you hearing anything from Jill?
No, I don't hear anything at all.
No, he's
no idea.
pulsating,
Not gonna
but
hear anything.
it's not coming through.
Oh, he walked
there he
away.
is.
Jesus Christ.
No,
is it an
no,
iPad on
he's
your table,
talking.
dude?
He's talking.
They can't hear anything because they overtalk.
He's
that's
he's
their-
crying.
Hey, are you
about
gonna
being
Give
stop
on
him
talking?
a
talking.
chance to talk right
That's
now.
how you cope because your comrade lost the debate.
Jill, we don't want to hear the
I don't know what you're
crying.
talking about.
It,
Oh my God.
address
Just
what
tell me-
nobody just said.
Okay,
to
how
you.
about
He
this?
didn't listen to any of
I'm
it.
gonna listen to you guys. All right. What do you think? Let's just do this round robin style. What do you think OE's best argument was tonight?
OE? What is OE?
There's no need to pivot
Those
to this,
who saw
Jill.
the
You're
debate.
defending
No,
your
wait.
claim that the spirit of truth exists. Let's not get derailed.
Those who saw the debate.
None of us saw the
OE.
debate. Okay.
What is OE?
That's not true. Two of us actually saw the debate.
Okay.
What is
well,
OE?
Not enough people
did you
here.
think?
It's
What did you
objective.
think?
It's the guy. It goes by objective,
objective
ethics.
ethics.
That's what OE is.
I know the name. I know his name on YouTube and stuff. What happened? I'm new here, dude.
He
Don't
lost.
go there, nobody.
He lost.
We've already had an after show on it as well.
Yeah, maybe if you,
No,
you
he
claim
didn't.
that they
He
lost and beat
fucking
on your
killed
chest,
you with his
know,
opening
people
argument,
had to
will
dude.
stop.
realize
Oh,
your
with his
dog shit
opening.
performance
Notice-
here, that you've been
notice he's-
unable to substantiate any
No,
single
listen.
claim.
Notice
Okay.
he
Upon
notice
any
the
sort of
atheist said
examination,
he
you
won
fold,
in
you
the
run, and you
opening.
cry about being overtalked.
Look, just
Jill.
tell
That's
me.
how you know he lost.
Jill,
'Cause you
Jill,
don't win
inform
debates in
nobody
the
on fire.
openings.
Jill, you need to inform nobody on fire.
The opening
because
is
they're
just
new.
you stating
Jill,
your.
Jill, I'm meeting you.
Oh
Jill.
my
All right.
God,
Yeah.
dude.
Jill, you need
Calm
to put your
down.
listening ears on, chill out for 30 seconds, let nobody on fire address you.
It doesn't matter. Just tell me if you want to talk about that debate. Tell me how it went, JIL. Like, just go ahead. I don't know.
All right, Jill, I am bringing you back. You are live on the air. Go ahead and respond to nobody on fire.
Yeah,
You
go
read it
ahead.
right now. You
What
read it.
happened? Go ahead. What happened? What do you think transpired in the debate? And like, what do you want to talk about it? Let's go. That's fine.
Jill, why did you mute
Everybody's
yourself?
talking. I don't see
No,
anything pulsating.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you think was
waiting for your
significant about the
response.
debate?
I asked you that question. There are those who saw
No,
the debate.
I didn't watch it. I don't know what's going
I
on.
already told
If
you
you want
where
to
I
talk
thought.
about the debate,
I already told you where I thought he lost. He rage quit, in my opinion. That he would have been disqualified.
Nobody cares
in the
about your
collision.
opinion.
I don't even-
Go ahead
hold
and
on,
defend
hold
your
on.
position.
Well,
here.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Like, well, I don't know what the debate was about. So you got to
Well,
tell me what
let
it
me
was
give you the
about and
scenario.
what happened.
Let me give you this scenario. So he's doing cross-examination, and he
Mhm.
asked me a question. I went to answer
Wait.
the question.
But cross-examination
me.
about what?
Well, the
I don't know.
debate
I don't know what the
was
debate's about.
morality, whether or not the Bible is
Is the
Good
Bible the
for-
best source of morality?
best source of morality. So he's cross-examining
Okay.
me now. He's asking
And Jill
me
spent
questions.
all of his time defending the definition of chattel slavery
Exactly.
in Hebrew.
Right, because that
Yeah.
that's often what
Okay,
these
sure.
debates turn into.
Even though in
so-
OE's opening statement, he said even Hammurabi's code is better source for
Hammurabi's
morality
code.
than the
Wow.
Bible.
That is true.
And
Better.
and
Wow.
Jill never even addressed that.
'Cause that's
Like
not
the
the
whole
debate
rest of the
topic.
fucking debate.
That's not the debate topic. That's why.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No,
What
it
was
wasn't.
the what was the debate topic?
The debate
Is the
topic
Bible
wasn't
the best source for morality?
Okay, so he
And
thinks,
OE gave you a better one.
in his opinion.
Well, of course.
But you
No,
never
hold on,
even
hold on.
touched
Okay.
it, which means
Okay,
you
this is
fucking
no, this is
lost.
fine. This is
So we
fine.
get
This
to
is
the
fine. This is fine.
cross-examination, right?
Well,
You
And
didn't touch
he
it.
starts
You
asking
lost.
What was-
questions,
And
and
you
then
suck.
he asks a question,
Okay.
and I go to
And it's
answer it,
never
and
good
he
to
cuts
defend
me
slavery
off. And then
of
he
any
even
kind.
admits he
Like
does not
ever.
want me answering. See, they know he rage quit. That's why they won't even let me get this out. He won't.
Okay.
He admitted
don't know
that
any
he
such
would not.
thing.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll mute you. You guys are gonna lose every debate you have with a knowledgeable
Stop
Christian.
crying and fucking get to
Dude,
it.
I don't know what
I just
shit.
like.
tried
How about
to.
this? How about this? Stop.
I
Let,
just
let me
tried
just
to.
talk to this guy. Let me just talk to this guy. Okay. So
You
look,
guys are over talking,
you-
cutting off, muting.
no, it's just me and
That's
you
all
now.
you have
Just me
left.
and you.
Okay, you know
No,
what?
listen,
I'm
listen,
muting
it's
up.
just me and you. It's just me and
I'm
you.
gonna go
Okay.
get me some
So
Black
look,
Forest tape.
when you say that
Wait, wait.
the Bible is the best source of morality, or it's like
Well,
I don't
can
even know
finish
how to
saying what I was
whatever.
saying first.
Yes, go ahead.
Before you start
Yeah, fine.
another topic,
Fine, go
another
ahead.
new topic.
The debate
so
topic
cut
that you
off
guys are
while
talking
I'm
about.
answering one thing, and then you ask a second thing, and then
Okay,
you do
go ahead.
another show saying Joe didn't answer
Dude,
this.
just go ahead. Just go ahead.
My God, were you born this way? Yeah, you were. That's why you need to be born again. Okay? So he asks the question. I went to answer the question. He cuts me off and says, "No, you're not answering the question." I said 3 words. So how does he even know
What
I'm
was the
answering
question?
the question? Okay?
Do you remember what the question
so-
was?
And then he says, "I'm not going to ask you any more questions." So that was the end of his cross-examination. That was the end
Okay,
of the
do you-
debate. So we had to go to question and answer.
Do you remember what the question was that he asked?
The question was about. I can't remember exactly. I have to go back and watch it again. But it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. That's
technically-
fine. Where did you want to take
lose
this?
the debate? You lose the debate when you refuse to allow your opponent to answer the question. You lost. Okay, you would
Okay.
be disqualified. Collegiate.
So I interrupted to ask what the question was, and if like we
I
don't
don't
have
remember.
access to that right now, it doesn't matter. So
OE
just
knows
go
what
ahead,
the
like
question was.
whatever you think is relevant. Like, so we had the debate that was about whether or not the Bible is the best source of morality or something like that. And then like, did he have a position? Did he have like an opinion on morality and like where it stems from, or like how he like looks
Not
at the
really.
framework? Was he like some type of naturalist, or
I
like
have no idea. We don't know. Oftentimes, these debates just turn into what they think the Bible says about X. So that's what we basically were.
okay?
He doesn't even
That's
know.
basically his
Doesn't
argument.
even know.
That's his whole argument.
Is there a
He's an agnostic.
you
The
you
police
think his
objective.
whole argument was what?
His whole argument was, I think the Bible is saying X, therefore the Bible is not a good source of morality. But he was wrong.
Okay.
I came in and showed him that he was wrong about one of the so-called things he says the Bible says. And he's wrong on all of them, but we just don't have the time
Okay.
to hash through.
Like even
to
if
go through
even
all
if
of
he's
them.
wrong, even if he's wrong about that, right? So like, just from an outside perspective, I know of this person's account, right? His name is Objective Ethics, right? And you want me to believe that all he did was critique the Bible and he never presented some type of systematic objective ethics, objectively what the fuck, what is this term I'm trying to build?
Grounded, maybe.
An objective framework of ethics. You think that someone with the name Objective Ethics isn't going to at some point present a framework? Like,
No.
I'm supposed to believe that?
Yeah, you can watch the debate yourself if you wanted to find out for sure.
It seems strange to me, but okay.
Yeah. No one's saying otherwise.
I don't
That is usually
I don't
the
know if
approach
everyone
with
watched the
atheists.
debate.
That's usually their
I
approach.
saw the debate. Yeah.
I saw
And
it.
So
He did offer. Certainly, he offered the chance to cross-examine him on his ethics, And Jill did at one point say, yeah, but you can't ground X, Y, Z. And then he gave a very brief description, and then Jill ran away from that. So,
What do you think
yeah.
a grounding relation is, Jill?
He didn't. Well, that's not actually what happened. So if you want to know what happened, just ask me, and then I'll tell you.
Yeah, go ahead. You tell us what happened, Jill.
Okay.
I just did.
Let's hear Jill's version.
Okay, so so my question still remains. If you already told me, my question still remains. What do you think a grounding relation is?
A grounding relation?
Yes, like for something to
I put
ground
the
another
two-
thing.
I put both definitions in the chat. Let me go back and see if I can find that for you.
You can't just.
He lied and told us, or Simos lied later and told us that they're the same thing. But grounding and justification are not the same thing. You do know that now, right, Simos?
They could probably like phase in and out of each other, but
yeah, they're related, of course, but they're not the same things. You do
not
realize
necessarily,
that now, right, Simos?
right.
You said they were the same things.
Well, it's again, it depends on how it depends on how we slide our language, but
you guys have been wrong 20 times tonight. I've lost count.
Will you shit can the fucking meta already, Jill? God damn it.
Well, I'll get the definitions for you. But
Don't be a dick.
I don't have.
Oh my God, it doesn't matter. You can just tell me what you think grounding is. That's all I'm asking. I don't care about like technical definitions.
There's a really thin line between the two, but I want to get you what the definition
Between grounding and justification. I take justification to be like I have some type of like inferential reference frame where I like should think that something is the case because of other things. Like I don't understand what that has to do with grounding. Grounding is like if X's do certain Y's, then Y's like exists therefore or in virtue of X's. Like I don't like or maybe like if X's and Y's behave in a certain way, then like Z is grounded in them in that they're a byproduct of them doing what they do. Like I don't really like correlate those words like grounding and justification. Like you could be justified in thinking that something is grounded in something else or two other things or three other things or whatever.
Damn it. You made UG leave. This is why we can't have nice things, because you're an asshole, Jill.
Right. So like, look, grounding is like a certain type of relationship between like the grounded is reliant upon the grounding, right? And like it could be because they behave a certain way. It could be because they're like there's so many ways to cash this out. And like maybe when I say so many, I'm being hyperbolic. Like maybe there's like a dozen or less, right? So like I just don't know what.
Can I ask you a question then about that? Which is to say, so if people often claim that if the grounding doesn't exist, then you've got no reason to believe that X is true, right? If X is the grounding, right? Is that not a justification for believing that the X is true?
Wait, can you say that?
Yeah. So if X is the grounding, and somebody claims that you've got no grounding, therefore you can't believe X is true, right? And they say they have a grounding X. Is that not a justification for believing that X is true?
Well, hold on. If X is the grounding, wouldn't we be grounding like something outside of X, like a Y?
Okay. Say Y then. Just say Y. Yeah.
Right. So if X grounds Y, what is your question?
So my question is, some people might claim, therefore, that somebody who doesn't accept that grounding has no justification for Y. Or to believe Y exists. They can have Y, but they just can't believe that they can't. Yeah, they've got no justification for believing that it exists.
Well, just because they don't accept the one X justification doesn't mean that they couldn't have a different justification or a grounding. Sorry.
Sure.
So like like that's what precepts do, is they're like, well, knowledge is the necessary precondition, or I'm sorry, God is the necessary precondition for knowledge, and like knowledge exists, and then you have like the conclusion, therefore God exists because God's the necessary precondition.
So they would also say, though, and I've been in these debates, that's for sure, where they say, therefore atheists can't have knowledge.
Right. Well, or they'd be like, they're going to grant that you have knowledge, but they're going to say that you're like borrowing from their worldview, or they're like, you're like doing something strange, like denying some type of antecedent that allows you to have knowledge, or like some kind of I think premise one has to be a biconditional, because you'd be saying like knowledge if and only if God. So it's like that double. It's like that equal sign with the two, the lesser than and the greater than, or whatever. So what's stupid about that is that when you ask them to defend premise one, that it is a biconditional, or like some type of like modal logic, where you're saying like it's necessarily the case that if you have knowledge, then, or I'm sorry, God enables knowledge, or maybe flip it, and if you have knowledge, then God is, I don't know. I'd have to think about how to regiment it or whatever. But when they defend premise one, what's hilarious is that like 80% of them or more will say it's the impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah, for sure.
And so what's hilarious about this is that they're saying necessarily P, and then their defense of it is necessarily not P. That's a contrapositive, and it's just a restatement of the claim, which makes it like the ultimate form of begging the question. Absolutely. Like you're not just begging the question, like it's so dumb. It's like the dumbest dumb that's ever dumbed. Like it's that dumb.
No. I agree. Yeah, that the Matt Slick Alex Malpass debate, right? That was 2 hours long of Alex Malpass trying to explain half of the transcendental problem, and then when he kept switching to the other half, and he went, but now you're not. Now it's not a conjunction, right, or a disjunction.
Oh, can you hear?
Just look at how.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, nobody on fire. Whenever you guys are done, I don't want to be rude, but I'll go ahead and give you my version of it. You heard Jill's version of it. I'll give you my version of the events, and then the host and Simos were both there. They can tell you whose version probably maps onto reality.
I think everybody in the room knows, but go ahead on fire. So that's why. Look, if I can just cut it short, that's why you're saying that grounding is not a justification. Am I getting you right on that? Because it's not strictly a justification.
Well, I just take like grounding to be like, in virtue of, or like, what's the other?
Virtue of.
Like, I don't know. Like, it could be a combination of things that support another thing, and so that thing is grounded.
Is that not evidence for the existence of it?
Of what? I don't know.
Well, is that not evidence? Is the grounding not evidence for the existence of Y? X for Y? I'm trying to use language which is,
Well, wait, are we talking about the tag? What are we even talking about? I don't even.
Well, no, I'm just talking about like what grounding means philosophically, because you seem to know more about it than I do.
Well, no, I just take it to be like, because certain things exist, this other thing is capable of existing in virtue of those things already existing. It could be one thing that is the grounding. It could be two things. It could be three necessary preconditions for, like, say there's like, I don't know, ABC, and then like D is now possible because ABC obtained in a particular way that's relevant for D's existence. Like,
so if but is using the word possibility just not the same as some kind of justification?
Right, but why does grounding have anything to do with justification? I'm unclear on that.
Well, because the language you're using seems to every time you use language like possibility or could obtain, I think of both of those things as a type of justification or evidence, right? Evidence for all of these.
Okay. So like it could be like a justification. It could be like a justification in that we know that these things allow for this to exist. Therefore, I'm justified to think that this thing exists. Well, there could still be states where all of those things obtain and that other thing doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
That's
but
true.
you have a justification for sure. I take justification just to be like a reason to believe or do a thing. Like,
okay,
I'm pretty like fair about it. Like, it doesn't have to be certain. It doesn't like none of that shit. Yeah.
Okay, so you would draw a distinction between evidence and justification, would you? Evidence being, an increase in the likelihood that the proposition is true.
Yeah, in like a Bayesian way, right?
Yeah.
Like this hypothesis, if we have this datum or whatever, this hypothesis is more likely because of that datum or something like that.
And that's not a justification to you. Is that correct?
No, I think that's a justification, but I don't think that evidence is like synonymous with justification.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to press you on that a little bit because I'm going to be talking about grounding, and obviously I need to do a lot more study as to the different types.
No, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. Like, I'm not by any means a professional, but like I like to read shit like this.
All right, I was just chilling while I was in bed, and I want to get back to bed. So nobody on fire. Let me just give you the quick rundown. So when Jill says that I ran away, the way it went down is that during my cross-examination, I asked Jill a yes or no question about the Amalekites. I says, was it morally justified? Right? Was it a moral thing when God commanded Saul to kill all the women and children? And Jill obfuscated to talking about Japan. I said, Jill, stop talking about Japan. We're talking about something that happened 3,000 years ago, right, in Mesopotamia here. I'm trying to talk to you about Saul, the Amalekites, and God. That's it. And Jill's like, you're not letting me answer. I said, Jill, you've already been dodging everything else I've said already. I just need you to stay focused on God, the Amalekites, and women and children. Forget about Japan. I don't care about Japan right now. And Jill says, well, I'm not answering any more of your questions. And I said, well, if you don't feel comfortable anymore, Jill, and you want to quit, I'm not going to press you on it. So when Jill's up here lying to your face right now, saying that I walked away and I quit, that is extremely dishonest. That was specifically the way it went down. Also, Jill's lying to you when he says I never gave a response to his question about morality. I talk about objective morality all the time. It's on my channel. It's my fucking name. Of course, I gave him a response about objective morality and how it's grounded.
Yeah, I thought that was so funny. There's no way.
I was like, it's grounded in nature and the laws of cause and effect. And because I was being an intellectually honest and respectful interlocutor, I did not obfuscate or filibuster during his cross-examination time. So I figured if he needed any more information, he could ask me. He said, oh, so you don't have a grounding or you don't have an answer. I literally said, I do. I just told you it's grounded in nature. And he said, okay, so you have no answer. And he moved on. I could have tried to press him, but I didn't need to because that's his cross-examination time. So I was being, a good interlocutor during the debate. That's how it went down. Well, and the sister's right. I absolutely did destroy Jill with my opening argument, which he didn't address any of it.
Opening arguments don't destroy anything. So the fact that you're saying
that's my version of
when you fail to rebut them.
Technically, I mean, it could happen.
Okay, anyone that after debate that says I won it in my opening really lost. Okay, you lost.
He didn't say that. I did.
Maybe if I do
and he just said it himself. He just said it himself.
Look, here I am.
You win debates in cross-examination and rebuttal.
What do you think's wrong? What do you think is wrong?
Statements where you're just regurgitating.
It's fine. It's fine. Like, okay, I've heard his take and your take.
You lost this one, OE. You lost.
What do you think morality stems from?
So what actually happened was you refused to allow me to answer the question.
Oh my God!
He's not gonna talk to me anymore.
Yeah, well, every time I try to speak to you, I get over talk. So
what's your argument for biblical morality then?
I can get snippets in over here. I can't get an actual sentence.
That's fine. What do you think shows that biblical morality is best?
Well, as I tried to demonstrate, as I tried to state here again on this stream, the social sciences.
Okay.
And then you failed to provide a study.
I said that we're filled with the Spirit, And I mentioned that in the same breath, the social sciences, you mistakenly thought that there was a social science
Okay,
study.
look.
No, I
Hold on.
directly
Holy
asked you.
shit.
I
Look.
asked you if there was a study that demonstrated your claim, and you
It's
said
fine.
Oh
yes.
God,
And then you
that's
failed
why
to
you didn't let the
provide the
context
Grant the
play.
study.
Oh,
Just
who's
grant
over
the
talking
study.
again? You
No,
can't help it. You
look,
just
listen to
can't
me.
help it. You're
I'm on,
lost.
bro. At this point, I'm on
Look,
your side,
I'll
bro.
go to bed and let you guys cope and get safe
Yeah.
space.
Oh, you're gonna run now? Yeah.
I'm not running.
Okay,
you. Every time I go to
OE
answer you,
is
Do you wanna-
someone
someone
like
starts talking.
1,000% more interesting to talk to.
So
So you
Someone
can go
starts
ahead and
engage
speaking
with
talk
me.
over
and,
me.
like,
How am I
just-
going to answer you when I get over talked?
Just
Every
engage
time
with
I
me.
try to
Okay?
speak.
yeah, just engage.
Just engage with me.
Yeah,
okay?
sure. I'm
So look,
trying to.
Stop
How can I
crying,
engage
stop
when I get over
crying.
talked?
Listen,
It's
listen,
okay.
and engage.
How's that
So
possible?
look, if we grant the study, it says whatever you want it to say, right? Now, what does that tell us?
It tells us that the Christian that wins the debate, that the Christian position is
That's
optimal.
not-
It is the best case for living,
Okay,
daily
why?
living,
So
because the
if we
social sciences reflect such. Those who practice
okay, they say
The
Can I
social
finish
sciences
my
say
point,
I'm right.
please?
I'm right.
Can I?
Therefore,
Look,
the
just
social
hold-
That's
science say
why.
I'm right.
That's
It's
why
completely circular.
OE's questions were not getting answered. Because
Okay,
when I
look.
go to answer a question, he cuts off and says, "No, you're not allowed to
More
say
meta.
that."
More fucking
And
He's
then
not
he,
even
And
talking.
then he cries later saying that I didn't want to answer the questions. Of course, I don't. No one wants to answer
know what?
questions. If they're talking in mid-sentence, you cut them off.
He's
You know
not
Shut
what's
up
hilarious,
and
Bill?
listen to the answers that I'm giving.
You know what? You
And
know
we'll
what's
have a
hilarious,
conversation.
Bill, is that every time you have been given room to speak, all you do is fucking cry about not being allowed to speak, like out loud, where we can all hear you. I can't talk. You won't let me talk. I can't talk. You overtalk me. And all this is said out loud with everybody hearing it. That's all you fucking do. And
Is that a
I'm
question?
totally down with kicking him whenever the fuck you want, nobody.
Is that a question?
Okay,
Can
look.
I
No,
answer that
it was
question?
Look.
more
Statement,
just
don't
a
you know the
complaint.
difference?
Here I am, okay? And I'm asking you, if all these studies say what you say they say, just granted, I don't care. Does that mean, and then there's your ad lib. What does it mean?
Again, I'll answer it for a second time. It means that the Christian ethical position is the most optimal. It corresponds
And-
to reality. It corresponds to our bodies and how our bodies function in the natural world.
Okay. And why does the study entail that that's the case?
The studies are positive as far as marriage is concerned, as far as education is concerned, as far as behavior, crime. I went through a number, which OE had no response to. I went through a number of factors, indicators, social indicators that demonstrate that the Bible's prescription from A to Z apparently is the best for humans, human thriving.
Okay. Can you
Keep
give
in
me
mind, Jill didn't know what reverse causation is in a study.
you have not told me really anything. I'm asking, what about the studies entails that Christianity is like a correct morality?
The principles that ensure these principles are found in other faiths as well.
Okay,
But
what
the
principles?
that are taught?
What
Principles
principles?
that are taught in Scripture
What are they?
what we determined that when you follow these principles, these teachings, you
Sure.
live a better X, whatever.
Okay,
X is.
that's fine. That's fine. What
STDs
are
and sexual health?
Okay, stop. That's
on.
like a consequent. I don't like what are the like
It's a
virtuous
consequence of your-
choices?
It's a consequence of your choices to follow a certain
Not a no, I
ethical
didn't say
standard.
consequent.
It's a.
I didn't say
Can I
consequence.
finish a
I said-
sentence before you start talking? Do you see how I allow you to finish what you're saying and then I
See,
speak?
here comes Gab.
Okay.
Do you see how
I'm
that
just-
works? You can't
Okay,
have a
look.
conversation with someone if you don't allow them to
Just-
speak.
Hold on.
No, you
What?
hold on. Can I finish speaking, please?
Okay.
Okay. So
I guess. Go ahead. Yeah.
regarding STDs and sexual health,
Okay.
the
Stop.
Christian
What
ethical
we
standard.
need to stop. We
Okay,
need to stop.
I'll
We need to
mute.
stop.
I'll mute, and when
No, no, no.
I'll give you 5
I
minutes.
have to.
I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay.
If you're not going to listen, I'm not going to talk for 5 minutes, dude. I need to just clarify something. Is that okay?
Nope, he's already thrown his toys out the pram.
Yeah,
we got a runner.
This is what he's going to do. He probably actually walked away from his iPad, like unironically.
He doesn't actually. He just mutes it and pretends he didn't hear a thing. You know.
Yeah, this dude's like cooked, dude. I would just get rid of this guy. Like nothing's gonna. We'd have more content if we just like bullshitted about like anything.
Heard. All right.
Oh, classic on whoever put that up. Classic baby crying. I like that a lot. Yeah,
Right,
like I think we should talk about biscuit recipes.
Well, I'd like to first hear OE's arguments for objective ethics. Like, do you like Alan Gorth's argument for agency being the base of like being able to derive contradictions on whether you grant freedom or well-being for other agents?
I think that the argument from logic is actually really strong. I think multiple arguments are actually really strong. One of the reasons I believe that morality is objective, I would ground it in nature and the laws of cause and effect. So actions have natural effects. Actions are causes, obviously, and then they have natural results. Effects come from those actions. So if you and I are just two people, to simplify it, two people on an island, and I steal all your coconuts, you're not going to trust me. You're not going to decide not to trust me. It's just a natural reaction that you're going to have if you have a reasoning, the ability to reason and think rationally. If we extrapolate that out, we understand that stealing leads to distrust, slavery leads to revolt, murder leads to revenge, so on and so forth. So there's this cause and effect that kind of guides this, which is a natural process. It's guided by the laws of physics and ultimately evolution. I would say that to get to the normative, you have to use the hypothetical imperative. If you want to live in a world without stealing, you ought not steal from people. You ought to deter people from stealing, so on and so forth. And living your best life is going to give you the justification for why you would want to live in a world without stealing from people. That's probably the quickest way I could do it.
So it sounds like you kind of adopt a Kantian perspective by like applying that categorical imperative, but then you also apply virtue ethics on top of that to like kind of supplement.
It is a combination of different arguments, and I would call it the hypothetical more than the categorical. So like and I only do that to get around Hume's guillotine, to be honest with you, because that's the number one argument that I get from every single skeptic is the guillotine and the is ought, right? So to get around the is ought, you go with if a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, they ought to sterilize their equipment, right? It's just what would a normative action be? Sterilizing your surgical equipment, because that's going to reduce your chances mathematically from creating an infection.
Time out. Jill, I will leave you sitting in that fucking queue all goddamn night. You're gone. Don't come back.
Gretch, I was just going to give them like, infinite hope and let them sit there and like think, oh, they might bring me up.
Well, you can even come as far as I'm concerned, you can come back up, dude, but you got to fucking shut up and listen to me. And like, I'm trying to like ask you questions and help you, dude. Like, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So like, it's not worth it.
I mean, if you say you want him back up, I'll let him back up. I mean,
I don't need it. That's for sure.
Let's let them chill while we hear out OE's arguments.
Yeah. So I would use the hypothetical imperative only to get around Hume's guillotine, and because it does work. But like I said, normally it would just be based on cause and effect and what a reasonable, rational person would do in any given situation. So we don't want to be murdered, right? So we want to live in a world without murder, technically, and the best way to do that would be to not murder other people, and because we don't want to get murdered. So to be logically consistent, like you were talking about earlier, this logical consistency to avoid the contradictions, because ontologically we get to the value judgments. We only build up from a particular place with the I, us versus them. But at the very base of that is where we put the initial value judgment, which is beyond your own agency, your own freedom and well-being. So that's the starting point that every single human being starts with equally. Everything else after that has to be justified epistemically. And your justifications break down at the contradiction once you get down to the core value of any situation, right? The core value judgment is on your freedom and well-being. The Nazis valued their own freedom and well-being. They showed it by their actions. They took away the freedom and well-being of the Jews and Polish people and everybody else they were fighting with, and they tried to justify it epistemically, but they built up from a value system they had already established by their own actions. So that we could see they believed in their own freedom and well-being. They needed that. It was a necessary precondition for them to start a war. So because that's a necessary precondition, it's not a subjective precondition. It's actually objectively necessary. Then the Jews also necessarily need they have the same value to their freedom and well-being. So you can take it away from them if you got bombs and missiles and whatever else, but you can't epistemically justify it because you run into a contradiction at the base level. There's the logical argument.
Now, what would you say to people who would question why a contradiction makes it inherently immoral at that point?
Because one or both propositions must be false by definition.
Right, that can be like viewed as a logical claim, but like as a normative claim, like are contradictions always immoral, or do they just not exist?
Because what we'd be doing then is allowing for an incoherent normative claim, which actually is self-refuting.
Okay, based. Just so you know, I'm a moral realist. I adopt all these positions, but I just like hearing other people's positions kind of tested.
Yeah, it's always nice to meet a fellow moral realist, especially in the atheist agnostic community, because I've had a handful of debates on this, so I've had to learn to sharpen these arguments up. Actually, I feel like I'm getting pretty strong at it at this point. But the fact is having gone through these debates, I've done a lot of research into it, and the irony of this is that the significant majority of philosophers that really talk about this and really know what they're talking about, so at least allegedly, they're atheists and moral realists. The majority of philosophers are actually moral realists. But when I'm engaging in the skeptic community, I would say 90% of the skeptics that I deal with are pushing back against Christians, saying, no, morality is subjective and my subjective morality is better than God's morality.
Yeah, that kind of irks me.
Yeah, I know it drives me crazy too, but I do believe, and I'm not trying to throw any shade on any of the skeptics because I've never been a believer, so I don't have a deconversion story, but I have a lot of empathy because I know it's just like leaving a cult or anything else. I know for a fact, because I have friends who have deconstructed, that it can be traumatic. I know a lady who's still having a hard time with it emotionally, and she's been out for 4 years. But I think it's more of a knee-jerk reaction because the believers all think they have objective morality because they think that God gives it to them. But you and I both know you can't grant objective anything in the mind of God. That doesn't work that way. That's subjective. It's called divine command theory.
Yeah.
So the Christians are constantly saying God objective morality. So then as soon as the atheist deconverts, their first reaction is to say, okay, well, I'm going to get subjective morality. And guess what? I know that I need to be respectful to gay people. I need to know that I need to, say that slavery is bad, that the global flood was bad. So the atheist is correct that they have a better moral grounding, but they're incorrect in thinking it's because it's subjective and they just happen to be smarter than the Christian at that point. That's actually not the grounding that they think it is.
Yeah, isn't there a difference between the grounding, which I can agree is objective, and then the breaking Hume's razor by saying you ought to do X?
Yes, but you get back to the objective standard. So you're correct in that, Simos.
Sure,
You
sure.
can go from objective to subjective because remember that all goals are going to be subjective. So every value judgment has to be subjective by definition. Yeah. So nature doesn't give us a value, right? It gives us a cause and effect, but it doesn't give us a value, so to speak. So we have to select the value. Once we select the value of cooperation, which is paramount to our evolution as a social species, once again grounded in nature, then we can get back to the objective rules of the game. Just like you could teach a computer to play chess based on mathematics, which is an objective standard, there's no subjectivity to it. The rules are the rules once they're established. As long as you and I are agreeing to play by a certain amount of rules, then once those rules are established, we can come up with objectively good or objectively bad moves to make.
Right. So I still don't, excuse me for being thick on this. All right. But so you're saying that the, standard, shall we say, is subjective, but then once you've agreed to standard, it's objective. Am I correct?
In essence, yeah. I've tried it, and I'm tired, and I'm trying to go quick because I actually
Yeah,
got out of
yeah,
bed.
likewise.
I couldn't stand
Likewise.
listening to Jill just constantly lie about me being the one that ran away from that debate when
Yeah,
nobody
don't worry about Jill.
Yeah,
Forget
thanks
Jill.
for sticking around. We appreciate it.
Yeah, he fucking
Forget
not
Jill.
only did he run away, but I told him that I would go ahead and give him the time that he ran away from to continue to cross-examine me on my own ethical standards if you want. In the debate, I said, "Here, look, I'll give you that time."
He's not intellectually up to doing that, Ovi.
No, so he
But
he was
so
okay,
again, I'm
so
just asking this question in the broadest sense. I mean, maybe you're just using a different definition of objective, which I would agree with. But granted that it's you can ground objective ethics in nature and certainly in evolution, I would claim. But you're still saying that we have to consciously, subjectively agree on the standards by which we're going to play by, and I
no,
agree that that is a fairly universal amongst that.
no, so I think I want to be careful about the wording we're using here because, and
Yeah.
I think that you can actually, I believe there, and I could be wrong here, and I also, I don't think you're dense whatsoever. I have a great deal of respect for your intellect, so I know you're being humble, but no, I absolutely appreciate where you're coming from. So if there's any miscommunication, it's going to be my own fault for not being
Not
able to
necessarily. I'm not up to it like these guys are. So I'm
Fair enough,
fully
brother.
willing to explain that. I speak to Ozzy, I speak to Alex Malpass, and they've tried to teach me, and I just don't get half the shit. I've spoken to Jack Anstreit. They just go, well,
Well-
you need to read Kant. You need to,
I would
I
say,
don't fucking get it.
well, I would say, from my understanding, that there's two ways technically you can get to objective. I use what a PhD philosopher Dan Norton has told me is the metaphysical sense, which is stance independent or stance dependent, right? But there is another
Based, no need for mind and subjectivity.
Right, exactly. You could use that vernacular too. To me, it all works the same, but stance dependence is the best way, in my opinion, to say it. But there's another way you can
Love
look at
it.
objective and subjective is actually based on facts. So, for example, my favorite flavor of ice cream is Rocky Road, let's say. And Rocky Road is pretty fucking good. So we'll just go with Rocky Road. It is subjective that Rocky Road is the best flavor of ice cream, but it is a fact objectively that I have a favorite flavor of ice cream. Do you see how a mind dependent fact can be objective?
Yeah, it's
So you can
100% dependent on the scope of the claim.
Exactly right.
Whether
So you
it's,
can take
it's
objective-
completely
yeah,
constrained or still ambiguous with an extra variable.
Well, the claim only has to scope over minds because the only things that act and have like repercussions morally are minds. So like you have to necessitate a mind. You have to necessitate like an agent, like to even talk about what is objective to all agents. So then like Gaworth passes the test, like probably like a dozen other pass the test. Like if we're talking about morality, we're talking about actions, and I just don't understand.
Love it.
Ah,
Love it.
I
People
see.
do
I
not
see. That
understand
makes
that.
sense.
Nobody, that is such a key thing right there, what the brother just said. So many people tend to think of morality as being the value we put on because we say good or bad. Morality is literally what the brother just said. It's an action. What ought we do or ought not do? And that's where you get back to the objective that I think you were looking for, Simos, is the value is subjective, which is why we overcome the guillotine with the clarifier if, which makes it the hypothetical instead of the categorical. So the
No,
if,
no, I get that. Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
okay.
It can even be like Gaworth is going to claim it's categorical.
Sorry, who is Gorth? I don't know who Gorth is. Is that
He's
some
going to
kind
say if an agent, so like the hypothetical is categorical.
Oh,
to the
I see what
agent.
you're saying. I see, right, because the agency defines us in a particular category that the normative is going to always
That
be
we-
the same for a rational.
that we can't escape, right?
Right,
It's
right.
categorical.
We're
to
bound
agent.
to it as agents, as reasonable, reasoning and rational, which is like what's her name? Rand.
Right.
Yeah, right. In fact, Socrates, Plato, almost all the moral realists in ancient philosophy are basing this on reason, right? Our ability to reason,
Mhm.
and that's why
Like,
people who have
even
don't-
like virtue epistemology, or I'm sorry, virtue ethicists like Julia Annis and stuff, like they'll probably say like, well, duh, we're talking about agents. Like it just like obviously follows.
Okay, but but to say that this is objective, right? Then stance independent, I mean, doesn't that rely then on some other grounding, like a social contract or something?
It just relies on agents obtaining.
Obtaining what? Being or acting?
Yeah, just being like once you are an agent and you're reflective like this, then it follows that like these things apply to you.
I mean, what do you say about exceptions like sociopaths and etc.?
Yeah, see, that's the same thing. Just like before, just like probably every single human being on the planet for the first 290,000 years or whatever thought the Earth was flat. The Earth was never flat. Objectively, it's always been an oblique spheroid, but they did not have the mental cognition to access that information. Doesn't mean the information wasn't there or wasn't true, right? So the same thing with morality. Just because people have a mental disorder or people thought slavery was perfectly fine or whatever doesn't mean it was ever morally justified to own another human being as property, because the moral fact has always been true. Just like the Earth has never been flat. That's always been true.
Yeah, but that's just to appeal. That's just to appeal to the claim that it's subjective, isn't it?
Well, so Gaworth would say something like, just because there's a deficit in some sense for this agent, that doesn't mean that like the objective standard dissipates. It just means that this person's freedom should be limited because they're going to like have a predisposition to like harm other individuals or whatever. You still prop up their well-being, but like you don't enable their freedom entirely, because they're like either a compromised agent or like a child. Like you don't let a child drive a car, you know.
No, I agree with
so
that.
they're either a prospective like a potential agent, or they're a compromised agent, and so they should actually be protected from their own freedom because they would not know how to control it or something.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the social species, they would be inhibiting their own ability to live their best life. If we let axe murderers run free and chop everybody's head off, they would actually be hurting themselves and not even realizing it. So we'd be protecting them from themselves as much as protecting society from them.
Okay, so again, I just want to ask a leading question, just to clarify for me personally. So is this like Sam Harris's moral landscape? Is that the kind of thing that's being got at here?
I'm actually like completely ignorant when it comes to Sam Harris. I've almost never watched him.
He argues for human well-being, human flourishing. And I'm not necessarily sure human flourishing. I think it does work when you ground it in nature, but I don't think you get to the normative as easily. I haven't heard Sam Harris lay it all out, but I have heard that he grounds it in human flourishing, which you get from evolution. The problem is when you get into debates, you have to then oftentimes deal with the guillotine.
Well,
right,
I mean,
but see,
the guillotine works for everybody, so.
I think the guillotine is like really strange to me because like there's just like presupposition that like oughts cannot be inside is's, and like maybe most won't, like sure, but like as someone who thinks that like the Gaworth project is successful, like that necessitates that there's at least one ought that's inside of some is like, and so when people say like the ought
cap,
well, right, it like, so that's called like being an internalist, right? And then like the externalist would argue for the gap, and like when I like, why do you want the gap? Like I'm so confused by that. Like why wouldn't you want it to be the case that what we ought do is baked into what we is, you know? Like I don't understand that. Like I see a good answer and I'm like, I'm supposed to fight Hume because of this. Like I don't like, so I just don't get it.
Let me just say, if I can, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. But like, I don't think that, well, as far as I'm aware, that the razor only applies to saying that if one of your premises need to have some normative claim in order to come to a normative conclusion.
It's so you ultimately there's two things. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. So I would highly recommend anybody who's actually interested in this specific part of the conversation, check Is it okay if I do a plug for my channel? I don't want to be disrespectful to the host. Do you guys
Rich,
care if
you
I do
cool
that?
with that? I'm cool with that.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I did a video on my channel talking to Dr. Richard Carrier. He has peer-reviewed work on this specific topic, and he explains a lot better than I could. But the is-ought gap is actually not what people think it is, that people misunderstand and misframe that all the time. This is not a universal problem. Hume himself actually gets his oughts from ises in his own moral system, even his subjective moral system. Everybody in philosophy, according to Carrier, and I think the ones I've studied, like I said, Socrates and Plato, for example, they all get their oughts from ises as well. We get most of our oughts from ises.
We don't have a choice. That's what
Yeah,
Hume's
exactly,
is about.
exactly. Because ises are descriptive, right? And so to get anything prescriptive, you have to start. Now, Jill, I know we're going to lose you here with descriptive and prescriptive. So,
Yeah, but that's not the point. That's not the point of it. Like I'm saying, I
Jill
just
left about 10 minutes ago.
the
Okay.
point is that there has to be some normative
Oh,
term in the
no, come
premises in
back,
order to get the
please.
conclusion.
Right.
Well,
So
see,
well,
that's
it's not
what's
like-
so strange. That's
not
what's so strange to
necessarily.
me. That's what's so strange to me is that, like, because we are describing something, I'm not allowed to prescribe something because of that. Why is that the case? I don't
but that's
understand.
not that's yeah, but that's not the claim for the razor. The razor is that there will be some kind of prescription
But that's
This is-
in
actually
order
that's
to
why I
justify
used the
your
analogy.
conclusion.
That's why I started with the analogy. If a surgeon wants to perform
I
a
agree.
successful
I
surgery,
agree.
he
I agree.
ought to, right.
I agree. That's why when people
when you
like
say razor, are you talking about guillotine?
oh, the guillotine, sorry, yeah. That's why I think when people bring up Hume, like Jay Dyer did in one particular debate against Danny, right? Like he was just completely fucking wrong. Right? He just didn't understand what it was. So I agree with you. A lot of people don't understand what it is. But like
Well, I just
you know,
think of like Hume's
but you
guillotine
have
as
to
like
bite that bullet
I
for
just
sure.
I just reject it. Like I just don't even understand what it means to say that you can't have prescription due to a description. Like that makes
Well,
no sense.
he's not saying that. I don't think he's saying that. It's just you
No,
can't
he's
have
saying that-
That's how
hang on a
people
minute.
like manipulate
Hang on.
it.
Yeah, but he's saying that you can't have a conclusion which is prescriptive if you only have descriptive premises.
Right, and I don't know why.
Yeah, and actually what he said technically is that he didn't say you can't. That's another thing people misunderstand. Is he said the theologian
it's vulgar.
the theologians
He said
and
it's
philosophers
vulgar,
of his time had not done it. And that's because he was specifically addressing the claim that you ought to do what God says is good, so you ought to do it kind of thing. Well, it's like, what's the motivation there? What if a person doesn't believe in God? What if a person doesn't care about what God says? There's so many other qualifiers that are unspecified in the claim that, oh, God says this, it's good. Well, what makes it good? And that they hadn't done that legwork. That's what Hume was talking about. He wasn't saying, because like I said, he in his own moral system, he gets his ought from it is. You can't really avoid it in most situations.
I'm not sure he does, but okay.
Well, and
Because
the
I
normative.
just think you include a prescriptive term in your premises and everything's good. You don't have to worry about Hume at all. And I like what he's calling a vulgar system is just something which is purely descriptive, that doesn't include any prescriptive statement or words in the premises. So that's what I think. And so it's useless to invoke it. I mean, it's just absolutely useless to invoke it because, like, I don't know anybody that does that, right?
I just don't know what it means to like say that you can't have an ought from an is. I don't know what that means. Like
I've tried to be thinking. I mean, do you not get what having only is statements in your premises can't lead you to a conclusion which is an ought?
I mean, I'm like weird in that like the first philosophy book I read was Goworth. So
okay, I haven't read Goworth, so I don't know who that is. So.
Like
research.
Like a moral, I feel like a moral realist is like guaranteed to think that ought inside of some is or some.
Sorry, you went really quiet there. Sorry, can you just repeat that sentence?
I think that what it means to be a moral realist is that you think that some ought is inside of some either is or like a group of ises, right? So like I assume I'm a moral realist because I think they're objective, because I think of a certain category and I apply that to what ought be done or whatever, right? But like the fact that we're in the category is and is, and so I must accept that like some ought is inside some is, and yeah, that was the first philosophy book I ever read.
Wow.
And then like I just got like dog walked by Gewirtz, and I was like I had to look up every like 13th word, you know.
Yeah. I hear you.
And like so this is like 1974 or something like that. And I don't know, like so that was my introduction to philosophy, and then I read like humor, listen A, like a bunch of introductions, a bunch of shit on logic. But yeah, this book was brutal. Like it's the first book. And like so I just don't understand what it means that like you can't have an ought in an is. That just sounds so strange to me. You can't.
Yeah, hang on.
Like,
could you put that back up again? I'm just going to refer to that when nobody's finished. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Nobody. It's straight.
No, you're fine.
Let me do it. Okay, so a thing in which asserts that all rational agents must claim the right to act for their own purposes. Right? Well, that purpose is a normative claim, is it not?
The purpose,
whatever their purpose is going to be
rational
normative.
agents, though. That's the qualifier.
Yeah, no, that's fine. They can be rational. Okay. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. And you can claim that because they're rational, maybe that's subjective, and then maybe that's fine. That could be true. But when you say own purposes, whatever their own purpose is, that's going to be some kind of normative claim.
Like they're just reason giving.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. What's the question?
Well, I mean, that's to say that that's a normative claim, and if you put that into a syllogism, then you know that breaks Hume's razor. I mean, guillotine. That's fine.
Well, so
that's what Hume's saying.
There's a particular paper. It's like paper 4 or 5 in some book that I can put in the chat if I just remember the name really quick. But I don't remember the name. It's like the is-ought gap solved, and the person who Gewirtz sent it to prior to like publishing it or whatever, he's the guy who he sent it to suggested, is the is-ought gap solved again? And like he basically like writes this paper and he talks about like what is an ought, what is like a moral claim, and like what makes something like moral or not, right? And he gives like 5 standards for it, and one of them is like egalitarian, so it would apply to everyone. Another one is
I agree. Agree with
another
that.
Like, see, and I don't even know what morality means if it doesn't apply to anyone. That's crazy to me. But he specifically says like, okay, like technically morality could be non-egalitarian. I don't even know what that means. Like that sounds so like, I feel like he's just like being fair, I guess. And then he talks about how like an ought or like a moral claim or like a reason to do something that is moral and instead of not moral. He says like it has to be categorical. And so
what does that mean, categorical, in the Kantian sense?
So like what I take a hypothetical imperative to be is that like if I'm in this group, then I should behave this way. And then a categorical imperative, as far as I'm aware, would be I can't escape this. I can't say I'm not part of this group.
Yeah.
And so because I'm in the category of agent, he tries to like single out the prerequisites for what's required for agency, because no agent can escape that prerequisite of what's the word I'm looking for, He would say necessary goods. Like, so to be an agent, you need these necessary goods, right? You can't escape this. This is a categorical imperative. You are in the category. It's too late.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. You're
it's
a social
egalitarian.
animal.
It applies to everyone, like, etc. Whatever.
I agree. I
This
agree.
is
I
why
mean,
I
I think
like.
that's just called the social contract, as far as I can see. But yeah, maybe he has a more sophisticated way of looking at it. But we're born into this state of being in the social contract because we're social animals.
Right, but aren't you like kind of conflating like the social contract with the fact that we can choose?
I mean, well, yeah, no, I'd go back to your other argument about the sociopath. Then, yeah, of course you could choose not to participate, but you will
Right, but
die.
your choice is freedom. Your ability to act is like well-being, right? And so, like, the way that agent is defined, what he's trying to do is say, like, simply because you choose, you need freedom. Simply because you act, you need well-being, like to attain a goal. So the categorical thing you fall into because of those two necessary goods is an agent. And so you wouldn't be an agent if you didn't have those two things. And so to try, like, his goal is to, like, because you require these things to even be what we deem worthy of moral consideration, then that means that you must deem these moral considerations worthwhile to preserve for yourself. And since you must value them for yourself, is there a distinguishing factor between you and another agent? If there is not one, then you cannot impact them to negate those two preconditions, because that would be a performative contradiction without justification.
Yeah.
Can I just throw one more thing onto nobody here? Because this is really fascinating. I haven't read work yet, and I need to, because that looked fascinating just from that little bit that I read. And I have to go to bed, back to bed, I should say at this point. Fucking Jill.
Yeah, you're fine.
The only
Again,
thing
thanks for jumping in.
Oh man, that's been an absolute pleasure. It's nice to talk to people who are well read, and and also people who push back on my ideas, because it always forces me to think more clearly and to refine my arguments. So I appreciate all the pushback from everybody in the community, all my atheist and agnostic friends, and who have said, "Oh, morality has to be subjective." You guys have made me a lot better at this argument, and I'm grateful to that. We should all be willing to take criticism on whatever we're doing. You know, hopefully we do it respectfully to each other, like it's happening here. But at any rate, I would say that the only thing I saw in there that I had issue with, because I do kind of mash together different arguments to make my own position a little bit, is I don't think we have inherent duties or inherent rights. I think we have reasons. That's the position that I come from, that we actually have logical reasons that are normative to our freedom and well-being, and that's agency. We need our freedom and well-being to perform as agents, so we have a good reason to have it. But I don't see it as being a duty or a right. Now, it could just be maybe the way I'm defining those things. And also in egalitarianism, I tend to think of it more from the philosophical position, which is equal outcome, not equal opportunity. And so that gets a little sticky. You know, I don't know. So I'd be curious, nobody, what you think about those things.
Well, I just take egalitarian to mean like it applies, but it could still be at varying degrees. Like, I don't if I were to like look at something silly that, maybe not silly, that's not the right word, but like ought implies can, right? So like if you can't save the child from drowning because you're like on another continent, like I don't care about that. But like if you were in the relevant situation, then I see like this categorical imperative that like, yeah, you should save the kid. Now, should you give him food? I don't know. Like, how much food do you have? How much food does he need? Is it his whole like there's a lot of like contextual issues, but that doesn't make it subjective. It could still be objective. It's just like, did I answer it? Like, I honestly, like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's, and I dumped a lot in one phrase there, and I'd like to have this conversation. I'd love to have you come on my channel sometime and let me interview you, just have a back and forth about this, because I'd like other people to hear different objective moral perspectives, because I think you and I, like we said earlier, so many atheists and agnostics think it's subjective, and I think it's more of a knee-jerk reaction because we can't all study everything. And I think a lot of the atheists and agnostics I talk to are very well versed in biology and cosmology, but don't necessarily all get into the philosophy as much. And so I think this would be really helpful because it's a great art. Not that we should adopt a position just because it's useful per se. It should be true, but it is extremely useful when Christians try to argue with me about morality and I say, oh, it's objective, because whenever they get into subjective, it gets really sticky. How do you know your subjective rules are better than God's subjective rules? Blah, 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 blah. Whereas if I could make an argument for the objective standard and they can't, they usually run away from the argument. And so it actually is I think they would find it to be beneficial. But I would say there's some really good chat going on, and I wish I could take time to respond to it because they're talking about abortion, which is a really important issue to understand. And I think the host made a really good point about how, they're with abortion and the death penalty. Yeah, there's just Gretchen is really onto something there. And there's some really good chit chat going on in the chat. I wish I could stay longer, but it's been such a pleasure speaking with you guys. And Gretchen, I appreciate you guys for letting me come on and defend myself. With
No worries.
So thank you so much for all your support. I really appreciate it, you guys.
We're not going anywhere. So
I'm still going to be listening. I'm going to put the Bluetooth in and listen to you guys while I lay down and relax.
Okay.
All right, rest well.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate all you guys. Hope to see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, on my channel.
Hey, OE. So would you say Nobody on Fire just got another fan?
Oh, absolutely. No, I've actually always enjoyed listening to you, brother. I've run into most of you except at Sharpie and J Money. I don't recognize, and that might just be my bad. But I see all of you guys everywhere else. Robin's channel, Captive Desk, Kentucky Atheist. I mean, I'm probably missing a bunch of names, but it's a pretty tight or small community, all things considered. Considering how vast the internet is, it does surprise me that I'm seeing the same faces pop up. Mod's channel, Missing Modge, that's another one that brings a lot of people together. So yeah, I always enjoy Nobody. I always have. This sounds so weird to say that. I've enjoyed hearing Nobody.
Yeah.
Love it.
Salute to you, man.
A lot of people do.
I wasn't talking because y'all was going in, but salute to you. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably check you out. If that's
hey,
cool,
good looking out, family. You're always welcome. Every Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, I do an open panel. And sometimes I usually have guests, but I'll open up the panel at some point. So if you guys are around on a Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern and it's not stepping on anybody else's toes, anybody else's stream, then check me out.
Definitely. Will do.
I don't know how to get out of this. Oh, here it is, the big pink button. Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
GG's.
Yeah, okay. So
for OE in the chat.
Yeah, Big W's for sure. He's a good guy. He really is. And enough respect if you were to go back and listen to the debate, which I don't recommend. He's probably one of the best debaters I've heard against Jill and his frustrating tactics, because he didn't rise to the debate at all. And that can be very difficult in 2 hours of talking to somebody who is deliberately obfuscating. But anyway, there you go. That's just what I think. And I just want to thank you, Nobody, for entertaining my questions as well, because I don't know enough about this, and every time I talk to someone about it, I don't necessarily get the answers that understand the answers they give me. So I want to thank you for being direct and simple with me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know what it means to understand a thing, because I don't understand a lot of things,
Yeah, well, I'm not a philosopher, but I've been trying to listen and learn as much as I can, and like I say, I talk to some philosophers, and it can be very difficult to pick up on some of the nuance that they're saying, because the language can be so different from the way I use it. But nonetheless, I appreciate for a start you saying the objective part is this point about reason and agency. That I hadn't considered before. And the fact is, OE said it was based upon the wants, which I guess, again, that's using the same term like purposes. So I'm not sure that I've got a complete handle. I still think in between your two objective things is squeezed this subjective.
Well,
I don't
so
know. What's this? Assessment. That's the word I'm looking for.
The idea behind Geworth, though, is that whatever you do value requires what Geworth tries to paint a picture of that is these things that enable you to even value an outcome, right? And so because you valuing a thing requires those things, they ought to be valued. Like you can't escape it. And so
yeah, absolutely. I grant. So you basically talk about a mind because you have a mind, and that
because you
dictates your values.
Because you have ability, you must value choice and ability. And that would be freedom,
and you
well-being.
can't deny your own agency with your agency. That's just self-defeating.
Right. And like so like you could
So
have like
it's necessary.
fringe you have like fringe executions where that's the wrong word, but you could have like fringe examples where like it might actually be the correct choice to cease the agency. But just because those exist, like these fringe attitudes or predispositions towards
I feel like that gets more into like act versus rule, like frameworks, though.
Maybe I don't even know what you mean by act versus rule.
Act is like you're more examining like the downstream consequences, like by taking this action, like there are these potentials, and then you have to weigh those potentials against each other. Whereas
right, and
rule is about just the immediate consequence, not downstream.
That is what Sam Harris is claiming as well, by the way.
Right. Well, so of course there's going to be like necessary outcomes for like a particular person. Like it's just whether or not that's like humane, like there's so many like variables, right? But I feel like what Goworth really shines with is like you ought not do these things to people freely, and then we evaluate the level of coercion. Like were you driven to do this because of some reason? Like that could be justified. That doesn't make it morally correct, but like there's a smooth contextual gradient always happening, and that doesn't mean that it's not objective. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So by freedom, right? He's using this in the term of some esoterical sense of best outcome or something.
No, freedom would just be access to choice. I think that's my interpretation of it. It's just like if there's a bare level of freedom and a bare level of well-being, then we like I think Goworth really shines in saying you ought not impact that for another person. So like the negative impact or
interesting.
like protecting the necessary goods for that agent. Whether or not there are positive claims as well,
right? I mean, if it's
whether or not you have to feed the poor or something like that, like that's a different question. I think that Goworth really just like solidifies don't negatively impact people.
Yeah. Okay. So don't negatively impact people. Okay. Yeah. But so it seems to me there's a line here between well-being, which he's kind of saying, look, freedom of choice is the highest well-being, but if you don't choose to do something which is well-being for yourself,
no, those are two different goods. Those are two different goods.
Right.
Freedom isn't the highest well-being. Those are two separate goods.
Right. But yeah, only because you can choose not to do something which is for your own well-being, right? And then, but he's saying if you choose to do something which is not for your own well-being, then you're being abnormal in some sense.
I've always kind of viewed
is that right or not?
Freedom as being like potential for choice, and then well-being being like your capacity to like carry out that choice.
Yeah, right. But you're saying like the psychopath is just an abnormal like example, right? And
well,
they're
choosing to do something which is
there'd be a contradiction derived in their worldview. They'd be saying like, it's necessary that I be alive to be able to like carry out my intentions to kill other people. You're saying that like it is not necessary for them to be alive, but is necessary for you to be alive in order to like fulfill
Right.
your goals.
Okay. So maybe the example needs to be
What's
much
the
more nuanced then.
what's the question exactly?
I thought I had it, but like Arby's just showed me I didn't. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of a more nuanced way to put the same question. I mean, I don't know, maybe a resource thing, right? So if I want to use a particular amount of resources through my freedom of choice to do something which is inherently good for me, maybe I'm denying other people the freedom to use those resources, and that.
Right. So like AI, right? Or like
Oh,
fossil
okay.
fuels, right?
Yeah.
So like
Many
yeah,
examples.
we're getting like good output, or probably like 20, 30 years ago we were getting good output. But that also means that like we're hindering like prospective agents like decades later. And so
For
AI or
instance, yeah.
fossil fuels, like due to global warming or like
Yep.
irresponsible what's the word I'm looking for? Irresponsible use of like chipsets, right? Like that could have a
Yeah.
decade's impact, and then global warming will have like a decades to 100 years impact.
All good
And
examples.
so we're failing to like adhere to the Geworthian model because like obviously the human race is going to continue to propagate. So we're like our agency is just as valuable as their future prospective agency, and so we fail.
Yeah, exactly. That's the question I'm posing. How does Guff like address that issue of saying, well, look, it can't be just freedom of choice, which is this. How did you put it, RP? One is a necessary, and and the other is sufficient. Is that what you were saying?
No, I said that like freedom is like potential and well-being is like capacity. So like yeah, if we're using like and expending more fossil fuels that will like take away from the well-being, aka capacity or the future to make decisions, like they'll still have the same potential, like they'll still have like access to the same decisions, but like the amount in which they're able to act their potential and those or not potential the capacity, yeah,
Yeah,
that they'll have to act in those different potentials will be, you know, kind of
limited.
stunted, yeah, due to our actions here now. And so we definitely need to take into account like our impact on the well-being
Right.
of the future.
So yeah, basically you'd be saying in that case that we're the immoral ones, right? For
Right.
doing that, for limiting.
Well, for now, yeah.
I can't see how that doesn't call everybody that's ever existed immoral, but okay.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah. Yes, that's true. Yes. Everyone
Okay.
has behaved in some immoral way because they didn't
Or is,
recognize
yeah.
the impacts that they would have on further generations.
Yeah, any kind of conspicuous consumption would fall into that category, right?
Well, and like imagine like okay, like say whatever, Geworth is right, who cares who it is, right? You just have like this correct answer finally, right? Now, whether or not everyone realizes it at the same time, that doesn't matter. It could still be correct. And
Yeah,
then you could also imagine the opposite, like we're refining it over and over, and everyone is continuously like obsessed with like the correct answer, right? Like
Walkie
it doesn't
time.
our like ability to be convinced has no bearing on whether or not like said moral standard is correct. Like
well, or objective, right? I mean, that's what I'm interested
yes,
in
it could
here.
be it could be objective, it could be a really successful subjective framework. It doesn't matter. Like no one cares.
Sorry,
What
could you just
matters is the
type in?
output.
Yeah, could you just type in that name into private chat so I can go and look him up and read further? Because that sentence that I read on the screen certainly seemed to contain a normative statement or normative, you know, inferred
What was it?
premise. Where he used the word purposes, right?
Right.
A
Who
purpose
did?
seems to be a normative term.
Right, I don't remember. Who said purpose?
This
I think
Goth guy.
was it me? Oh,
No,
Gaworth.
the Goth. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so
In the synopsis of the book, so I'm not sure. I'm not saying that he necessarily means to. That is his premise or his whatever argument or whatever, but it certainly implies that.
so I know
unless you
that.
think purpose isn't a normative term. I don't know. Maybe it isn't in some people.
No, I think that something normative can be in what's descriptive, or something.
Yeah, I know you said that. Yeah, and I fully grant that. I'm very capable of misunderstanding what you're saying and what he means. I just need. I need to go away and research it in order to find out, and read the book in order to find out whether there is a syllogism in there which is purely descriptive that leads to a conclusion, which
It probably won't be a syllogism, but I will read off the books to you.
Okay. As long as you give me his name, then I'll get AI to do most of the work, I guess. Just put it into private chat for me, because you know what I mean. No, you didn't. Yeah. And just to get this right, every single, all of the PhD philosophers I've spoken to have agreed with you, right? That
About
they're
what?
they're moral realists, number one, and B, they believe in objective morality. I just can't. I've never got anything to explain it the way you have before, because they don't want to go into it because they know they're going to get a load of stupid questions back.
Well, yeah, I just don't know what it means to be. I don't know what it means to say you can't have an odd in. You can't derive an odd from an is. Like that to me sounds so silly. Like.
Yeah, I agree. And like they agree as well. They all go, no, you can't get an ought from an is, right? That's fine, but that's not what we're talking about when we talk about morality, right? And even Hume says, if you manage to do that, then your morality is vulgar, right? That's all he's talking about. And so when they say God is, therefore morality is subjective.
It sounds so strange to me.
Oh, that's oldie world speak, of course. That's Middle English.
So
by vulgar, he just means illogical.
I sent you, I think, the
incoherent. Oh yeah, there it is.
All right, so let me make sure this is the right book. Actually, holy shit, this might not be the right book.
As long as I get his name, then I can start doing research and ask people.
Oh yeah. The is-ought problem resolved. Yeah, so page 108 for the book. Great. It's only 20 pages, 25 pages, something like that. Great. Absolutely huge when it comes to understanding Gaworth. And then let me find another one. Hold on. Oh, I closed it. I'm an idiot.
Those mine as well, but yeah.
Well, you already saw a reason in morality, right? Like, so that's
that's
important.
I can do research on this other stuff. Sorry, what page number was that? Let me open it up again and write the page number down, just so I
think 108. I'm gonna double check. Hold on.
I'll say approximately. Okay, that's fine.
It's just like you'll see it in the table of contents. It's like the is-ought gap resolved or something like that. Like
that doesn't make any sense to me either. But there we go. I'll read it first and then say back with my opinions on it if I can. But I mean, like, thanks for entertaining the the questions. I didn't mean to. I'm just pushing the boundaries and seeing what I can find.
Yeah, no, you're fine, dude.
I had the same thing with dualism, to be fair, right? I mean, I said, look, I don't understand dualism. It's just not. I can't understand why people think this is a rational position to hold, right? So I started asking questions, and loads of people said, yeah, no, I'm a dualist. I'm a philosopher, and I'm a dualist. And I was like, yeah, but why? And most of them ended up just pointing me towards Belgrami.
You
So,
think that dualism is irrational?
well, not irrational, but just not. I think it's yeah, maybe incoherent in the sense that you have to assume it in order for it to be true. That's what I got from Belgrami, because every single time he put an argument forward for dualism, it turned out that there was a word in there which was like, begging the question. You know, same
Well, I'm
thing.
just like a random substance monist, like a neutral substance monist. Like I think that I don't know, I would just like look at like the wave function and I'd be like, well, look, this thing could cause physical or I'm sorry, material and mental stuff. Like so I just look at like neutral substance monism, like some type of like Russellian, but like modified, where like I think it's both, or I'm sorry, I think it's neither. And I think that like there's like this again, substance is so strange to me to say that, but like I'm like some kind of like neutral monist where I look at like, you know, we could just say like the quantum wave function or something like that,
Yeah,
the universal wave function, and like it's not material, it's not mental, but like material and mental things could arise from something that is neutral. And so that's how I kind of like, if I were to look at the basis of reality, I would just kind of be like, like, dude, there's so many routes like some type of grounding relation could take that I'm just going to say it's the wave function, it's neutral. Like we can have any type of grounding like path. Like I don't care. We could have mental stuff that's spooky. We could not have that. It could just be like us describing different states of physical stuff, and we call that mental because
exactly.
it's
That's my position.
little, like a sortalist or something. Like none of it is definitive, and so I'm just like, yeah, neutrality at the base, like that makes infinite sense because I can't eradicate the spooky. So that means there could be immaterial. That means there could be mental. Like I just don't care. It's just there's just like all of this reason to think that there's a bunch of stuff that exists. None of them are God. God is dead. Like it's just
If you want to put
insane.
God in it. I'm talking to atheists that are dualists. So I'm talking about atheists that are dualists. And I just didn't understand what they meant. And I read the book and I still went, nah, that's not. If you use the word like commitment, or I don't know, like that was one word that Belgrami used, you know, we're committed because we think we're committed to being dualists. And I'm like, that just doesn't mean anything to me. Why
No,
can't,
because
you know,
you
why
could just
can't we
be
just have material, and then as a process of the material we have mind? I mean, that just makes sense
right.
to me. So,
And then
and
us,
that's got to be some kind of monist, right?
right? So us describing mind, like even if we were like a physicalist monist, right? Us describing mind could just be snapshots of what physical stuff does. Like
Yeah,
like
absolutely. Like particles. Yeah.
I hear like people talk how Bertrand Russell was like a physicalist at the base, and like, you know, I mean he talks about, I feel like he talks about like you could just be describing things that are physical processes, like snapshots of it or whatever. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like I don't know really. I've never read Russell, but I just like I'm aware of neutral monism, and like I think that neutral monism makes the most sense because like the neutral substance could be either neither uh material or mental, or it could be both. Like the neutral substance could have, so you'd have like Cafe with his like perennialist consciousness is primary to the world. Like either could be true. It doesn't matter to me. Like
Right.
all I know is that
I
there's
agree.
no fucking God. So then like I look at I don't know, I look at any monistic stance or like all of it's like so confused to me because like we can't eradicate or we can't get rid of these like positions. So what I think makes the most sense is that there's something neutral that is neither. And then we have like the neutral substance, and that gives rise to material or mental. And do I want to admit mental stuff exists? I don't know. I'm not sure. Like it could be correct or false. Like I'm not like we could be describing snapshots of physical stuff, or we could be describing like this ethereal, like immaterial alternate existence. And like either way, I just don't care. It's just it all makes the
Yeah.
same sense to me. I don't know.
Okay. So I agree that, first of all, I agree, and again, the philosophers I've spoken to have agreed. There is no sound argument for dualism, right? So they'd all say that, necessarily sound, I should say. I mean, that is, there's no deductive argument that necessarily has the conclusion that dualism is true. They still may hold the position of dualism, though. Of course, those two things are not exclusive. So, like I agree. That means, at best, as far as I'm concerned, that means at best we should be agnostic to dualism. But I do think that there are some a posteriori reasons to believe that monism is true, right? In that, unless you believe that, say, electrons are conscious, it's very hard to think how idealism is true, right? Or quarks, just to be a bit more precise.
Well, I think idealism is just confused, and it's like trying to like state that
Sure.
mind is like really important for some
Right.
reason. I'm not sure like even what that means. Like I feel like most worldviews could well, when it comes to like metaphysical ontology or some goofy shit like that, right? I feel like most of it could just be like reconciled in neutral language, and like so you could just say that like I don't know. Like the reason that neutral monism like appealed to me is like I saw like the five, I can't remember what they are, but like I named two of them, and it was like either the neutral substance is neither property, material or mental, or it's both. And the like it's maybe complicated to like describe how things would propagate because of that. But I'm of the neither view. And I think that like there's something immaterial, but also immental. I don't know how to say that. Not mental. And I think that that thing allows for mental and material phenomenon.
So like
And
platonic forms.
maybe, I don't know. Like it could be that, it could be the wave function, it could be like
Right, but the wave
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
really care what it is, but
Do you think?
what I see is that like we make this distinction when like we could talk about it, we could write it out, we could not talk about it, we could not write it out. Like it doesn't really matter what it is, what all these like what if it's all physical monistically at the base, right? And then what we call mental
So
is
like the
just
wave function
like
is physical and everything that derives from it is physical.
That's what I was asking. Do you think the wave function is physical or not? The
right, but see,
universal wave function.
like so physical when it comes to like pertaining to physics, like I take physical to be like a fairly
Yeah, physical as in
like a
physical.
wide scope. Like it's not just particles, it's like the waves, the
Absolutely, yeah.
fields,
Physical
like
as in
whatever, right?
physicalism, yeah.
Right. And then I guess what I would sit on is like some type of naturalist thing where it's like, well, there's no one really like doing anything or commanding anything. It's just
Right.
that like whatever's physical and also what partakes in reality, like so natural in some weird sense.
Absolutely.
Like it could be forms, it could be a necessary relation between the neutral, the material, the mental, or say the mental doesn't exist and it's just snapshots. So it's like, what is that called? Like it's not sortalism, but it's like oh god, I forget what it is. I forget what
I don't know. I'm going through in my mind. I'm hearing.
It's like if Russell was assumed physical, like as the baseline, there's a name for this where the mental, quote unquote, is just a snapshot of what the physical is doing, right? I can't remember what it's called.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that, obviously. I mean, if you think that mental is a process done by the brain, then yeah.
So is that
Right.
argument for just like discrete subjective experiences instead of like continuous? Or
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Like,
I'm assuming Russell gets to it by the same
like
way.
when you say
thinking about
snapshots, like,
wave
you know, just
function
like
versus
taking like
particles.
discrete like slices of that, like is your subjective experience just these discrete slices, and then like your mind does something to like fill in the blanks between like the phenomena?
yeah, probably. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, that sounds fine. I don't know.
Hey, look, just let me get back. So the point I got to was that, look, unless you believe that quarks have consciousness, then it seems idealism is false, right?
Yeah,
So
that
hang on,
idealism is super
and the
confused.
best we've got, at the best. So the best we've got is an agnostic, something we have to be agnostic about, which is substance dualism, right? Because there's no sound argument, right? And so the best we've got is physicalism. I mean, that literally is what it comes down to. Physical monism, right? Those are the two things that we can rely on. Science shows physicalism to be an accurate description, or our best description of the world. Whether it's accurate or not might be.
Well, did you say substantive dualism?
I think that's what they call it. Yeah. So where you think that dualism is like the physical and the mental exists as independent types of substance.
Right, but what does it? What does substantive mean there? Like, it's a substance, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they, as far as I'm aware, they claim that the mental is a type of substance which isn't physical.
Well, doesn't substance presuppose that it like has some type of
no
ontic value instead of like it's a maybe like a sortal group that emerges as like, yes, it's like there are things that are ontic that do this stuff, but they're not necessarily like their own substance. Like,
so they're not physical. They're not physical.
Like it'd be like, yeah, but like
a platonic form of some sort, I guess.
Well, that's what's weird is that like when you start talking about what the word exist means, like you maybe wait, what?
Well, capital P Plato, not small p Plato.
Like there could be more Platos. I don't
No,
understand.
like by that I just mean that it's a substance that really exists independent of physicality. Form really exists somewhere.
Okay.
Right, as opposed to Neoplatonism, which just says it's some kind of like mathematical object or like that, which exists in a realm of abstract being.
Yeah, I feel like Aristotle's like super based for moderate realism. Like I feel like he was like, yo, just this shit's real, but it's like it's because other stuff does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I just like to say something exists is so weird because like we have to talk about what framework we're even talking about. Like
no, absolutely.
I can't remember what the
tricky word.
I can't remember who the person was, right? But there was this chapter of some book like metaphysics or something where I was like, I'd have to look up the author, but I was like, or he was saying, sorry, like whether or not we're talking in the ontology room is like a relevant aspect to the conversation. So like, yeah, the table exists. And then when we go into the ontology room, we're like saying, oh man, what does exist mean? Like, does the table exist, or is it just the particles shaped table wise, or is it not even a table at all and we're just talking about particles? Like, you know, there's probably dozens of ways to interact with this question. And like, just because we say, yeah, there's a table in the room, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're like granting this like incredibly big existential claim to the table, right?
Yeah, I think Russell has something to say about tables.
I
Or
think
the
that's more
chair.
like a limitation of how like language points to a composite.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it'd be
Yes.
super cumbersome to like try to refer to all the parts of a composite whenever you're referring to it in order to be, you know, more truthful to what reality truly is. But like, we understand what we're
Right.
talking about when we say the table. We mean the wood that like makes it, the screws, the atoms that made up those, and then the subatomic particles that made up those atoms.
Right. And so this is one of the problems I have with precepts, is that they're like, oh, dude, like, you know, this thing is the necessary precondition for that immaterial thing, right? And then they say that immaterial thing exists. What the fuck does exist mean? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So if you're saying God is the necessary precondition for logic or some goofy ass shit like that, right? So in premise 2, we're now saying logic exists or knowledge exists, right? It doesn't even matter what it is. What we're looking at is a dispositional effect of things that do exist, right? And this is called an ampliative inference. And so we have new knowledge. We have a new existent thing that is based on these other existent things, which this now new thing is not in the premises of. So it's ampliative. It's like the speaker that shoots out sound better than the fucking, you know, whatever, the acoustic guitar, whatever the fuck. So there's no reason without inference, without a good argument, to think that logic, quote unquote, exists. And then on top of all of that, we now need to talk about what exist even means. Like, we could say there's a sort of being that exists, right? That's sortalism, right? So like things are classically behaved, therefore classical behavior exists. That's fucking wild. That's fucking an incredibly stupid fucking thing to say. So you can justify ampliative inference, but that takes extra work when the conclusion is not in the premises. And that's what these precepts do, is they just abuse ampliative inference. They abuse realism on topics they don't even understand. They I guess that's it. Like, you guys get it. It's just fucking asinine.
Yeah, I agree. That for sure. No, okay, you're not that.
Like, because
Okay.
X's exist such that they behave Y, therefore Y exists. That's fucking wild. You're talking about a behavior existing. That's crazy.
Right. I see. You're talking about they behave because X
So the
is
behavior exists because X's do it. That's just asinine. It's like almost like an abuse of science. Like a field has a dispositional effect on said particle. Therefore, the field exists. That's probably safe a lot of the time when there's evidence, but they do this like haphazardly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I think like the way. Yeah. So you're talking about a transcendental argument here, right?
Right. So like, then we have to look
Or
at like
other
what is.
precept.
So what does a transcendental mean, right? So like, you can have quasi transcendental effects. Like, things can be predisposed to do things to a certain degree, and then it can cease. It can stop. Like, there's no reason to think that all transcendentals must be universal, must be primary to the world. Like you can have these, like you can have a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a stress test, like a stretching effect. Like it could be just so transcendental. Like just transcendental enough to enable the world. And that's all you need.
Yeah, not sure how we're defining transcendental anymore, but yes, in such that it causes Y. Is that right? You mean? Yeah, and it could be just.
Well, like, and you only have to see. It only has to transcend to the point where it's necessary, right? So, like, you could have a necessary precondition for something, and that necessary precondition, as far as I'm concerned, could cease to exist. Because if it served its function, then it's over. Its necessity has left, and it can cease to exist. I don't care about that at all.
Like some versions of the pantheist God, right? God
Yeah,
created the
pantheist.
universe, destroyed himself in the process.
Yeah, deist, like it doesn't matter.
It's a deist God, sorry, that's the word I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah, like none of it, like there's like when we just look at like possible gods and stuff, like we're always talking about language, and like language itself is like we have definitions. Like it's like what are we, there is the world and God doesn't exist. That's logically possible. And then we have the physical world is the case and God doesn't exist. And that doesn't contradict with any physical model that we have, right?
Yeah.
And so then when a theist says God is metaphysically necessary, well, the problem there is that like physical possibility is inside of logical possibility. And neither of those require God. And then when they say metaphysical, that's in between those two. So I don't understand how they could even say he's metaphysically possible when he's not physically nor logically possible.
Oh, I see. You're thinking that metaphysical possibility is excludes logical possibility. Is that right? Just say that to me, or am I imagining it?
No, logical possibility includes both.
Includes both, of course. That's exactly how I would think it. Yeah, that's again, why I think the argument for impossibility of the contrary is just complete bunk, because they don't consider other possibilities, right? And they're relying on logical possibility to show that God is possible, right? And then as soon as you turn it around and say, well, there are other possibilities, right? Then they don't want to know. They want to know what your worldview is, what you think is possible. And even if you say to them, which I've done, well, no, it's random. Everything could just be random. An infinite regress of random events. There's no causality. Just lots of events happening one after another, right? And that's a possibility. But tell me what the logical, contradiction is, please. And they can't. They literally have to go. Well, no, you said infinite. Infinite regress. I said, well, it doesn't have to be infinite. Even just a very large number of events.
Well, they don't even have to present like an inductive case,
yes,
or whatever. Like they're gonna say impossibility of the contrary, and that's the same statement as a necessity claim. It's just the what did I say? Contrapositive. So then yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's displaying this, but this is how it's supposed to be, right? So like when a theist looks at logical possibility, they're like, oh fuck, like I can't derive a contradiction, right? Because like linguistically, it doesn't make sense to say there can't be a world and not a God. Like they can't do that, right? So then they say metaphysically necessary, and then metaphysical necessity is inside of logical necessity. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, they're so poorly read on any of this.
Yeah. Also, metaphysical possibility must be inside logical possibility. You can't escape that. There's no escape from that. And that's
See,
why,
and there
again,
are,
like I'm saying, it's, if all you need to do is give a third answer, right? Impossible, possible, and hang on a minute. No, possible. Another possibility. Right? That's all I've got to do. I don't even have to show that this possibility is necessary, right? That isn't it. All I've got to do is show that it's logically possible in order to defeat their argument. And yet,
well, and whenever anyone says something is metaphysically necessary, like, you instantly should say, are you like trying to reduce metaphysical necessity so that it's closer to physical necessity, or nomological necessity is what it would be called? Or do you want to widen it? Do you want to make it so that, like, yes, our conceptual apparatus, our ability to conceive of things, our ability to not linguistically contradict ourselves, that should be like or closer to metaphysical necessity. And I can't remember what it is. It's like a reductionist and an inflationist, or a reductionist and like whatever. Like, so the orange bubble, it could be closer to physical, could be closer to nomic, or it could be wider and go towards logical, and that'd be like a inflationist or whatever. So like, when someone says something is metaphysically necessary, instantly red flags should go off, and you should say, what do you mean by metaphysically necessary? Because we know that metaphysical necessity is not the same as physical necessity, but how close is it to physical? How close is it to logical? Like, this stupid fucking bubble that's orange is like, it's a fucking hiding place. Like they're hidden in the shade from the sun, like they're fucking running from you when they say metaphysical necessity. There is no one answer to what is metaphysically necessary. And we could approach it and say it should be close to our physical world. It could be close to nomic rules. And then we could stretch it out further and go logical. Like, linguistically, there's no contradiction, so therefore it is metaphysically possible. And then there's this like wide gradient of like, what the fuck do we mean by metaphysical necessity? It means nothing.
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it has a very loosey-goose meaning, and I'd love somebody to argue that metaphysical includes, no, doesn't. Metaphysical includes things which are outside of logic. That would be a wonderful thing for them to do.
Well, and what does it even mean to be outside of logic? At that point, I just feel like those things don't exist.
I mean, they could say doesn't include, say, they could be referring to logic as classical logic, say, right? Other types of logic, maybe.
It's like metalogic-physical.
Yeah, well, just like, dialetheism or something like that could be included in metaphysics, but it's not included in logical because they only mean classical logic, right? So they could restrict the term logical in that sense. Just
sure,
to
so
mean
it could just be like a bigger purple, and then we still have the same question of what metaphysical means.
Well, yeah, but you'd have to have a bigger, like, well, that, you'd have to have like a different circle, another circle, which intersects with metaphysical but doesn't intersect with the purple circle, like other logical, what we call logical systems, right?
All right, I'll be right back.
Anyway, look, I have to go, but thank you so much, Nobody. I've really enjoyed talking to you, and I've certainly learned a lot, and I'm going to go and look up that guy you said. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, you too, man.
It was a pleasure having you.
Yeah, I'll be as well. I've spoken to you once before. I really appreciate it.
All right, you have a good one.
Yep, and cheers, J Money. Thanks for giving me the space, Gretchen, as well.
Anytime, Simon.
No problem, guys. I'll speak to you soon. Yeah, you too, mate. Bye-bye.
Gotta let people cook, you know what I'm saying? No voices, you know? No choices, you know? Baked oysters, you know?
Hmm.
Gotta rhyme
Not
something.
really, not really a seafood kind of person.
Yeah, I never ate
Not
an
huge
oyster
on
in
the
my
philosophy stuff, but you know,
I never ate an oyster in my life. I was just saying that, you know.
when nobody starts cooking, I
Rhyme.
just kind of let them, you know.
Yeah, kind of let them. Gotta go outside, go and get them.
been it's been seeping in there slowly.
You got construction going on outside your house, Jay?
Yeah, there's always some craziness happening here. There's
Yeah,
always
it's
some
finally construction
bizarreness,
season.
you know. I'm over here playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's what's up.
I'm getting my ass whooped. It's all good though. At least I won $16 on the fight. Better than nothing. Shit. That's a fucking Sonic burger and a shake.
I only get Sonic like during happy hour. So then it's like $1 for like a huge ass like slushy.
Yeah, that's it. Sonic is real good. They
Yeah,
make
they
the
used to have these like cheesecake bites that like you dip in caramel sauce. But it was like a seasonal thing, and like they haven't had it for like a couple years. It's kind of got me bummed.
they just had this Haracha shake, this like sriracha, some shit like that, like some rice, cinnamon rice shit. The rice shake was so good, but it was limited and it's not there no more. It should have me sad today. I was like genuinely sad.
Yo, are you talking about like
But,
horchata?
yes, strawberry
Yeah,
horchata.
yeah, horchata is like it's like a Mexican drink. It's like a rice milk with like cinnamon.
Hmm.
Yeah, Puggles. What's up, Puggles? Yeah. So what's up, man? Crazy night, huh? Bunch of new people. That's good.
No, it's been a good night.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go watch some shit called Holcomb tomorrow. They say it's pretty good. Some horror movie.
Hmm. Say hokum tomorrow.
Yeah. Check that out. Probably see Mortal Kombat.
When are we gonna watch the Hail Mary movie?
We could do it tomorrow night.
Okay.
Cause then I don't gotta be to work until late the next day.
That'll work.
One of us needs to get like a premonition and win the lottery with that shit. Hit the number. That would be
Premonitions aren't
amazing.
real, Jay.
How do you know?
Because there are false premonitions and there's no like symmetry breaker or mechanism to distinguish between true premonitions and false premonitions until the act is carried out.
Well, tell that to Devin Sauer.
Who?
Devin
The guy
Sauer.
from Final Destination. That's what he's talking about.
Argumentum ad cinema.
I mean, hey, it happened there. It could happen probably anywhere. You know, movies be based on, you know.
If that was a movie. That was fictional.
But sometimes some shit be based on reality sometimes, you know. One time for the mind.
Yeah, but reality is never based on movies.
Yeah,
it's one directional.
It's true. It's true. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah.
But that would be nice though. Get the number. Hit that shit, and then Morgan Freeman just pop up like, "Now, are you sure you really want to cash that ticket?" Like on some Bruce Almighty shit. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Is this Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, but could you imagine? It would be like a whole new kind of gambling. Because if everybody could just do it, then everybody would, and then you'd win the lottery and win like $5.
That's if.
Because you got to like split it a million ways every week.
Everybody else gotta
pointless.
Also figure out the magic too. Remember, everybody can't open the Ark of the Covenant. Only the selected.
Nobody can open the Ark of the Covenant. You want to know why? Because it's not fucking real.
How do you know?
I've heard theories that like the Ark of the Covenant like held like a piece of like uranium, and that's why like when people open it, like they get like sudden burns and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Like I could see that like being plausible, but like if the Ark of the Covenant exists, it's definitely not like a supernatural thing. It's definitely like described in a naturalistic framework easily.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it has to be because there's neutral stuff that talks about it, right? It's not just Bible stuff, or it's only Bible stuff.
It's probably only Bible stuff, but I can look that up. There, extra biblical.
Well, that's not what Harrison Ford says.
Well, I mean, there's a sect in Ethiopia that says that they have the actual Ark.
Yeah, from the overview, there's currently no direct archaeological or contemporary evidence for the Ark of the Covenant outside of biblical and related religious texts.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I think Harrison Ford would beg to differ. Indiana Jones, you know.
Give me back my wife. Wrong Harrison Ford movie.
No, that's Indiana Jones.
Get off my plane. Another wrong one. Here, I'll actually quote the one. Snakes. I hate snakes.
I don't know enough about him. I was just looking up the Indiana Jones actor. And it said it's Harrison Ford. That's crazy, man. Ronda Rousey just submitted Gina Carano in like 10 seconds. Took her down, ground and pound, and almost broke home.
Watch some WWE right now, or
that's crazy, man. 17 seconds. That was
that UFC or WWE?
MMA, mixed martial arts. UFC is just one single company in,
Is
in the
that the
sport
one
of
that
MMA.
was like being advertised on Netflix?
Yeah, this one is a different
Aren't they a
promotion.
little old to still be fighting like that?
I mean, they've
I
been
mean,
out
those
for,
chicks got to be like fucking 40 by now, right? 40 plus.
yeah, they definitely 40 something, but you know, they had the itch, and they like two famous
They didn't have
fighters.
the itch. They got offered a shit ton of money. That's what happened.
I
They had the
mean,
financial itch.
yeah, true, you know, and a ton of money more might bring them back. Who knows?
Yeah, you don't really think that Mike Tyson was fucking aching to fight that Paul kid, but you offer him enough money and he's like, sure, I'll do that shit.
I mean, shit, you know, you never know what these guys are thinking. I wonder if Mike
Jay Money is a conspiracy theorist, and he thinks that Mike Tyson didn't throw that fight.
Yeah, I don't think he threw it, but I think that he probably think he could have won the fight. Like that's crazy, but that's how these guys think. Like nobody can fuck with me. I'm a monster. I eat your kids for dinner. Like you know what I'm saying? That's how they think. You know. That's Mike Tyson said that to somebody before. So
I'll eat your kids for dinner.
he said something more
I
along the
never heard
lines.
that before.
Not for dinner. He said like for it wasn't an exact quote. I botched it, but he said like he said what he said he said some crazy shit. He said he was talking to Lennox Lewis. He was like, "I eat your kids" or some shit like that. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? If you look it up, like Tyson versus Lennox Lewis. This dude's no, he said it actually after a fight. He was like,
It doesn't sound a lot like him. I've met him a couple of times, and he's actually a very mild guy.
that's until you fuck with him.
Well,
Yeah, we took Tyson's a mild guy.
yeah, actually.
I'll fuck you till you love me.
Yeah,
If you
I'll fuck
actually,
you till you love me.
well, okay, the two times I met him, yes, he was like super fucking chill. Like, I don't know.
I broke my back, spinal.
But I think it was in his era where he was just trying to recover from all the shit he did when he was younger.
That's crazy. How the fuck? This dude, he knocked somebody out. Like dudes be trying to like oversell it crazy. Like he probably did have back surgery, but like something like that. But this motherfucker went to the post-fight conference, like the post-fight interview. You had the guy was asking like, "How you did so good?" Whatever. And Mike just looked at him like, "I broke my back." And then he just paused, looked at him mad awkward, and then said, "Spinal." I was just dying. I was just fucking dying. Mike is priceless. You gotta see like his craziest moments. Like they got the compilation videos. He's just a crazy fucking guy.
It's also
Fucking,
dumb as a sack of cement, but I mean,
he's
that's
a
not a
boxer.
surprise.
He's a boxer. He used to fuck shit up. What else could he do? You know what I'm saying? He's there to just kill.
Oh,
You know?
oh, my son was friends with Floyd Mayweather's kid in high school, and he wasn't dumb. He didn't seem dumb at all to me.
Which one? Quran?
Huh?
Quran? Mayweather's
Is that his
kid?
name?
That was one of his kids' name.
I don't know.
I forget.
I don't. Honestly, I don't much remember the kid. I just remember that he was fucking 14. He had his own car and his own driver to go anywhere they wanted. And he'd come by here and pick my fucking kid up, and then I'd have to go all the way across town and go get him. He's the kid that lived with his mom that killed herself. Remember? I mean, they weren't together anymore, but
Oh shit! I forgot that happened.
one of like his ex-wife killed herself or some shit in her house out in my town. Yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah.
I think the kid was like 17 or just barely 18 at the time. So
Yeah, Florida's the best to ever do it.
yeah.
That's cool, man.
Now the kid was dumb as a fucking stone, but he didn't seem to be.
Nah, but they get money, man. They about that money, so we're gonna get it one way or the other.
The kid's mom was just a junkie.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Well, rest in peace to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to get pissed the way he would show up with a car full of friends and then, you know, pick up my kid and my nephew, and I was just like, God damn it.
They was rolling with the
It drove me fucking nuts, cause, huh?
They was rolling with the money team. That's
Yep.
That's the way.
So they'd come back with weed and alcohol and all kinds of shit because the driver would go get them that shit too. And I was just like, you guys, these fucking kids, come on.
I mean, this is what kids gonna do, like, you know.
Got to be a problem after a bit. And then I went and talked to his mom. I saw she was missing like half of her teeth, and I'm like, oh shit, mom's a tweaker. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna give this kid any more shit. He's got a fucking hard situation here.
That's bad. I mean, hopefully they will. This shit's crazy. So crazy. I was reading something earlier. I didn't read the article, but they said that scientists might have found a way to get to Mars like in half the time. They might have found like a new shortcut that gets them there in like
shortcut
half the time. That would be crazy, right?
I mean, they might have found a more energy efficient way to accelerate, but there's no shortcut between here and Mars.
Well, not a shortcut, but you know, you get there like in half the time, you know?
Right. And so like they have like more accelerative capabilities for the same energy like expenditure.
So they
I
probably
see that being possible, but like, you know, how are they making that acceleration more efficient?
So they probably maybe found like a trick, because sometimes like there's a period of time where it's best to like go to Mars, where it's like the shortest time, because like they both facing the sun at the same time. I think it is, or I forget what it is, but like
Oh, so
it's a
not a
point in time.
shortcut, just a more optimal launch
Yeah,
window.
that's
Is
what
that
I'm
what we're
saying.
talking about?
A more optimal launch, and like something where everything takes like half the time. Like that's what I was reading, but I didn't get like far into the document. I don't know if y'all heard of that.
No, not really.
Probably a bullshit article. I'm like, they'll probably know about it.
Yeah, I don't even know why we want to try to get to Mars. It's not like, a manned mission there will get us much more information than like what we're able to get by sending probes and stuff.
Yeah.
Plus, it's basically a one-way trip.
I would love to
I
smoke
don't see the
the
point,
first blunt on
honestly.
Mars. I would love to smoke the first blunt on Mars, you know? Like
Yeah,
And
what
just
if it's
take
the
a
last
one-way trip
blunt you
there.
ever smoke?
Right.
facts. Like the first L on Mars, what? That's legend shit right there. You be etched in the annals of time, bro. I'm the first person to get high on Mars.
That's supposing that the human race continues on after that.
You'd probably be better known as the first person to die on Mars, so I mean, for what it's worth.
I mean, I'm gonna die one high as motherfucker. I'll tell
I
you
don't
that.
see the point of going to Mars at all. I just don't.
I mean, look, if I ever like ended up on like death row because of some shit, you never know, like, right? Life be crazy like that. So like if that was ever the case and they asked you, okay, Jay, how you wanna go? I'm gonna say, look, man, throw me in a spaceship with no suit on and let me contribute to science. You know?
Yeah, except if you were on death row, they would never trust you with their multi-million-dollar spaceship. It's just not gonna happen.
I mean shit. I'd be like, y'all might as well, you know what I'm saying? Bound me in a way where I can't fuck it up. I'm a prisoner at the end of the day, right? So just fly my ass.
We're past the point of needing guinea pigs though. And that's essentially what you would be.
Nah, but imagine if I could go with a live camera, set it up on the ground where you could set like you can make it to where, or like I go with like two other spaceship astronaut guards that,
Are we doing The Martian now? Is that what we're doing?
yeah,
You
but
and your
like
movies?
imagine the Martian, right? And then they fucking rip the helmet off and like instead of rescuing Mark Watney, they fuck him up. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, that would be
Isn't
like,
Mars like 13 light minutes away? And so like even if like you're like beaming live quote unquote like footage to Earth, you'd still be like beaming it from 13 minutes in the past.
no, yeah, for sure, but it would still be like the closest thing to a live stream you could get.
13-minute delay stream.
You're crazy.
And then you see me fucking doing my best Total Recall impersonation, like get down.
Wait, start the reactor.
I'll be up there fucked up. But you know,
Open your mind.
it would be worth it. I'll tell you that. For science to contribute that, you was gonna put me in the chair anyway, or inject me with some shit anyway. Yeah, fuck it. Throw me on a spaceship. Make it adventure out of it. The only thing I ask for is all those psychedelics you could carry.
Dude, I'd say send me like into a fucking black hole.
Yeah, yo, that's even better. But I don't think we could reach one, right? Like
Let's see what the spaghettification.
no, I
Like,
would, man. I sign me up for that. If that's like again, if I was already gonna go and there was nothing I could do, then yeah, sign me up for that. But I don't know if we could reach one. I don't think we could ever reach one, right? It's too far for
oh
us.
yeah, for sure. Probably
Unless
the
it's
closest one
unless
is like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of light years away.
oh yeah, it's over.
Many light.
I don't think I'm that curious.
I would love to fucking do that. Goodness gracious, that would be amazing.
Or 1,560 light years. So like it's actually closer than I thought. Closest known black hole to Earth is Gaia BH1. But still, like, you're not surviving fucking 1.5k years a
Mhm.
space flight to a black hole. It's something that you have to like condemn like entire generations of children to like.
That would be
You
crazy.
gotta live and die on the spaceship, and eventually your children's 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 children will be torn apart in an experiment in a black hole.
Not unless you send cyborgs.
But then, like, how do you get the information like out from the other side of the event horizon? Like at that point, like, ooh, it disappeared into the event horizon. You have no other data beyond that.
That's true. That's why you send like cyborgs with a prisoner, and that's it. Like try to have a human account to hopefully survive that.
Yeah, it's not like the human would be able to like communicate outside of like what their experience is, but like it'd be like the first like mind having that like experience that like we know about, unless we're able to like prove the existence of aliens and that they use black holes for executions.
Well, I mean, and it's also about selecting the right black hole because some are more hostile than others. You know,
I
like
mean, it's just an insurmountable amount of gravity. I don't see how like one can be more hostile than the other. It's definitely going to crush everything that comprises you.
well, no, like one will like crush you, right? Real bad, like the small ones, and then the bigger ones will like elongate you and like stretch you out more. Like it wouldn't be like
Right, and being ripped apart like that is not really conducive to living.
yeah, I get that, but imagine it's not ripping you apart and you don't feel pain. It's just you
That's
dismantling.
not how we understand spaghettification though, because it doesn't like make the like amount of space that the atom takes up larger. It's just there's more gravitational force like per that unit of space.
Man, I would fucking if I had
Have
to.
you looked at those Penrose diagrams I sent you yet?
Let's look at them together, man. On here, let's just do it together because I keep getting caught up with my day. I wake up and let's
Dude,
do it right here on the channel, man. Right here.
I don't have time to go through it. I was actually about to like hop off because the missus wants to go to Costco early tomorrow. Get that shit done before all the Christians like go to Costco after church.
I'd rather see it with you. You know what I'm saying? Probably next stream we do
All
that.
right, we'll save it for another night then.
We'll build on it in the head, cause that way you can explain it to me, cause you got a big old philosophical words and shit.
Oh, Gretchen dropped out. I guess I'll hold up until she's back so I can make sure the stream keeps going.
So good. Yeah, I'm gonna be chilling, man. You know, I'm gonna be here for a minute. I know she gotta come back, so the shit probably froze. She probably gotta reset her computer or something.
Is the stream still going on YouTube?
Looks like it is. It's live. It says live, so
Um,
it says
yeah,
still going. Yeah.
yeah, we're good. We're good.
So good though. I mean, all these different arguments about flat Earth and shit. I'm like, yo, this dude really said, yeah, that the Earth is flat in the chat. Some dude earlier. I'm like,
No way.
what?
I'd love to have them come up and debate the topological plane.
It was that a sun guy.
Explain why a setting sun doesn't like have any
I,
sort of like
I mean,
radial change. Like it stays the same in its horizontal measurement. There is like some squishing like vertically, but that's just due to refraction and optics.
like he didn't say directly that, but like when I was speaking about it being like ridiculous about that, like does anyone really believe that about the Earth? I made like a comment, and like he wrote in the comment like, yeah, like yeah, like yes, like it is. You know what I'm saying? I thought that's what he was talking about, but could have been something else. But he's kicking that Bible stuff in the chat, so I'm like, he probably thinks the Earth is flat.
I mean, there's not zero chance if you're a theist. He'll adopt crazy shit like flurf, young Earth creationism.
My thing is, once you do that, you cross it into the lines of the, you know.
Well, yeah, you can believe anything if you're, first like prone to believing those things. It's like what
Yeah,
they say: those who believe in absurdities can be convinced to commit atrocities.
like you gotta straight up lie to yourself if you trying to believe that shit.
True.
Like you telling me you can't see this is you can see with your eyes and like piece it together how the solar system works. Like I've seen enough textbooks and enough videos and diagrams about the solar system to like be able to look into the sky and see how all this shit works. Like the planets going around the sun. You know, like it makes sense. You know, like the way they explain it, it makes sense.
Well, not only does it make sense, but you can like pull out a telescope and like track the celestial bodies to like confirm that what they're saying is true. And
Exactly.
when you do the math, it checks out to support heliocentric model of our solar system.
Exactly. And that again is science granting us the gift of knowledge, of extracting reality from what we're in. Without science, we couldn't do that.
Jay, you're not gonna bait me back into the science is the only knowledge debate. I gotta get to bed because of that Costco thing.
All right, no doubt, man. Have a good one, man. And definitely buy like some of them. They call it Kedem, like Kedem, the grape juice. Oh my gosh, that grape juice! You put that shit in the freezer, man. What? Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. You
Yeah.
have a good night, Jay. You have a good night, Gretch.
Peace.
Not
Take care.
RP.
Yeah, it's some grape juice. They got that shit. It's good. I always get like 4 fucking big ass containers when I go.
Never been a big grape juice fan.
I like any fruit juice. They don't make enough sour sop flavored stuff. I love sour sop. It's so good.
Yes, Duck. We're all atheists now. All of us.
Not me.
Shut up, Jay. Just be an atheist.
Not me.
You gonna argue with Duck? Actually, you know what? If anybody could argue with you, it would probably be Duck.
Nah, me and Duck, we on the same page. He's he's on his mission. I respect it.
That'd be an interesting conversation.
That's my guy. Nothing but support for my guy Duck. So, goodness gracious. It's already bright outside.
What?
It's already bright outside. It's already looking like it's getting bright, like it's turning blue again. That daylight saving shit. So yeah, man.
Goodness, Gretchen, Great Balls of Fire. What does that mean?
Nah, it's that song. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
I know. I just wonder where it came from all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
And try to you just do your name in that. So, what have you been watching?
Me? Nothing really. I haven't been watching anything lately. Mm.
I know you gotta been watching something.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing. So you just like be there with the TV off and like pure silence.
No, I'm usually fucking around on the internet.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10, if you ain't talking to the monitor or whatever, you in pure silence. So it's like, I usually have something playing. So what, you like listen to music more than? Spotify?
Yeah, I listen to a lot of music.
Oh shit.
I listen to a shit ton of Spotify, yes. But wouldn't call me a super fan, Duck. In fact, I'm not even a member of his channel. But then I don't really do the memberships on anyone's channel. Because that's like a couple of super chats I can do every month. So. What was I doing there then? You don't have to be a super fan just to be there. It was just there because I was there.
We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the wheels were turning.
So, like all kinds of different atheist live streams, they just sort of, I don't know. It's like candy for my brain, I guess.
I mean, honestly, it's like might as well monetize it.
They're good palate cleansers for in between the politics videos.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I could just like catch a live stream. I think that's why Joel and Mezzo are my favorite because they're fucking funny as shit too. So. Catching some.
So like you stream yesterday and today, but you're gonna stream more often, or like it's like here and there.
Some people complain of my violent atheistic urges toward religion, idea, myth, culture, history. Oh, really? Who's complaining? That's what I'd
About
like to know. Apparently, Duck said people are complaining about me. Come up and tell me about it, Duck. This ought to be good. I bet you can't make me care.
That's hilarious. Duck.
I bet you can't make me give a fuck who says what about me.
Duck gonna come up here and like try to go Terminator on you, but he don't realize that you gonna go Sarah Connor. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I haven't been called that in a long time. Well, okay, not a long time, but you know, because everybody says you look like one celebrity. Linda Hamilton was always the person that everyone said I looked like. So.
Either her or B Rabbit's mother from 8 Mile.
Oh, Kim Basinger, yeah. I got that for a while when I was like 16, because that was right about when Batman came out, and I had the long blonde hair like she did. So
Yeah.
I even had the Vicky Vale hair. So yeah.
Yeah.
But
I can see that.
But yeah, it was mostly Linda Hamilton after that. Except for whatever reason, there was a several year period where people said I reminded them of Sandra Bullock, and I'm like, yeah, I don't see that at all. I don't get it. And then finally, my ex mother-in-law was like, you know what? I think you just talk like she does. She talks really fast, and so do you. And yeah, I think that's it. She goes, you don't look anything like her, but you kind of act the same way. Like, all right, maybe.
That shit is crazy. I've been told like crazy comparisons. Like it's crazy.
Who do you get?
I don't even get like the same. It's not repeat offenders. It's always like something new.
Always someone different.
Yeah, it catches me off guard like every single time. I'm like, I'm one time with my friend Dunkin' Donuts, and I'm glad I had a witness because like it's crazy. Like who the fuck is gonna believe this? But a fucking woman just literally tells me in front of my friend as we talk, and she's like, "Excuse me, you know who you remind me of? You remind me of Mark Wahlberg." I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Hmm?
it's happening. Like, I got facial hair, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like a plain faced person, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got, you get what I'm saying? I got hair all over. Like, I haven't had a haircut in like 20 years, you know what I'm saying? So, this, I don't look like no fucking Mark Wahlberg. Like, me and my friend is just sitting there stunned. She's like, "It's something about your face structure." I made a, I like, I was in a film with him. I did a project with him, so I spent a lot of time around him, and I seen him up close. And like at a certain angle, you look like I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening? That's crazy.
You ever get any that you actually agreed with?
Hell no,
No, ever.
nope, ever. Like I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like ever like. I don't think I really truly look like anybody like that. Like you get what I'm saying? One person was like, "You look like Post Malone without face tattoos," you know, like something like that. I was like, okay, well, that was funny, but that's not
I don't know. The
true.
first time someone told me I looked like Sarah Connor, I was like, yeah, okay, maybe. I'm like, yeah, all right, I get it. And that was in between the original and T2, and I was like, yeah, all right, I get it. That's
I
fine.
don't look. I don't look like none of these individuals. That's the point. Like you know, it's like it's so far off the mark that it's like hilarious. I'm like, what the fuck? I've seen people take pictures of strangers and send it to me like, "Is that you? Is that you?" And I'm like, "Nope." And that would look more like me than those people. Like, it's crazy. I
That's
was
funny.
just lucky that I had a friend, a witness to hear that, because that's some crazy shit. Like, who the fuck would believe that? Lady
Damn,
told
Son
me,
of Jesus is still in that chat, man.
what you call Christianity, God calls Babylon. The problem is they rejected Jesus.
Hmm?
Can I get a donation? Pass the plate around.
No worries, Mod. I know what it's like. I'm in so many Discord servers that I just jump out of them every once in a while because I don't want them on the list. You know, it gets all. Which is probably why I never joined yours either. Or actually, I think I did and then I left it. I'm not sure. But if I don't use them regularly, I just get rid of them. It irritates me when I have to scroll to find a server I'm looking for. So.
I don't try to join too many places. Like I go here, I go to Mars sometimes. I go to a boxing channel, and outside of that, I don't really be on these panels like that. It'd be like over 20, 30 of them, but I only fuck with like 2 or 3. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I fuck with Taco still, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to JL, Taco, and all that. I'm gonna still go. I was gonna go the other day, but they was talking about some other shit. I was like, nah, not right now, you know what I'm saying? Let them get through it, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm done with the taco stuff, I think. I don't
Oh,
think
yeah?
I'm going back. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm in a sort of cooling off period right now, but
Yeah.
after the shit he pulled with me last week, I'm just,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that again.
I get it. I get it.
So,
It's,
I mean, if that's the kind of element that you're gonna kind of attract to your channel, then fine. You know what? You want to be surrounded by fucking Nazis and yell at your mods for not being cool with it, then fine. Fuck off. You know what? Have your Nazis. I don't care.
so good. That's nothing that can't blow over. Sometime, you know.
But nothing I said was worthy of him handing me my ass in front of, you know, on stream in front of everyone that was there. Fuck that. You know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you know.
All I was trying to do is be helpful to him, and he just jumped my shit for it. So, okay, fine. I just don't need to be here anymore. I never needed to be here. So, see ya.
He probably just looking at it like, you know, he was probably looking at it like you was attacking him versus warning him. Didn't realize that that was a warning, not a jab. You know.
He definitely did. But then the next day and a half over Discord, he made it clear that he was pissed at me because I brought attention to something that he was doing. So, whatever. Then that's fine. I just won't be there anymore, and I won't do that anymore. I'm done trying to help. So
that shit is just like so weird, like just out of nowhere like that. It's just
I don't want to be where I'm not wanted, and clearly he didn't want me there. So fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was never that deep, but I felt like I was never gonna come back. Like, you know, it was whatever, you know.
Oh, well,
Shit
I'm
happens.
there. I'm totally there. I don't think I will be going back. I've managed to stay away and not troll Eli today. So,
That's good.
and you know, I live to troll Eli next. It's just so much fun.
That's good.
But, you know, I avoided the temptation. Let's see, I'm going to stay on today and I'm leaving outside and get us. Let's call over one. Duck, just stay off of OnlyFans. That should do it.
I mean, you know, you gotta keep your horizons open, bro. You know, this world is massive.
I don't know how many horizons you're going to find on OnlyFans, but okay, sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Horizons, like other avenues to find what you're looking for.
Does anybody really find what they're looking for on OnlyFans?
Well, that's the thing. There's other avenues that aren't OnlyFans to find what you're looking for.
Good. Get together with Duck and tell him what they are.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Horizon. That's some clever shit. whole rice on too.
Ludicrous joke.
I mean,
I
you
wouldn't
don't
know.
got
The only thing I know about Ludacris is that he shares my birthday. That's it.
Ludacris got some good songs, man. I wanna lick you from your head to your toes. Then I wanna move from the bed down to the floor. Then I wanna you mix
Never
up
heard it.
leave. Then I gotta let you know what's meant for to see.
Never heard it.
I wanna lick you
Oh, I
from
have
your
seen him in Fast and Furious movies, but other than that, I just know that his birthday's the same day as mine.
What's your fancy to see? That's one of his main songs. Like, how you don't know what's your fantasy?
Because I don't listen to fucking hip hop. That's why.
You don't listen to hip hop, so you don't know.
No.
Got hoes. I got hoes in different area codes. Area codes. I got hoes. I got hoes in
No,
different
I don't.
area codes. Area codes.
Nope.
That's crazy.
I'm familiar with Beastie Boys, certain chunks of Eminem.
I know you heard some Tupac though.
Nope. Never listened to Tupac.
Ah, come on, man.
Nope.
Yeah, listen, mine. I don't know no 2 Chainz songs. You know, you gotta hit me with some old shit.
Nope.
Some old shit. You know. Sorry, I never told you.
I made it out of high school after getting like
all I
bombarded by NWA and 2 Live Crew, and I'm like, I'm good. I'm good.
wanted
Thanks.
to
It's not my genre.
Cause you've flown away, so far away. And I know you're shining down on me from
Other than that,
heaven.
the only real rap I listen to is fucking 311. That's about it.
I don't, you know what it is? I don't listen to 2 Chainz, I'm an old school soul, like 90s, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still on that na 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 na.
Yeah. Try living anywhere near LA when fucking Straight Outta Compton came out. That was almost enough to just turn me off of all of it forever. Because I mean, it was everywhere. And just when you're thinking, okay, cool, this got to be passing, all of a sudden it hit nationwide, and then it was just wall to wall. And I was like, okay, I'm saturated. And then everybody switched to 2 Live Crew out here anyway. And I was like, yeah, this is a nightmare.
I know a few of those mine, but I don't know how friendly for the stream they'll be. But I know a couple of those, few of those, you know. Shit like Body in the Trunk from Nas and Nori. You know what I'm saying? Shit like
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Montana Diary from Core Mega. You know what I mean? Like fucking what else? Man, shit.
Dude, you might be. Are you
Nas.
speaking a different language?
Nah, I'm not. I'm just telling you the different names and different songs.
What does Nastanori mean?
Nas and Nori, Nostradamus and Noriega. Two rappers. Nas and Nori for short.
Oh, NAS Nas. Okay.
Yeah. Nasir
That one I've heard of.
Jones.
I've heard of him. I've never heard any of his music, but I've heard of him.
You've heard some of his music. Come on.
No, I probably haven't.
If I rule the world, imagine that.
Nope.
I pray all my sons. I love them, baby. Like time in the world.
Nope.
Why don't we both shine? If I rule the world.
Nope.
That's crazy. So you don't know Lauryn Hill?
Oh yeah, I know who Lauryn Hill is.
Yeah, I'm like, that's
Night Woody.
ooh, na na na. In the streets. Ooh, na, na,
Yeah,
na.
Lauryn Hill. There was no getting away from Lauryn Hill when she went solo. But I just don't listen to any of it. That's all.
Missing out, man.
It's just not my thing. So I'm in a different world. Like, you know. Have you heard the band Pennywise? Have you listened to a lot of Death by Stereo? Manic Hispanic? Operation Ivy? I mean,
I know what you be listening to.
they're like really popular fucking bands where I live, but you might have never heard of any of them. You know, it's just not your thing. So
it's no hip hop. You don't got a favorite rap song?
A favorite rap song?
Yeah.
Sure, does 311 count as rap for you?
No.
We got lots of them. Okay, if 311 doesn't count as rap, then
all right, stop. Collaborate and listen.
My Darling.
Mike Darling, who the fuck is that?
Eminem.
That's not Eminem.
It's a song called My Darling, and it is by Eminem.
No. That one song, that's it.
Duck 311 is actually from Omaha, Nebraska, and they're sort of a mix of hip hop, funk, rock, and reggae, ska shit. I wouldn't say any jazz.
The Son of Jesus is in the chat like, I got the victory. I got the sweet dream. Jesus, yes I do. He's the mighty conqueror. I got the victory. I got the sweet dream. Jesus, for me he died, but he rose on the third day. That's why I have true victory every day.
Good night, Duck.
That's Yolanda Adams. I got the victory, yeah. I got the victory, yeah.
That one stream where I played where we were playing those songs, it got partially restricted because of the ones that I played and the ones that even the live one that nobody played got it partially restricted.
That's
Like,
crazy.
okay then.
That's crazy.
It's like 1 minute each, but all right, whatever.
Probably gotta pause it like every few seconds.
Yeah, the algorithm definitely caught it. So I don't think it does anything to me though.
Yeah.
Because I'm not monetized, so.
Yeah, you don't want to get struck too many times, though.
It wasn't even a strike. It just said it was restricting how much it was going to push it out to the algorithm. I'm like, okay, no one's going to, nobody's cruising around looking for an 8-hour live stream, So,
Yeah.
We're good. Pretty much figure I got all the views I was going to get out of it anyway, so, all right.
When you live by the sword, you die by the sword. I probably die in the vocal booth, spitting out raw. Die off stage.
Got Daniel breaking out Bible verses. You're fucked now, son of Jesus.
Chapters of the same book, it's a different page. It's in the struggle, Lord, a lot to get paid. Doing what we gotta do to avoid the raid, avoid the cage, but you can't avoid the grave. Chapters of the same book, just a different page. It's in the struggle, Lord, a lot to get paid. Doing what they gotta do to avoid the grave, avoid the cage, but you can't avoid the grave. You avoid jail, but you can't avoid death.
Hey, Kev. Hey, Kiff, you never hit me up on Discord like I asked you to. I just wanted to give you a couple of tips for being a Joel mod. Which I guess I could just do that right here. I mean, it's not like you have to listen to the other mods or anything. Well, except Lilith, who is succubusy. She's the managing moderator, so you do have to listen to her. But everyone else, whatever. But Rimbles, like, if you time someone out that they've been talking to, you will get a fucking earful. They do not like that at all.
You got your mind in the gutter.
I never thought I'd have another moderator talk to me about, when you do that, when I'm talking to somebody and you time someone out, it takes away the purpose of me being there. And I'm like, dude, it's just a YouTube chat. And then that pissed them off even more. I get it, but
my moderations seriously.
He really does, apparently. I mean,
I mean,
It was a 3-hour fucking lecture that I got from him about like I don't appreciate this, and I'm like, that's great. I'm like, well, how do you expect we take care of this conflict resolution? I was like, I don't see a conflict, and I don't need to resolve anything. It's just a YouTube chat. I'll leave you alone. How about that? Like, but I want to talk about this, and I'm like, but I don't. So there's another conflict for you. Some people just take shit way too seriously. Maybe I should take things a little more seriously, but I probably won't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my days of taking shit seriously are over.
I'm just sitting here kicking myself for not buying that Dubai Sunday.
Buying what?
That Dubai Sunday from Dunkin' Donuts. Oh man. 2-scoop Sunday with the Dubai pistachio. Oh, so good. But it's like a limited time batch.
Okay.
I'm saying. And I didn't get it like a dumbass.
No. Poor guy.
But I'm gonna get it tomorrow. But today.
Cannot do these words.
Shout it out. Tell me what's on your mind and what it's all about. Shout it out. Come on, everybody. You gotta shout it out.
There we go. Now it's a normal night.
That's that Bill and Ted.
The wall of Bible verses from Daniel. I love it. I get such a kick out of that.
I don't get it though. Like, what's the object of all that?
Huh?
What's that trying to say? Like, all of that. What's the object of all those verses? Like, I don't get it. It's just mad verses. Like,
He throws them up to back up all the shit that he's saying.
but it's just verses. It's not saying anything. So what a person's supposed to just
he makes his point, and then he puts up another post and it says that here, and here.
That's like kill.
Not for them.
If it's posting all those links to just prove one thing.
Well, I don't know that it was just one thing. I'm not like super like dialed in on the conversation, but
I don't get it, man. Listen, guys, science is the way. You need to open your eyes.
have you ever had that discussion with a Christian?
They don't take too kindly to that shit. I mean, some do, right? But they'll have the conversation, but most is like, fuck that. I don't believe in that. Like, yeah, you saying science, but I don't believe in science. I don't think that the science is real. I think your fake demons made it up, you know?
Well, I guess that just like most people don't want to debate a deist, most atheists don't want to bother debating a deist. Maybe deists just don't want to bother debating anybody either.
Yeah,
And you,
sometimes
sir, are a deist.
I mean, but then just yesterday on your very stream, Miss Fence post, they said that I'm a deist. Ah, how do you explain that one?
Who
I
said you
got
were? Who said you were a theist? I know you say
somebody.
you are.
No, somebody said that there was like, oh, well, if you think that at some point, you know, your God has decision making or the ability to do that somehow, then that makes you a deist. I'm like,
Yeah, but you have to have an actual God though in mind, and you don't.
I don't gotta name it. I don't gotta be like, yeah, Gretchen is this dude, and he got like this type of hairstyle. No, I don't gotta do that.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the
Theists
book.
generally have a a there has to be some sort of dogma,
Yeah, I
involved.
know you gotta dress it all up, and this is the
Yeah,
guy.
exactly.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's the thing, you don't. My dogma is just as good as this.
Your your whole God concept is so fucking ethereal, and
The
you
theory
might as
is,
well worship plasma, dude.
I mean, plasma, does a lot of things, huh? You don't know what it could do. It might shock you, literally. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, freak?
Yo, the freak, what up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
So, what do you
kick that
think of the
shit.
fact that you're a science guy, right, J Money?
I love science.
That was almost Jack Talcott, bro.
I love me some science.
What do you think of the fact that the guy who created the periodic table said that God gave it to him in a dream or two, or a few?
Oh God, this again? I'm gonna go refill my drink.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Well,
You
I
guys be
mean,
good while I'm gone. I don't have any other mods here, so.
I mean, that's a little strange,
So
you
the
know.
periodic table we can thank God for.
Or I mean, maybe this is somebody who just been told about God his whole life, and he just said, "Yeah, I'm gonna just credit this to God." Like anybody could do that, right? I mean, you could do that. You could do something that it's a first, and be like, "Oh, I caught a premonition from God." You know how many people you're gonna make believe in your religion by doing that? Like a lot. He
Hard to
probably
say,
was
but
already.
yeah, he was Orthodox. I guess then he fell away, and then he became a Catholic. So kind of a odd man's journey, but basically he said that the the final template or whatever it was came out that it was God who gave it to him in dreams, and he basically testified to that to his dying day. The God of the Bible. So I guess you could say like, yeah, he was a lifelong believer and he wanted to blah blah blah, but you know how people are, and usually they want to get all the credit and all the accolade and all the glory and all the other stuff. So like that's pretty much true for scientists too, and for pretty much everybody. So just saying that he made it up, I think, is less likely than not.
I don't know about that. Science is the only thing that could justify the truth, man. You can't get to the truth using theistic texts. It doesn't work. It falls apart.
Well, we're talking about different kinds of truth. You're talking about like the physical particle plane reality, senses and flesh. Yeah, the science is the way to go. But we're talking about, the hereafter, the higher realm, the unseen realm. That's where the Bible and the, God of the Bible expresses his truth.
Well, I don't think that there's a way for it to do that. You know, like outside of those words, right? How you gonna find it? Like, how can you speak to it, communicate with it? You can't. Like, you just gotta trust the words you read. That's it. Like, you just gotta trust the words you read. You gotta carry out the orders. And if you do that and you're a good boy, yeah, you'll go in. You could do all the atrocities in the world, but if you beg for forgiveness and you get my forgiveness and you back on my good side, you safe. Don't worry about it. Whatever you did. The next person didn't really do that much, but they still did crazy shit, you know what I'm saying? Like some fried shit, but nothing too crazy. But they didn't ask for forgiveness, and guess what? They go to hell. It's like the differentiator is the forgiveness of the God, quote unquote. The submission.
You see,
And I'm
but
like,
there's a difference between, say, salvation and justice. God can't just like forgive Adolf for all the whatever that happened and be like, oh yeah, you're fine, and have no recompense or whatever, even if he was able to squeak in by, a last Hail Mary or something, right? So God wouldn't be just if that were the case. So yeah, you might squeak in and have your flesh not judged because you put faith in Jesus Christ. That doesn't mean you're not going to be the cockroach sewer janitor in heaven and have a lot of recompense to pay for the just injustice that you know caused on the earth.
mm, well, I don't know, man. I just feel like none of this stuff makes sense once you realize what science is all about, man, and what it tells you. None of it. Like, it doesn't add up. GPS wouldn't work in your model. If the earth is flat and it's a plane with a dome and all of this, like, we got telescopes, man.
I mean, that's not
Showing
really
us.
part of like the biblical message at all, you know. So like I know the flat earthers like to kind of like co-opt that and really like heavily emotionally kind of like propagate it, but it really has nothing to do with Jesus Christ whatsoever.
Yeah, but it does because this is the book that's telling you about that. So what you're basically doing is zero in on a certain portion of the book and saying this is what the whole thing is about. So only focus on this, and even that thing that you're focusing in on has so many questions and questionable things in the story, down to just why did Jesus have to be a child born through a virgin birth, but Adam and Eve didn't have to. They could just fucking emerge. Like, you could just make them, you know what I'm saying? But instead of just
Yeah.
making Jesus, he just had to be born through a virgin birth. Like, you understand what I'm saying? That leads me to believe
there's more to that story, and they just said, look, it's a virgin birth. Maybe somebody slept with the girl, you know what I'm saying? But they knew at that time, you know, maybe it's a traded thing. Maybe she slept with someone else. Or, you know, they want to hide that. They don't want to reveal that she's been whatever, unpurified, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? But still, she's pregnant. So how you going to explain this? You know what I'm saying? You can't get around this. So, oh my, virgin birth. You know, he probably popped it, you know what I'm saying? And was trying to like deny it. And, you know, that was probably someone in the vicinity's son who eventually became Jesus, you know? But like, they're not gonna tell you that. That doesn't fit the canon of the story. Like the canon, he has to be conceptualized by a magnificent birth and all of that. He's the one, right? The one. But let's just cut out 18 years of his life. You know, like, this
Everybody loves a
doesn't make sense.
magnificent story, don't they?
Well, I
It just
mean, if
doesn't
you
make
know,
sense. Like,
if
he's
there's
the
no
prodigal
explanation for
son.
it, then it must be God. Like he did
No,
it.
I mean it wasn't even the first virgin birth story in fucking history.
Okay,
It
well,
was like
what did those
third
people
or
do?
fourth or some shit. You know, it's like
Anyway,
it's just another trope typed off another religion.
I'm
That's
like,
all it was.
it sounds to me like somebody, maybe Paul, one of them, slept with the girl. You get what I'm saying? One of the
that's
canon
crazy,
writers.
Jay.
You understand what I'm saying? Like one of
No,
Paul
them.
no,
slept with a
that's pretty
woman
far
who
out there, bro.
died before he. Okay, sure.
Paul wasn't hanging out with the main group. You know what I
Paul
mean?
was not a contemporary of Jesus.
I
So,
know
but
that, but
anyway, I
that's
mean, if it okay, if it wasn't somebody sneaking around or somebody was doing something or whatever, obviously the answer would be, well, it was God, which is consistent with the story because it's talking about God.
I
So
mean, I don't
then the
think so
reason
though.
why he had to be born of a human is because he had to, in order to fulfill the law, he had to be human to fulfill the law that was given to humans.
What
Yeah,
So
does
he had
but
to be
fulfilling the law
subjected
mean?
to it, just like he was subjected to the law and linear time, just like we are.
he wasn't though. He
What
wasn't.
does fulfilling the law mean to
It
you?
means it means completing it to where you could be reconciled with God.
I don't see how that's like a coherent
How does
statement,
pushing
in
a
my
kid off the
opinion.
roof when he was 13 fit into his completing the law?
How does doing what?
Pushing another kid off the roof when he was like 13.
I mean, I don't know which, you know,
The infancy gospel of Thomas.
I mean, there's a reason why a lot of those books didn't make it into the canon or whatever. I'm not
They
saying
did
that
make it
all.
into the canon. They were kicked out.
Yeah, I mean, but some parts of that book made it into the Quran. Those things I could say comfortably that yeah, they probably happened. The clay pigeon, the give it a clay pigeon life, whatever. But other things, I just can't. I can't say why they uh, left them out. But I'm sure there's a reason. To me, the reason is it's
So why
streamlined
was Jesus
Jesus
so
Christ.
fucking special?
Hmm?
Why was Jesus so special that he fulfilled the law?
Because he was sinless.
Well, he wasn't even the first one.
He was the only one sinless.
Why aren't we worshiping fucking Ruth?
What do you mean? Everyone is sinless besides Jesus Christ.
That's not true.
He's the only one who did it. He's
Who
the
is it?
only one who made it through.
Ruth and Elijah, I think, both got to ascend up to heaven because they were righteous too.
That's
I
that's true.
think.
I don't know if Ruth actually was I don't want to say transfigured, but translated or whatever up to heaven. But certainly Elijah and uh, Enoch were. But still, in Revelation says that no one was worthy to open the book. except for Jesus. So they had to have had blemish, had to have had sin. Right? So the reason why God could lift him all the way up to
that's not
himself
an
is
argument
because
that
he was
follows. I'm
sinless.
sorry. That's not an actual logical argument. That's shoving shit in gaps to where it makes sense to you.
What are you talking about? Which part?
The part where you start the sentence with, well, he had to have been ... because you don't have any evidence to actually support that. You don't even have any scripture to support it. It's just
Which part? I mean, which
assumption on your part.
You mean the fulfilling the law?
No.
Or something else?
The part where you
Sinless?
said, okay, there was Elisha, Ruth, and Enoch. Okay, whatever. Well, but Jesus was the only one that could open the book. He has to have been.
Yeah. I mean, in Revelation, that's what it says. Like, no one was worthy to open the books. And then he saw, Jesus.
Which is untrue, because the Bible itself says that Ruth was fucking righteous as shit.
Sure.
And that I'm just saying, it's a contradiction that you can't get out of without making false assumptions.
Not really. I mean, even Mary
Or at least
is
feel good
supposedly
assumptions.
pure or whatever, this or that, but she wasn't, able to open the book, right? So, it's him. He's the only one who
What
made
book?
it through.
Tell me why there's a book.
Because it contains, excuse me, it contains
God's book, right?
Yeah, it's God's book. It contains
God has to
I'm
have
not sure
notes,
what
right?
I'd have
Because
to
he's
read
all
about what
knowing.
it contains, but no one was worthy to be able to open the book to basically continue.
So God's perfectly all knowing, but he needs everything written in a book. Make it make sense.
I mean, records are stored somewhere somehow, right? The book of life has got names
God's
written in
perfect.
it.
God's perfect and omniscient. He doesn't need records.
They're for our benefit, maybe not for his, right? So, we could always go back and look back and reference stuff, just like a library.
What benefit? What
benefit? Because we know that it actually happened. It's not just a fabrication of God's dream.
We don't
or
even know if we're
imagination.
gonna.
There's hard evidence.
So you're gonna get up to heaven, and then God's gonna say, "Hey, I remember when you did this when you were 13," and you're gonna look at him and say, "Show me the proof, bitch. Where's your journal?" No. If you believe in him, then you don't need any. He doesn't need to keep a book. He's fucking God.
I mean,
He doesn't need
but
anything.
the books.
It's God.
I mean, maybe the books are just for our benefit.
Anything.
Otherwise, if there was no books or there was no witness and there was no record, then we could say to him and accuse him that, well, it was all a fabrication of your own mind, and then we could get off scot-free. If that's not the case.
What would I do if my kids talk to me like that? I'd talk to them like that, only louder. A lot louder. But, that's just me.
So anyway, the reason Jesus was a human and was born to,
I'd be kind of pissed, but hold on a second, Freak. Hold on a second. Yes, I would be kind of pissed, but I always kind of taught my kids to, question authority and push back. So it annoyed me when they started doing it, so I taught them to question authorities, and then when I realized that, oh fuck, I'm authority, it did burn, but I was proud of them because I don't know. Kind of made them more like me, I guess, in a way.
Let me ask you a question, Gretchen.
Yes, I love them. Of course, I love my kids. What?
Do you feel like you've ever completely submitted to authority in your life?
No, I don't.
Do you think that like most of the baby boomers ever submitted fully to authority in their lives, like the hippie type, the hippie, type or whatever?
I think a lot of them did, yeah.
Really, like the hippies in the like 1960s when they were protesting and going to Woodstock and doing drugs and
Maybe not
free
during
love.
that. Maybe not during that time, but then when the 80s rolled around, yeah, the boomers fucking submitted like a motherfucker.
Fair enough. Do you think like they completely submitted to like authority fully to have full knowledge of it?
I don't know.
What
I
about
mean,
you?
I guess it depends on who you're talking about, because
Yeah, it probably does.
I'm not a boomer, so I can't really speak for them.
Do you think that someone who's never fully submitted to authority could actually know what it is fully to be able to wield it later in life?
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Because they never fully submitted to it.
So,
So they probably have expectations that aren't realistic.
guess what? Your big fucking hero, Donald Trump, I doubt he ever submitted to authority in his fucking life, but he's wielding it pretty well. Well, not well, but I mean, catastrophically, but definitely in full.
Yeah, so
He's
I've
wielding
seen
it like a motherfucker, and he doesn't care who it hurts, even though it's hurting all of us. And I don't think he ever submitted to authority. Ever. I think he spent his whole life skating by and
Well, in that case, maybe there's but I mean, if you look at his children, unlike like Joe Biden, like they're all doing good, they're all productive members of society. They produce things, they make money. They don't like uh, get underage prostitutes and smoke crack. They can't even
how do
weigh
you
on a
know?
scale how much crack is on the friggin' scale.
Oh,
That kind of
Don
stuff.
Jr. does enough coke to choke a horse.
Who does?
So, Don Jr.?
Oh well, maybe.
Oh no, not maybe. He
I mean, I don't
absolutely
know.
does.
I don't think he's
And
ever been in trouble.
all of his kids are in the same business. They all work for the Trump organization. So, don't give me that shit.
Yeah, I think so. They probably have some side stuff going or whatever, like Ivanka. Or
No,
whatever.
they don't have a lot of sides. Everything that they do is underneath the Trump organization, which belongs to their dad. All of it.
I mean, more likely,
All
but
of
I
it.
think that if they have their own little
No,
thing,
all of
they can
it.
invest some of their
That
own
came out.
capital.
That came out when his CFO was on trial. It all of it. It all belongs to Donald Trump.
Okay, but if you have enough money saved up as a child and you want to do your own venture capital investment in something, you have the right to do that no matter what. So I wouldn't be surprised if like Ivanka had her own clothing line
No,
made in China.
they're waiting for him to die.
Yeah,
You
but you
kidding
don't
me?
taking all of your money out of all of your work, so you would do your own.
They don't really get a whole lot out of their work because everything they get goes to him.
Not if it's their work, their company. Like
No,
a whole
the only
separate.
one that gets anything that doesn't belong to Donald Trump is Ivanka because she married another billionaire's kid and he got billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia to start his venture capital. hedge fund bullshit. But he owes that to Trump too, which means you don't think Trump's getting a taste of that? You're out of your
Probably
mind.
not. I mean, I don't know about that
You
one.
are
but
out
like,
of your
Ivanka
mind.
started her own clothing line or makeup or whatever. I doubt Donald's.
Yeah, those are all under the umbrella of the Trump organization, and he gets a cut of it all.
The only reason I could
Because
see that
he
is
gives them
because
the
of
money
just
to
the brand.
start it. It doesn't cost them anything to start it because he gives them the money for it. So he gets to reap most of the benefit.
Then yeah, then that would be the case.
Yeah, that is the case. That's what I'm telling you.
Maybe, you know, I don't know.
What's his name? Weisselman, the one that went to prison for him. That all came out during his financial trial.
Manafort?
Not Manafort. Is I forget was his name Harold Weisselman? His name was definitely Weisselman.
Yeah.
But I forget his first name. And he ended up going to prison for like a year because of Trump's crimes.
I don't know. Anyway, it's not really that important. Like, because
well, I'm just saying that you can't bring up his kids and how wonderful and successful they are. They've never had any sort of adversity in their fucking lives, and they probably never will.
Why wouldn't Joe Biden's kid be in the same boat?
One of Joe Biden's kids was in the same boat, actually. Only he actually served in the military and, did really good shit. He became the attorney general of his state, and then he got a brain tumor and died.
Right.
Beau Biden was an impressive motherfucker.
Right, but he never did like any kind of,
No, because he got a brain tumor and fucking died.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
But I don't know. Being the attorney general of an entire state is pretty kind of chill, don't you think?
Yeah, probably is really nice. I mean, it's probably a very difficult position to, to do. Very difficult, very political, very hard, very, a lot of pressure. I'd imagine a lot. But you're also not making a ton of money.
And other than Hunter, his other kids, perfectly fine too.
Yeah, she married a plastic surgeon or something, and whatever. But Hunter's a mess. So I'm just saying,
what are you trying to say? How does that reflect on Biden?
Well,
Trump has Donald Trump Jr. Trump has Don Jr. and Biden has fucking Hunter. What are you trying to say?
I mean, but Don Jr. hasn't been caught with prostitutes and crack and a gun charge and a domestic violence or any of that stuff.
He's had his indiscretions too. It's just that they don't give a fuck.
I mean,
And he also doesn't have the entire Democratic Party coming after him, and he never will, because let's face it, Democrats don't do that shit.
Are you serious?
They're usually fucking spineless.
They put Donald Trump through the ringer, man. Why wouldn't they go after Don Jr.? What do you think part of Russiagate was when they had Don Jr. trying to set him up for a meeting with this guy from Russia?
No, the Russiagate, the whole Russiagate thing, that was on Trump.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, he did.
What did he do?
The Mueller report said he did. They just said that they couldn't prosecute him for it.
But what did he do though? Like, what did it say that he did? Like, he didn't do anything. So, like,
oh, he didn't.
No,
He didn't ask the country of Russia to hack Hillary's emails. Really?
What you mean on the campaign or whatever?
Or did he actually do that in front of a camera at a press conference?
That's
what I remember.
As an unelected presidential candidate.
Doesn't matter. They still had meetings in Trump Tower with, Russian assets. That was proven.
Yeah, but they said no to their deal or whatever. They didn't want any part of it.
No, they said no to the deal, but that's not what the Mueller investigation found.
That's exactly what they found. Not only that.
No, it isn't.
Not only that, when he
It
was
absolutely
president-elect,
isn't.
it's perfectly legal to contact Russian officials
And
or,
did anybody ever try and prosecute him for this shit? The Mueller report said, you know what? We can't prosecute him while he's in office, so we're not even going to recommend that. And we're just going to turn in this report and let them figure it out after he's out of office.
Okay, so
all right, fine. So, who tried to prosecute him after he left office? Who? Tell me the name of the Democrat that tried to prosecute him for any of the Russia shit after he left office.
Shit? There was nothing there. That's why no one went after him for the Russia stuff.
That's not true. There was shit there.
No, there was no shit there.
Yes, there was.
No, there's.
But who tried to prosecute him for it?
The only one that did anything there was Manafort.
Nobody tried to prosecute him for it. Nobody ever bothered to prosecute him for it, ever.
Because he didn't do anything. Actually, you know what?
Yes, he did.
Prosecuted for it, and he didn't do anything.
That's Bill Barr's words, because Bill Barr said that. But that's not what the Mueller report actually said. Go back and read it.
Barr wasn't even there when.
Go back and fucking read it. Just go back and read it. It's all over the fucking internet. Go back and read it. You'll see. You will see that I'm not lying to you. I promise I'm not lying to you. Go back and read it. Don't listen to any of the shit Bill Barr said. Just read what Mueller wrote.
But it meant nothing because he said no to the stupid deal they were trying to trap him with.
That's ridiculous, and that's a fucking lie. Go back and read the report. Come show me, and then bring it to me. Show me where the report says that.
Well, did anyone get? Was anyone prosecuted? Was anyone charged with a crime?
No, it wasn't. It was never prosecuted.
Okay,
it could have been. It could have been, but there wasn't anyone willing to do it. There wasn't anyone willing to do it.
They had him booked in Atlanta for some stupid nothing about a phone call to fucking dumbass in Atlanta, and you're telling me that the federal government
for trying to fix an election is nothing? Trying to fix an election is nothing?
Your job, asshole, or whatever. So what?
He didn't say "do your job, asshole."
Pretty much what he said. Like
he said,
do your fucking
"Find
job,
me 11,000 votes. Come on, give me a break. All I need is 11,000 votes."
It's okay. So do your effing job. Come to find out, like he had a bunch
threatened the guy, and then he threatened him and said that you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
That was a joke. If you're following it.
The guy was not a joke. Brad Raffensperger was doing his fucking job.
Yeah,
and Trump, on that phone call, fucking threatened to prosecute him if he didn't go find him 11,000 votes to put him over the top in the state of Georgia.
To prosecute him.
He didn't threaten the prosecutor. He threatened Brad Raffensperger.
I said he didn't threaten to prosecute him because
he did. He absolutely did. Go back and listen to that.
Job. He called him up and said,
"No, he didn't."
Just like he
told
a bunch of the federal postal workers at the time. He told them to show up on time. Everyone was pissed about that. He just said, "Hey, show up on time."
About postal workers.
They all got pissed.
Nobody gives a fuck about postal workers, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. He absolutely threatened Brad Raffensperger if he didn't find him 11,787 votes.
Yeah, it turns out
which is one more than we have. I mean, need.
And I think they were in his trunk or something. It's all fraudulent.
They were in his trunk.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember now, but. Why do you think they went in and they raided and they took all their stuff? The FBI did.
You are so brain rotted, dude. You are super brain rotted. You think a bunch of Republicans in Georgia were hiding fucking votes so that the Democrats
You haven't been following any of that? Or in Arizona or in where else?
The Arizona thing was a fucking clown car.
There's a few other states like Georgia for sure, Arizona for sure.
Yeah, they did their fucking audits like they were supposed to.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other things that were going on.
No, you just want to believe there were a lot of other things going on because you guys didn't want to believe that your fucking guy lost. He
No, we
fucking
knew
lost.
something was wrong.
He was a
We
fucking
knew something
nightmare as
was wrong,
president.
but yet the
I mean,
Democrats
why is it so hard for you to
voters didn't
believe?
want an investigation.
Why is it so hard for you guys to believe that your guy fucking lost an election?
Because Joe Biden was a fucking joke, okay? There's no way Joe Biden got more votes than Barack Obama. Are you fucking kidding me?
Up to that point, he was just a former vice president.
Right, he was nothing. He was a freaking bump in the road. Like, he was literally a splinter in your friggin' little toenail. He was nothing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the clout. I'm talking about
he was nothing.
I'm talking about the direction of the country. I'm talking about the speech. I'm
The
talking
only
about
thing
the
he ever
basement.
did for
I'm
this
talking
country
about the
was
no
good
campaign
stuff.
whatsoever. The people showed up. There's like 25 people at his campaign rallies.
So what? It was during COVID.
All right, Gretchen.
And we were the side that, didn't want to go around other people, remember?
Yeah, I trust the science, right?
We didn't want to go outside because you fucking assholes would rip our masks off of us.
Are you kidding me? I mean,
you don't think that happened? You don't think that happened?
Probably did, but
in California, it fucking did.
Sounds like something Antifa would do.
No, it's something that MAGA did.
Pretty absurd.
They would literally go through fucking grocery stores and shit and rip masks off of people.
Kind of like Jesse Smollett.
What does he have to do with any of it?
Well, I mean, this is MAGA country, right?
Huh?
Nothing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The guy did the anti-Chicago. He paid someone to beat
Do
himself
you know what it is to have a linear conversation at all?
Yeah, I definitely do. I'm just saying, like, you're not going to convince me that there was a bunch of MAGA
You're like
running
a
around
fucking cat that's just like chasing a bee all over the place. Like, oh, this reminds me of something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It makes it hard to have a fucking real conversation.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about MAGA pulling masks off of people in the grocery store, I'm not going to track so well with that story. That's ridiculous.
You don't think that ever happened?
I doubt that ever happened. Seriously doubt it. And if it was probably fake MAGA. Antifa fake MAGA.
Oh, see, there you go. There's your cope right there. Oh, if it was, then it was fake. Absolutely. Yeah. If it did happen, it was fake.
Ray Epps.
But you're still going with it never fucking happened. So that's what you guys are so watching lies and you believe it all. And you believe it all because you're fucking weak-minded. That's why you believe your big fucking hero is a Christian, even though he's probably one of the worst people to ever walk this earth.
Why would you say that, though? He made his own money. I mean, compared to these politicians who basically extort for cash. He made his money in business, which is legitimate business. And
no, he didn't. He made his money from his father.
Okay, and put that to the side. Whatever, he still made money.
No, not business. Put that to the side.
That's
where it fucking came from.
They blackmail and extort, especially if you're talking about Washington D.C. That's how they do it.
So what? I'm not comparing him to a fucking lawyer, am I?
I'm just saying, like, how could he be the worst person in the world if he legitimate made his money?
He didn't legitimate make his money.
Okay, how is
he legitimately got his money from his fucking dad? In fact, when his dad started developing like signs of dementia and Alzheimer's, you know, he and his siblings got together and made their own company to steal their dad's money before he even died. They scammed their own fucking dad. That's how he got his money.
Well,
look it up, freak. Just go look. Don't even take my word for it. Seriously.
I don't actually
take
care.
my
Like,
go look it
that
up.
sounds like pretty
Well, if you
typical
don't
American
care,
family to me.
why are you bringing
Seriously,
up as
like,
a talking
why
point?
did he just
Why
sit
are
on
you
it or
using
whatever? But
it?
no, he did something in Atlantic City.
If
He
you
did
don't
something,
care.
you know, he multiplied the money. He didn't just like, steal it
No,
and
he
watch it
didn't
cash out.
actually. He lost money in Atlantic City at his casinos. And you know who bailed him out? His daddy, with briefcases and briefcases with millions in cash that they laundered through the casino just to keep it open. And then it ended up failing anyway.
All right, so
again,
why isn't he in jail?
don't take my word for it. Go look it up.
All right, so
Again,
how did Daddy Trump make all that money when it was Donald doing everything?
What are you talking about when it was Donald doing everything?
So like the way you're talking, like Donald Trump Sr. must have like owned all of half of Manhattan, and then he just gave it to
own
Donald
half
Trump
of Manhattan
after he stole it.
In fact,
from his other
Donald
siblings.
in fact, Donald Trump never owned half of Manhattan. He still doesn't.
You're saying that his dad must have. I'm saying that you're saying that his dad must have owned half of Manhattan in order for Donald Trump to have that much money.
No.
Because Donald Trump did never do
Fred
nothing
Trump-
that was no good anywhere.
Fred Trump didn't own anything in Manhattan.
Okay, he didn't really own that much. Like I think they had a couple of like malls or.
Oh no.
towers.
He had a lot.
They had a tower.
He had a lot. He had a lot,
lot.
but he
Okay,
didn't
so
own
now it's
anything in Manhattan. He didn't.
Was it,
He,
okay. So
Fred
he had
Trump
a couple
was
things in
a.
the Bronx or a couple things in the hood or whatever.
Are
He
you
gave
just
all that
guessing?
money-
Are you
all that
just?
hood money of-
Are you
of the
just
tower
playing
to
pin the
Donald
tail
Trump
on the
after they
fucking
stole
donkey? What are
between
you
all-
doing?
And
You're
Dad
just
still had to bail
fucking
him out
yapping.
on his
You're just
Brooklyn,
making
tower.
shit up. Do
I
you
know
want
that's
the
what you're
answer?
doing.
Do you
What?
no? Do you want the? I'm trying to fucking answer you, but you won't shut the fuck up. Fred Trump, everything he had, he owned half of Queens, not Manhattan. Fred Trump never had anything in Manhattan. That is why Donald Trump wanted to be part of Manhattan so bad. It was a status thing. Because his dad never broke into Manhattan. Because his dad was happy enough with all the shitload of money he made in Queens.
Do you think that Donald Trump ever made any money on anything?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so like, did you ever watch The Apprentice?
Yeah, that's when he started making his real money because his name became worth something and he made all of his money on licensing deals, licensing his name to shit. That's where he made most of his fortune.
How do you think Joe Biden made any of his money? Just by being a senator? The guy that was too cheap to buy a car, he rode a freaking train 2 hours in and 2 hours out every day as a U.S. fucking senator. That guy.
So,
like, how do you think he's generating cash?
all kinds of ways. I mean, I think even his wife worked while he was vice president.
Yeah, so Joe Biden's riding a train.
She was still a college professor when he was in the White House.
Yeah, so Joe Biden's riding a train every day, 2 hours in, 2 hours out.
So what? What do trains have to do with it?
Joe Biden's a professor at a university with fresh meat every semester. That's a good combination, isn't it?
That is the fucking creepiest.
I'm just saying.
You are so fucked in the head, dude.
4 hours a day on a fucking train. This guy, right? His wife is at a university.
Why are you so obsessed with this train thing? Why are you obsessed with this train thing?
Choo choo.
A lot of people ride trains
Joe
all
Biden
the time.
was obsessed with the train. Seriously.
Yeah, a lot of people ride trains every fucking day.
Yeah, like Joe Biden he probably had one of those train things in his, living room or something.
Why do you care? And what
Why do I
the
care?
fuck are
Because-
you? What are you
Because
even
the
talking
Democrats
about?
cry about the
You don't
environment
make
and stuff
any
like that. And you
fucking
know what
sense.
the biggest impact on the environment is rail.
Is it really?
Definitely. Yeah.
How?
Just the fact that it's there, the fact that it corrodes, and the
Just the
intoxicants,
fact that it's
bleed into
there.
the soil.
Wow,
You
that
had your
makes a
train
lot of
running
sense. Thanks
east,
for clearing that up, you
south
fucking
side.
idiot.
You have your chemical spills. You have all that stuff.
Why do you try speaking on shit that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, I mean, I know what I'm talking about. I don't know
No, you
details
don't.
stuff, but I know the overall picture.
Yeah,
of
that's
what's
the
going on.
problem. If you knew what you were talking about, you would know some details. But all you have is fucking speculation and fucking accusations and like weird shit about fresh meat. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's human nature, like, there's no way you can
What the
convince me
fuck
that
is
that's
wrong
Joe
with
Biden's
you,
daughter.
freak?
I'm sorry, there's no way. You think Jill Biden saw Hunter running around the house and was like, "I'm gonna have another kid with this fucking guy"? Come on, let's get real, Gretchen.
You think Hunter Biden was a fucking crackhead when he was like 7?
I think he was a dumbass.
How the fuck would you know?
I mean, he was.
Oh, because you were a dumbass when you were 7 and never got over it?
He took his
So
laptop
you must
to
think
a friggin'
everybody's
PC
that
repair
way?
shop in DC with all that Hunter crap on the Hunter laptop. He took it to a PC repair guy in Washington DC. I mean, that's not too smart. He threw a gun in a dumpster after argument with his girlfriend or his wife or something. She ratted him out or something. He's not very bright. Okay.
If you put half of the effort into researching Trump as you did Hunter Biden, apparently, you might actually know something about that man.
Yeah, tell me how great he was.
Huh?
How great is Hunter?
I didn't say Hunter was great. I'd never said that. Never fucking came out of my mouth.
All right, you know why I don't have to.
That's you twisting my. That's you twisting my words.
The media does, and the government has.
Has what?
Investigated Donald Trump.
No, they haven't. Not really.
Not really. What do you mean? Like the Mueller investigation was nothing. The hearsay rumor in Ukraine phone call was not an investigation or an impeachment.
The hearsay rumor.
The J6 committee wasn't an investigation.
Wait, the hearsay rumor.
Yeah.
With the call in Ukraine, that was fucking recorded, right?
Yeah, it was a perfect call.
You don't really believe that, do you?
I mean, he literally released the call, and all he did was say, "Hey, call my lawyer." That's what he said. Literally, he said, "Call my lawyer."
No.
Talking about investigating in Burisma.
No. It wasn't about Burisma. It was a call with Zelensky about arms.
Quid pro quo. Like, hey, I'm going to give you your missiles, but you got to investigate Joe Biden.
Trump didn't want to send them.
No, it was like, he said, hey, okay, like, have your lawyer call my lawyer. That's what he said.
That didn't have anything to do with Burisma.
He said, call my lawyer, and one of the Balloonhead brothers.
Yeah. Do you know that? Do you realize that Trump
heard
saying
in the cafeteria?
Shut the fuck up, freak!
and was
Do
a
you
whistleblower
realize
or
that
something.
by Trump saying just I'm not going to send you this stuff unless you ... It doesn't matter
He didn't
what
say
he
that
said
though. That
after
was
that.
Joe Biden, actually.
No, it was not Joe Biden.
You didn't see that clip where Joe Biden said, "Well,
It
gee, you know,
wasn't Joe
I told them
Biden.
they better drop this case, or gee, I'm not going to send them their $1 billion. I can get on the phone right now," and blah blah. You never saw that clip. Well, son of a bitch.
You're gonna
Remember?
what if all the fucking conspiracy theory nonsense?
Seriously, there was
So
a
I don't.
clip of Joe
So
Biden
what?
doing
I
that.
can't. And honestly, even if I did answer all your questions, you're never gonna fucking listen anyway. So you're just gonna keep going on with your, theories about Hunter Biden being a crackhead when he was 7. I mean, who the fuck talks like that, dude?
I said he was a dumbass when he was 7.
Do you wonder why people don't fucking like you?
I don't care.
Does it really escape you why people don't fucking like you?
I'm pretty sure they don't like me.
You're,
That's it's all right. I'll be all right.
so why do you keep coming around these people?
Because eventually the truth is going to slap them in the face.
No, it's not.
So you can dislike me all you want, but the truth is you can't deny the reality to a certain point. That you're just gaslighting yourself.
I'm not denying reality. You're the one that's denying reality. You won't even let reality in your fucking head.
Anyway, he said, "Yeah, call my lawyer," and they did the whole Ukraine thing.
See, right back to and he fucking did it.
He did what? He didn't withhold. How could
and
he
got
withhold the missiles
impeached
when
for
he
it.
delivered them?
He got impeached for it. The only reason he fucking delivered them is because the fucking Congress said you have to. That's all.
That's not true.
And he did get impeached for it.
Yeah, he got impeached for it because of a rumor and a whistleblower.
It wasn't
law.
a rumor.
A rumor and a whistleblower law, and your Constitution was thrashed.
It wasn't a rumor.
What do you mean it wasn't a rumor?
They had a recorded fucking phone call, dude.
The guy who was the whistleblower thought that he overheard a phone call doing a quid pro quo in Ukraine. He didn't even hear the call. He wasn't even in the room. He said, "I thought I overheard them, talking about a quid pro quo on the missiles." And then he told someone else. The next thing you know, Adam Schiff is drawing up whatever and making up shit.
That's not how it went down.
That's pretty much what went down.
No, it's not.
All right, what happened?
The Zelensky and his aide that was on the phone with him, and they did record the phone call. We also recorded the phone call.
Yeah, Donald Trump
And
released it.
the whistleblower, which was one of the twins, I forget which one.
Yeah, Vindeman, one of the balloon head twins.
Yeah, one was on the National Security Council, and the other one was the Vindeman twins. One of them was the one that you call the whistleblower, but I mean, what does it fucking matter? Because Zelensky and Novikov were going to say something anyway.
What do you mean? Zelensky was in the White House with Trump, like maybe a couple months later, and there was he even said it was a perfect call.
No, he never did.
Literally, Donald Trump said at the end, he said, "Hey, call my lawyer. Have your lawyer call my
Igor
lawyer."
Novikov. Igor Novikov never said that.
I don't know who that is.
Of course you don't.
So why didn't he testify?
Igor Novikov? Because he's fucking Ukrainian.
So what? They wanted their missiles, right? Donald Trump was holding them hostage. For God's sake.
Was he?
No, of course he wasn't. He delivered them, and he released the phone call. He said, "Call my lawyer."
He didn't.
It's ridiculous.
No, he didn't.
He did. All Adam Schiff did was hijack the Constitution.
Oh,
in
he
order
did.
for a
He did
political-
eventually.
for a
He did
political
eventually
cause,
release
because he
the
had a
arms.
whistleblower law and a rumor.
He absolutely did, but only because he was forced to, and he
Who
was
did?
forced to by
Donald Trump?
guess who? Yeah.
Okay,
Guess
so
who
where's
forced
the
him
quid
to?
pro quo though? Like he didn't withhold the missiles.
Who forced him to release those arms to Ukraine?
Nobody forced him to. It was a
Yes,
matter of
yes, they
administration.
did.
It
It was fucking Mitch
a matter of
McConnell.
accounting and administration.
It was Mitch McConnell. Go look up the fucking story. It was Mitch McConnell that forced him to finally do it. And he did that so he would get a deal, and Mitch McConnell would tell all the Republicans not to vote to convict him after Adam Schiff impeached him. And to avoid conviction, he just released the fucking arms, because when Congress says do something and we're paying for it, the president has to do it.
I mean, he has to also be responsible for the administrating of said things. So, like, he's responsible for what ends up where they end up. Of course, he's going to do his diligence before they just go flying out somewhere.
Oh, fuck you and your diligence. No, Congress just does all that when they fucking vote for it.
Congress
The
just deals
does
out
not
missiles
sit
to
there
wherever
line
they
item
wanna
by
go.
line item and decide who gets what arms. You're fucking crazy if you think that happens.
You think Congress is allocating and shipping and delivering and making sure that the right person gets the right missiles at the right time in the right place?
Yeah.
Or
Do you
that's the
you
job
think
of
it's the
executive?
president that does that?
Yeah, but
Are you
president that does
fucking
that.
crazy?
Trump don't even know what
The
fucking
Congress
out of your
allocates, but the
fucking
president
mind.
administers.
You're
and
out of your
facilitates.
fucking mind.
What do you mean I'm out of my mind? That's exactly how it worked out. Why else would
Really?
Donald Trump be on the phone?
Tell
with,
me
with
about.
Zelensky?
All right, tell me
Or was it
about
Mitch
all your
McConnell?
years working for the federal government and the military or the VA or the State Department even. Tell me about all your experience with that and how you know any of this is true. Or are you just
Because I
making
watched
more
the hearings
shit
in
up?
Congress.
That doesn't mean shit.
What do you mean? They
That
tell
doesn't
you exactly what happened.
That
like, they
does
have to
not tell
testify
you
under
about how
oath.
their
You think they're
fucking
lying?
about how their logistics and budgeting process works. It doesn't tell you shit about it.
Wait a second.
You
you're
don't
telling me
know
what Congress is
any-
legislating or what Congress is talking
You
about.
don't know
their
anything.
budget.
You're just guessing to see whatever makes you fucking feel better.
All right.
You're completely full of shit. I'm definitely not the one that's ever going to believe your bullshit. I spent way too much time in my life dealing with this shit. I'm sorry, but you're never going to get that shit past me.
Okay, so you said that you were intelligence when you were in the branch in the in service or whatever. You're telling me that
Mhm.
the executives weren't the ones that were responsible for actually delivering the hardware?
Yeah, they're supposed to, but you know what? They're supposed to do it, to who? Like it's already been decided where it goes.
Right, but you still have to do the diligence.
Do I think it was?
trust
Do
but
I think it
verify.
was the White
Well, you have
House
to
that
trust
did
but
it?
verify.
No.
So Trump, like using the arms that have already been earmarked, is not within his legal means to do.
It was not the executive branch that ever distributed any sort of weapon systems or supplies or anything or even money to the
But I
military.
mean, that is kind of
That was all done through Congress. All of it. All of
Donald
it.
Trump hijacked the cargo and held it hostage and then tried to quid pro quo Zelensky for it.
So you admit he did wrong?
No, I'm saying, is that what you're
No,
saying?
he won't admit it. He's trying to say that's what we're claiming.
That's
that they
exactly
did.
what he did.
And then he's going to say we're lying. That it was a perfect call.
Because he is the one he is the one that is supposed to carry out the laws. So he is the one that is responsible for, not him personally, but his branch is responsible for making sure that the arms that are going to certain places by Congress go to the correct places. That's his job.
The only thing he has to do is sign the fucking paper after it comes from Congress. That's all he's got to do.
He has no authority to
and
use-
that's what he was not doing.
How is just signing a paper going to guarantee that the missiles don't end up in Vladimir Putin's hands, especially since it's Donald Trump and they're all hunky dory and Russiagate?
Look at you.
You know what, Freak?
don't
I know
trust-
that you're Gen X, and I know you have seen how a bill becomes a law. You know, I'm just a bill. Yeah, I'm only a bill. Anytime they do anything like that, they actually pass it through Congress. It becomes a fucking passed bill. And the president has to sign it.
You don't have to sign it.
Right, but we're talking
Get
about
that?
You don't have
It becomes
sign
a
it.
fucking law. Once Congress sends it through, and it becomes a fucking law.
Well,
So
he has to
even
sign
if the
it.
Army
He has-
didn't ask for 100 new Abrams tanks, if Congress fucking orders it up and passes it and the president signs it, guess what? The Army's buying 100 new fucking tanks they didn't fucking want.
Okay, but who's
Because
delivering
that's
those
the way
missiles, though?
laws work in our country.
Not anymore.
So
Unfortunately.
Congress is facilitating and delivering military hardware. In
Yeah.
this case,
So what's the
We're
deal
supposed
about
to-
that? We
Not
should be-
delivering, the
No, you don't think
contractors
we
do
should-
the
you don't think we
delivery.
should help Ukraine? You don't think we should help Ukraine? I mean, first of all, we were giving them like weapons that were already like dated out. Okay, so our military wanted to replace all of these weapons anyway. So we are giving them to them, but we signed an agreement called the Budapest Memorandum back in like 1986 or 94.
1992.
94. Okay, I'm in the middle of there. That saying that, and Russia signed it, UK signed it, France signed it, the United States signed it, and Ukraine signed it. And they said, if Russia is ever aggressive and invades Ukraine, the United States and UK and France will help bolster like Ukraine's military or their arms or whatever to protect them. And you know what the Ukraine did? They gave up their nuclear weapons for that because we didn't want them to have nuclear weapons. We didn't want Russia to have nuclear weapons, and Ukraine having nuclear weapons, and them sitting there looking at each other. And so we convinced Ukraine, please give us your nuclear weapons and we will protect you in case Russia comes after you. Then what we do, we take their nuclear weapons, and then we just,
when
back out on
we
our
take
word.
their nuclear weapons.
We just become useless at our word. Like we just go back on our word. That's what we do. That's what we did.
Well, I'm sorry, what was your cope for that?
I
Freak?
said, when did we take away their nuclear weapons?
In
1990.
During the Budapest Memorandum.
93, 94.
Look it up. The Budapest Memorandum is when
It was right after because after the breakup of the Soviet Union, Ukraine had a shit ton of nuclear weapons.
And they would have them right now
in their territory. And then they had a referendum and they voted to become an independent country completely from Russia and have their own spot, their own digs, but they still had all these old Soviet nuclear weapons.
Yep.
And we
they would have them right now.
We wanted them to destroy them. Russia wanted to take them for themselves, but everyone else just said, "Hey, we'll all sign this deal."
We actually all did
We'll
that.
all
Like a
protect
bunch of
you.
countries did that. We destroyed some of our nuclear weapons too.
And we will destroy them, and they'll never get used.
Yeah.
And Ukraine said, "Cool, that sounds like a deal. Sign me up for that."
Yep. And we convinced a lot of we all destroyed, and we had been getting rid of nuclear weapons until Trump decided now that we should restock nuclear weapons. Like, should we ever be deploying nuclear weapons on other people? No. I don't give a fuck what they send over here to us. That doesn't mean
wait a
we
second.
should kill millions of innocent people right back.
So no one should have nuclear weapons, right?
Nobody should have them. I don't think nobody should have
So
them.
why are you against Iran right now?
I'm not against Iran.
Who said we're against
Why are you against
Iran?
Trump in Iran right now?
Why am I against Trump and Iran? Because Iran did not have a nuclear weapon. The freak. What do you have to have? How much uranium What's the uranium content that you have to have?
That's a hard ass pivot,
enriched?
dude. That's a seriously hard
No,
ass
he's
pivot.
No, I want to
trying
get
to
back to Ukraine, but I'm just saying, if you believe that no one should have any nuclear weapons,
well,
Donald Trump is making sure no one has nuclear
no,
weapons.
no. The freak. Do you remember
No,
last
he's not.
year? Do you remember
They
last
didn't
year
have- they didn't
when
have
Trump
any.
bombed? You remember when Trump bombed the mountain? What did he
Right.
say? What did he say?
Mission accomplished. Us. I don't know.
We set
No,
their,
he
Like,
said
yeah.
completely
Right,
obliterated.
yeah.
we destroyed
We
all of their
completely
nuclear
obliterated their nuclear capabilities.
Yeah, we set them
Sure.
back. They never have a nuclear weapon. Okay, so, and you know what? We've had reports.
And then
We've had
7
reports.
months
There's
later,
there's all kinds
we're
of
in a war.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of reports showing that they did not have anything enriched over 60%. 60% was the max. That is not enough to have a nuclear weapon.
I think
Why are we
60s
causing a
is just
global
enough to have
energy crisis
weapons.
over something that we had obliterated 7 months earlier?
And the thing about it is they actually told us when we went into the first talks with them, they told us, we asked them, what do you have the your nuclear shit enriched to? They said 60%. They admitted it. They said it. It's not a nuclear weapon grade. It's not nowhere near enough for nuclear weapons. So they did not have a nuclear weapon. They
were just trying for nuclear power.
I mean, I think they were enriching it beyond what like we would be comfortable with, just to like call our bluff. And I think that's what they were doing. And I think it was probably pretty stupid of them to do it. But I don't think that anybody thought that a dumbass would go over there and like, okay, he goes over there and starts a war, doesn't even do anything about like making sure that the shipping line is going to be open. I mean, the freak, you would be better as president than Trump is.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first term, I would have inspected Iran before I pulled out of the deal there. You know, he definitely fucked that up.
I mean, yeah, he did. I mean, like it's
Why did he inspect Iran before he pulled out of that stupid agreement?
Why did he?
Like,
Why did he pull out anyway? What? You know why he pulled out? You know why he pulled out?
It was no good.
No, it bullshit. It was a good.
No, he did it just to spite Obama.
Yes, he pulled out because Obama did it.
He straight up did it to spite Obama.
Because we would be tickled to death right now to have when Trump got back into office, he tried to get the same deal back that he gave up of Obama's this time. He tried it, and Iran laughed at him because they were not going to get fooled by him again.
What do you mean fooled by him again? Because
what? I mean, because he makes a deal with our word is not worth crap.
Because Iran actually, when they made that deal, we had probably the most.
Our word's not worth crap. I mean, like
Robin went quiet for a minute there, but we had the most incredibly.
Crap, but our money is so.
It's not going to be.
Right.
We're not going to have no money left. All of our money's gone. Like Trump is sucking our money out. He's blowing it. Like it's just blown. Like I can't even imagine how many billions and billions and billions of dollars have just been flushed down the commode under this idiot. It's sick. It's gross. It's just sickening. And we're just going to be left when he's gone. We're not going to have nothing but just clunky ass gold statues and crap, tacky looking shit, and a big ballroom and a big ass debt.
Well,
that ballroom ain't ever getting
built. As long
built.
as we have guns and the Second Amendment in this country, we're the world reserve.
What does that matter? What does it matter? Like, what does guns pay for health insurance for people?
No, but it means that our currency actually has a backing.
A gun don't back our currency. Are you like
does.
our current? No, it don't. Guns don't back our currency.
Indirectly.
Did you just say that we should have guns back our currency?
As long as we have guns, we can protect our property, which means that our property is actually real. It's not able to be nationalized.
Our property.
In theory.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
It's going to be the reserve.
Come on,
no other country could do that.
You know that most of our state parks and stuff belong to China and stuff, don't you? That like all of these. Yeah, I
You
mean
can
that's
have 1,000 guns,
all our
and that's
parkland.
not going to protect you from the government taking your shit. Because you know
Maybe,
what?
but they still have to put up a
You
fight.
could have 1,000,000 guns, and it won't equal a fucking predator drone that somebody could fucking
No.
fire at you with a
I mean-
joystick from Nellis Air Force Base.
It's
You're
so
fucked.
So if you live in a country where you can't even protect your land, how is that land even worth anything?
How are you going to protect
why
your
do we
land
think
from
we
a
need to-
predator drone?
Why do we think we need to protect our land from our own government anyway?
Because as long as we have the land as collateral, then our currency actually is better than everyone else.
No, our currency
That's
is not,
not
because
true.
our word is not worth crap.
The word
That
ain't worth
is-
crap, but the money is.
Okay, yeah, but our word.
not
like,
true.
You cannot deal. Freak. Okay, if you are like constantly trying to do deals, like trade deals and purchase stuff and everything, and you're dealing with this person, okay, who is always like lying about what they're going to do. You know what I mean? Like they're constantly lying. They'll say, "I'll give you this for that." Okay, and you give them that, and then they never do you this. You know what I mean? Like you can eventually you will, no matter what good stuff you think they've got, eventually you will go somewhere else because you will eventually get tired of dealing with liars.
Yeah. But we know that basically
Robin?
everyone in the planet is a prostitute with a price tag. And
What?
as long as the money is worth something, then there's a deal to be made.
I don't understand what. I mean, I don't know why. I don't
Anyway.
understand. Ain't you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because he actually acts for something.
Because he
in
doesn't
return.
know anything
I mean,
about
He
it.
doesn't just
No.
give shit away for nothing.
Did he
I
does
like
what
that.
now? What does he do?
He asks for something in return whenever he's negotiating. Like, you
Okay.
get this and we get that. He doesn't just say, "Oh, you get everything and we get nothing." Like Joe, like
So-
like it's been
No,
for the last 70 years.
Biden never,
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Biden never did that, and I'm sorry, but you're
I mean,
fucking
Clinton
wrong.
did,
Freak.
like Obama
No,
did with
he didn't.
Iran.
No,
Clinton
he
did with
didn't.
China.
No, they didn't.
Name me.
What do you mean?
Give
What do
me
you
an
mean?
example. Give me an example of some good
Bush did it
deal.
with India.
What's a good deal Trump made?
A good deal. How about what's it? The NAFTA 2 or whatever, USMCA. That was a good deal.
The what?
The USMCA.
That's
Right,
just
so,
NAFTA with a new name on it.
I mean,
Are
it
you
was-
talking
it was-
about? Are you talking
it
about the
works
deal
better in
with
our
Canada?
favor.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about the deal with Canada?
The
one
the
that he
Canada
made?
Mexico deal.
The one
Yeah.
that he signed first term and then come back in the second term and said it was the worst deal anybody had ever made, and it was
Yeah,
him.
it's literally just
I mean, that's
NAFTA
the
with a new
rhetoric,
name.
but that's not true.
But it was
because he
him.
literally
It was
had
him that
Nancy
signed the
Pelosi.
agreement last time.
It's literally just NAFTA with a new name on it.
Yeah, but he signed it anyway.
It was
a terrible
literally
deal.
just NAFTA with a new name. And yes, she's right. He did come back this year and say, "Who would make such a terrible
It's the
deal?"
dumbest deal we've
Dude,
ever.
you
Who
did.
signed that stupid deal? You
Give me a break.
did.
did.
Donald Trump would never say anything about his own work like that. Like,
He did. He
he
did.
was
He
probably
did.
talking about the
Remember,
original
he did it.
NAFTA.
He's too stupid to remember it.
did.
It's his work. His deal.
Remember back
that's
when he
Joe
was
Biden.
talking about Canada being the 51st state? That's
Yeah,
when he
it's-
said,
I mean, definitely trolling. He's definitely trolling. There's no doubt about
Trolling.
that.
So you
sorry.
think he should troll? You think
as
he should
president,
troll
you
as a
don't get to
president
troll
mindset
as a
to
fucking
be a troll?
president. It's the most
I mean,
powerful
being a
man in the
troll is
world. You
better
don't
than
get
being
to
a
fucking
brain dead.
troll. No,
Right?
it isn't. No, it's not.
Well, of
Actually,
course not. If you're a corrupted Democrat that are looking to grift, your own little side piece of something, or
I love it how
No,
you call a
because-
corrupted Democrat, and you've got the most fucking con man that ever existed as fucking
Mhm.
president, and you talk about how good he is. Plus, you say he's the Antichrist, which is just like, to me, just mind boggling. I don't know.
I didn't hear what you said. Something what? Bankrupts? Is that what you said?
I said he's the biggest con man who ever lived. Plus, you think he's the Antichrist.
Yeah, I do. Actually, wait. King Charles came out the other day, and I think maybe he might be the Antichrist now.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean,
you know
it's-
what?
it's
I'm
a-
not
it's
even
a
going to ask
two
any
of them.
questions
crapshoot.
about that because I don't give a fuck because it's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, maybe there's
My
two
God.
of
You are making me want to break out the fucking R slur right now. I swear to God, I'm like shaking to fucking say it so bad. To your
why are they fighting in Ukraine
ass.
right now?
Calm down, Gretchen.
Wait, you said that they took away the
I'm
nukes and
like
everything was
right at the
happening in Ukraine
edge.
and
I
everything was
promise
good and
you.
there was no
I
nukes
want
or
to
whatever.
do it
Why are
so
they
bad.
in Ukraine right now?
All right, here you go. I'm gonna read this off here. The UMCA, Donald Trump signed the new trade deal with Canada and Mexico, known as the United States-Mexican-Canada Agreement. He originally signed the initial version of the pact with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Oh, hey, Wodie's back.
Former Mexican President Enrique Pena Nieto at the G20 summit in November 2018. Following further negotiations with lawmakers, a revised version was signed by three nations in December of 2019. And Trump officially signed it into law on January 29th, 2020. Okay.
Yeah, gave Mexican workers.
So that was the first. Okay, so that was the one that he said that he went come back for the first of his term this year, this time. He said
he's revising that for some reason.
Wait, time out, guys. Time out, guys. Do you see the mistake you made, Free?
Who?
Because I'm usually super fucking chill with you, right?
No, what would I do?
Am I usually super fucking chill with you or not?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Until you brought up fucking politics, huh? And now I'm not super fucking chill anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, I get
Do you see the mistake? Do you see the mistake that Jill made that fucking mistake with me earlier too?
Jill was getting a complete F-tard.
Hey, I knew that's what I heard him bring it up, and I thought, damn, dude, you just right now. I don't know why the fuck you bringing up this shit right there, because that doesn't go well for you.
I mean, you let Jill literally loop for like 3 hours. Like, it was ridiculous.
Well, Jill is as bad at politics as you are, the freak.
I was about to kick Jill, and then Arpy came up and was like, "Hey, let me out of him." I'm like, "Go."
Well, I told him I could get him on. I didn't say I could keep him on. So he gets thrown out. Anyway. He gets thrown out places. It's his own damn fault, not mine.
TBS never showed up.
Well, he said he didn't think you liked him.
What? I've never been bad to him. I mean, no, I've never had a problem.
Andrew Wilson, Gretchen.
I've never had a problem with. I've never had a What'd you say?
You could get Andrew Wilson.
For Andrew Wilson. What could we? Do you think we could get Andrew Wilson over here?
I definitely do. If Gretchen called him or whatever.
What do you mean if I called him?
What would we do with him?
What would that do?
What would we do with him though?
Argue.
I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm a mouthy little bitch. So I mean,
maybe, but he liked you.
That's his. That's his little wife. That's his little wife's job.
He didn't
argue with him.
I don't think that he liked me at all.
I think that he did. I think him and Ben Thorpe both have like a semi-weird fascination with you.
That's true. I've heard Ben Thorpe mention you on Jack Talcott's channel even. He's mentioned your name before.
Wait, what?
Ben Thorpe has mentioned your name on Jack Talcott's show before, Gretchen.
Ew.
I didn't even know that.
It was, I believe he was talking about an argument that he had with you, if I'm not mistaken, but he actually did bring you up one time, and I was like, oh, I know her.
Oh.
But he didn't say she's hot or nothing like that, did he? Like, was he acting like he was secretly in love with her?
I don't think it was anything like that, but
no, I don't. With the Thorpes, I don't think it has anything to do with anything like that. I think it's more just, because they were asking me some like tough questions, and I just straight up fucking answered them with my whole chest, and they're like, "Whoa, wait, what?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what? You want me to fucking lie?"
I think Ben Thorpe's kind of a dum-dum, especially when it comes to religion. He says he has like a master's degree in theology or something. He's a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
And not that he's a dumb person, but like he does not know what he should know for having that degree. He doesn't know the most
Yeah.
basic things about the Bible.
And I think it's sad because Grace is actually quite clever and
Yeah, she is.
smart.
They both
but,
are.
Yeah, but she's really inexperienced. She just talks like she is experienced, you know? And it fucking blows me away. If she actually like went out into the world and fucking learned something instead of hiding behind her fucking YouTube channel and her dad, she would be formidable, you know? But she doesn't. She just she thinks that at 21 years old she can fucking psychoanalyze someone twice her age and decide everything.
Well, they're not. Ain't they living in their car or something? Ain't they living in their car?
I think they are like without a house right now or something, like living in a motel room or something. I'm not even sure.
I mean, they're not doing all that good at figuring stuff out.
Well, they should get jobs. You know what I mean? Like most people that aren't doing really good streaming and making a bunch of money work a full-time job on the side.
Well, I mean, if they're going to be grifters, they need to be better at it, I guess, than they are.
Mm-hmm.
I think she could probably grift a lot better if she ditched her daddy.
Well, yeah, he's like cancer to her mind.
That's
He
kind of
teaches
a
her all
weird.
kinds.
That kind of gives people creeps anyway. All that stuff.
Yeah, I kind of have my own hunches.
I would believe that the Thorpes liked me, but I do not believe that Andrew Wilson cared for me one bit.
I fucking cannot stand Andrew Wilson.
That's a good thing. Who would want? I wouldn't want Andrew to like me. Would that be? Would that be a good testament to your character if Andrew thought?
I mean, toward the end, he was asking me how much I drank and making fun of me because I sounded drunk and you know. So he was just belittling me. So that's not something you do to someone that you like. And okay.
I'd say he belittles everybody. So
I don't have any desire for Andrew Wilson to like me. I really don't.
No, that's what I meant. Like I would say that would probably be a bad testament to your character if Andrew thought a lot of you.
Well, I don't know. It's like because he has a lot of the same opinions as my dad. So I
mean, you couldn't be any worse than arguing with Destiny, you know.
I like Destiny. I like Destiny. He's done good.
Destiny's really smart.
Destiny's done good for Painburn because Painburn.
I like Destiny.
Destiny's an asshole sometimes. I will say that, but he's damn good at arguing politics, man. He's way better than anybody you got there to break anybody.
I mean, maybe
I like that Destiny stopped short of the far left socialist bullshit like Hassan and all the rest of them. I like that Destiny stays in his fucking lane, or at least I don't know.
There's no rival for him on the right.
I mean, Andrew blows him out pretty good most of the time.
Andrew does not blow him out. Andrew does not blow him out. Andrew won't debate him.
Even Jordan Peterson couldn't get
Destiny is
Jordan Peterson couldn't even get a dunk on Destiny. Sorry. I mean,
the freak. Why don't you try seeing things from the other side for once? The freak. All you ever do is just look for arguments to support your ideology. Why don't you try to prove yourself wrong?
He doesn't even look for arguments. He just makes shit up.
Yeah. Well, I say. But like Andrew will not debate Destiny. Like,
what do you mean?
He won't. He won't agree to
what about
debate.
when they're on the Piers Moron show all the time.
Yeah, he won't go on a regular debate. He won't go on a regular debate. Trust me, Travis Painburn, who I am pretty good friends with, has been trying to get a debate between them two, and Andrew will not agree to do it. No, Destiny wants it. Yes.
He can't gish gallop about January 6th anymore. So like, what's he gonna argue? What's he gonna argue anymore? Like it's over.
So yeah.
What are you talking about?
Those traitors got by with being traitors. Yeah, that's great.
What is the point of arguing about January 6th anymore? They've all been
Exactly.
pardoned.
But that was just an
They've
like,
all
you know,
been
go-to,
pardoned.
bread and
What
butter.
would be the point?
But I think
And this is
I
bread
don't think
to
I'll
bread and
never
butter,
quit
bread and
bitching
butter
about
for
it.
picturing and framing MAGA in a certain way.
It's
You can't
yeah,
do
because
that
they're
now.
traitors. Traitors.
Yeah.
Traitors.
I'm just telling you
Treason.
what he
We're
was
all
doing.
traitors.
That's, you know.
The
Treason.
freak,
Did
they
you
violate the
hear what?
Constitution on a fundamental level for their own selfish gain.
Yeah.
They're
Did you hear what?
traitors.
Jill,
They
did
tried
you hear
to,
what Jill said about it?
an election that they lost because they're a fucking bunch of crybabies. And yes, they deserve to be in jail. And I don't care if he ever shuts up about it because I'm not going to ever shut up about it.
Yeah, and they also got police officers and veterans killed with that.
Yeah.
Is that funny to you?
Like, the only person that
It's
was
funny
killed
that police
January
officers and
6th was,
veterans got killed.
The freak thinks it's funny because the freak is yeah, he supports traitors. It's a hell of a place
Yeah.
to be. It's a hell
Okay,
of a
if I were to say that a 5-year-old child got killed because of that, you still wouldn't care to freak. I promise.
speculation.
I don't know.
You know it's true. You know it's true. We don't need to guess. We don't need to guess.
Stop with your
We don't need to guess. We know.
I don't know
We've
what's
heard
wrong.
it. We've heard every angle from you.
These people
No,
are
Mod, you don't. No, Mod, you don't all support traitors. You're right.
So wait a second. What about
But
Ray
freak,
Epps?
the
Like,
freak does. So
how do you explain Ray Epps?
What the fuck? See, I keep hearing. You know what? Y'all say
No,
that all
we're
the
not-
time, and you tell me
not
what
going
is it
down
you
that
think
road.
Ray Epps? What is Ray Epps got to do with any of it?
It's proof that there was
They
government
think he-
involvement.
they
in
think
No,
all
he
I want to hear. I
started it.
want to hear the freak's little story here about the Ray
Oh, okay.
Epps, please. Tell me what Ray Epps did that
He
caused
literally
all
said,
of this.
let's roll into the, let's go into Congress. Let's go into the Capitol. He was inciting a riot to go into the Capitol, like literally on tape.
On
Honey,
tape.
so was Enrique Tarrio, and I don't hear you guys talking shit about him.
Trump said, we're going to go to the Capitol, and I'm going to go with you, which he didn't.
Enrique Tarrio was planning it with Roger Stone, and I don't see you guys coming down on them for
They
it.
were on a plane, like a whole bunch of people, and they were like, if it turns out that Biden is winning, Trump is just going to call election and say he won and say they cheated. Like, what, 3 months before the election that happened? You know, and you could just sit there and listen to it. Like, freak, why do you like these people?
All we wanted as Trump supporters at the time was an investigation into some.
There was investigations. There were 60-some of them. How many fucking investigations do y'all want until you win? That's what you want. It's like
exactly.
we're going to keep
That's
on
how many they
questioning this
want.
until we win. And you are not ever going to win without cheating because you
All
lost.
we wanted was an investigation into some of the irregularities. We'd never seen anything like this in the country before.
What?
You know,
Okay, what
you weren't-
was it?
you
What
weren't
was it? What was
thinking
it?
about, like,
What
what
was it?
may
Give
have
me the regularities that
because
you've
your
never
guy
seen
won.
before.
Just because your guy won, everything was cool. Even all these little weird things that never have
What
happened
little
before.
weird things? What
We've
little
never
weird
witnessed
things?
anything like this.
What little weird things?
There was no.
What-
it was
what-
not worthy of one legitimate, actual investigation.
What there was investigations in every one of them. Even the
There was
all
no
the people
investigation that was
yes, there was
official.
too.
There was no investigation.
You're lying.
There was
You're
no
lying,
court
the
cases
freak.
that were actually.
You said you watched the
heard.
hearings.
They
You
weren't even
watched the
allowed to
Congress.
present evidence.
Did you watch the January 6 hearings?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear? Did you
Sure.
hear the people that actually worked on the investigations? The guys that were sitting there that were in Trump's cabinet that said that they investigated every one of these things and told Trump 100 times that it was bullshit, and he would still go ahead and come back out and say the same thing again the next time he got on TV.
I remember that.
Yeah, I
What
remember
about-
seeing that stuff, and I remember seeing a lot of them. You know,
What was the?
bullshitting
What
and
is the thing you're saying
saying a lot
happened?
of
What is it?
bogus claims.
What?
I
What?
remember that.
What is it?
What about the
A lot
guy
of
from
what I
your
just
own state? The Republican from your own
Literally,
state.
it came down to a woman saying that she heard from
No, it didn't.
someone in the Beast that
Oh
Donald
my-
Trump grabbed a Secret Service agent and said, "Turn around," and they were
What
like,
has that
"No."
got to do with anything about the election?
What do you mean it came down to that?
What is that?
What-
That ain't
what-
got nothing to
was
do with the
Hold on,
election.
hold on,
That
hold
has
on, hold on,
nothing
hold
to
on,
do.
hold on. What about the Republican dude from your own state? I thought his testimony was pretty powerful.
Republican dude from my own state.
Yep.
I don't remember. Like, oh, wait. Republican dude from my own state. Wait,
He was the
prosecuting
speaker.
Donald Trump?
He was the Speaker of the Arizona House at the time.
Oh, Gossert?
No.
No. I'm not sure who you're talking
Rusty Bowers.
Rusty Bowers. Yeah. He didn't watch the hearings. He's lying.
Yeah, he didn't watch shit.
Dude, I didn't see it all of it.
No,
right?
no. I wouldn't
Yeah,
watch
but you
either.
think
I didn't want it. I
you'd have
wouldn't-
seen the guy
What did
from your
Rusty
own
Bowers
fucking
say?
state.
If
You're
I
not
What does
wanted
the
to
state
undercover
representative have
Canadian.
to do
That's
with
the
Donald
problem.
Trump?
You're
See-
really an undercover Canadian. That's the problem.
I
You're
mean,
not
like,
even
why would
really
you
one
not
of us.
Tell
watch
me
it?
what.
Why would you not watch it? So how do
Bowers
you know
said?
what was? How
What
do
was
you
his
know what was
testimony?
investigated when you didn't even watch the hearings?
I
doesn't.
didn't watch all of it.
No, I know you
Okay,
didn't watch
I watched
any of
a
it. Don't
little
seem
bit.
like.
But what did Bowers say? Enlighten me, okay?
Go back and watch
Why?
them anytime you want.
Why? Because I want to hear what absurdity and what irrelevancy it was. Because I'm sure Donald Trump wasn't
See,
talking to
you
anyone
have no idea
like
what it
that.
was, but you're already branding it absurd
Yeah.
and irrelevant. But
Because
you have
That's a
no
good
idea
point.
what
State
the fuck I'm
representative when he
talking
called
about.
Doug Ducey
You're
on
predisposed.
You don't even
yelling
know.
at him like he did in Georgia.
You don't even know if I'm lying or not.
No, because you won't tell me what his testimony is.
You've
What
already
if I-
deemed it an absurdity.
What if I made
Right, because
that? What
why
if
is
I
he
made the
gonna call a
name
state
up?
representative or a state?
What if Rusty
House
Bowers
state
didn't testify?
leader and not the governor? Why would he do that?
What if it was the governor? What if I'm lying about it being Rusty Bowers?
This what gets me is the
Well,
freak.
then you're a liar, and nothing you can say is worth
You
it.
don't fucking know.
So you've just been lying.
The point is you don't fucking know.
Right. So, but I know enough that
You know enough
it came
to-
down to the girl in the girl
What
that was
girl?
part
It
of the
didn't come down
administration
to
who
that.
said that she heard from
It
some
did
guy
not
in the
come-
What girl?
that
What?
Donald
How
Trump
did that?
reached over
How
and
did
grabbed
that?
his shoulder and said,
It didn't
"Turn
come
around,"
down to that.
and they said
Freak.
no.
It
What
never
did
came
that
down
do
to
with the
that.
election, though? How did that? I'm like, none of that has any relevance to the election.
Well, that was January 6th.
Okay, I know, but that was one little minor thing that had nothing to do with the planning or anything or anything about him trying to
They were
overturn the
blame
election.
Donald Trump for January 6th.
He was at fault for January 6th, and if you'd watched the hearings, you would know that.
Okay.
Yes.
Then why didn't they even submit a criminal referral?
Because your fucking party is a bunch of fucking.
But everyone on that committee was a
Ass-eaters.
Democrat except for what's her name and what's his name.
Look, the girl,
What is this? What's his name and what's her name? What the hell?
the woman that testified about Trump trying to grab the steering wheel, the only thing she proved was that Trump knew what was going on and wanted to be a part of it.
Yes.
That's all. That's all that was for. The Rusty Bowers thing, if you want to know the truth, he was the nail in the coffin with the fake electors.
Yes, the fake electors. What about all those?
That's
fake
what
electors?
Rusty Bowers brought to the fucking table.
And then what about when he said they should hang him
because
off
they
the
talked
fence?
about options. He was
They didn't have
he
options.
was guilty of
They
something.
didn't have options. They did not have options. They were making up options.
People have gotten locked up for that shit.
There was no
That's
option.
defrauding the federal government.
When you lose
In
an
fact,
election, you lose. You don't have options.
The governor of Colorado just granted clemency to one of those fuckers yesterday.
Yeah, I
or
know.
the day before.
I mean, I
So
think we
one
ought
of
to.
who?
I think
One
we
of
ought to.
Colorado?
People have gone to
like, we ought to
prison
put
for the
everyone-
fake electors shit.
The whole
That is like
Republican Party
literal
belongs in prison.
election fixing, dude.
They do. The whole
Okay,
Republican
so
Party belongs in
this
prison.
call, just making a call and trying to organize something isn't actually a crime, right?
Yes, it sometimes is. Yes.
Okay, but
If it's violence,
what did
if
the
you're
electors
organizing
do?
violence, yes, it's illegal if it's violence.
Yeah.
What did the electors do? Did they vote for Joe Biden?
Come on. What is wrong with you, you freak?
I'm just not aware of
What
what
is
actually
wrong
happened because
with
it's been
you?
so long.
Like,
Do you have any idea
so
what
it's just fine if your party tries to cheat and everything. It don't matter, just as long as it's my party. I don't give a fuck what they do. They can cheat and lie and steal. And
he's not a lawyer.
Pedophile.
I mean, he's just trying
and all that
to.
shit.
He was
They can do
trying
all
to
that.
find a way to make it work.
As long as it's the
Like a
Republicans
businessman
doing
would.
it. Not,
He was lying.
Get to cheat. You don't get to cheat to make it work. I'm sorry,
That's
you
the problem,
don't.
the freak.
So
That's the
what
whole
ended up
problem. Is
happening?
you're
So
okay with
obviously the
cheating.
electors must have voted for Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, because he won. That's why they voted for him.
So
he
nothing
won.
happens and nothing happened. He made a phone call. So what? That's what he does. That's what
It's an illegal phone call. He broke the law on the phone call, the freak. That's what we're saying. He broke the law on the phone call.
See, this is why we can't. This is why, like,
How do you know
we-
that
we
that
can't
idea
have a
wasn't
country.
originated from one of the Republicans that is an elector?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It came out of Donald Trump's mouth.
We cannot have a country where half of the country is like
His
that.
own White House counsel said that he was in on it.
I mean, like this,
Freak.
like the freak
His
does not give a
own
shit
White
about the
House
Constitution.
counsel.
Just fuck
In
the
on what, though?
Constitution. Just rip it up.
In on making a phone call or in on receiving a phone call?
In on preparing slates of fake electors and sending them into the U.S. Congress like they were real fucking votes.
The freak, making a phone call is not
you
illegal.
send
You know
fake
that.
people
You know
to
making a phone
Congress.
call isn't illegal. You're trying to obfuscate. It's not the phone call that was illegal. It's what he did in the phone call. He broke the law by trying to get people to lie about the election. You know that. We all know that. The whole country knows it, but you're pretending right now that that's not the case.
Yeah, gaslighting us. Like we ain't got sense enough to know nothing about this shit.
All I'm saying is making a phone call and making a query or receiving a phone call and asking something is not a crime.
That's not what he did.
Unless you're Martha
That's not what he
Stewart.
did.
That's
That's not
what
the case.
happened.
The freak. Yeah. It is.
Okay, so who did who did those electors vote for? Like, did they commit any crime or did they do anything fraudulent or whatever?
They didn't
or
get
did
the,
they
they
just look
didn't
at all
get
the
the,
options?
Yeah.
fake electors.
They
didn't get to
voted-
do it. They didn't. No, the
they
fake
voted for
electors did
Trump.
not get in there. The fake
They voted
electors
for
did
Trump.
not get in there.
Then how did
The
Joe
only
Biden
reason-
win the Arizona?
Because Mike Pence did something right for the first fucking time in his life.
Yeah. And then y'all wanted
Mike
to kill him.
Pence said,
not how that
no,
works, though."
I'm not accepting these.
And then y'all wanted to kill him. Y'all wanted to hang him from the news,
Yep.
from the things. That's what he got.
After 4 years of dick riding him.
So
Yeah.
so
Got
they
all
did
of
an
the and, like,
investigation into some
and
of
Trump
the
got all of the.
irregularities of the
That's why all of
election
the Christians.
and
are
because
like
it's never
Trump.
happened or anything like this before or whatever.
What happened?
And
Do you know what
MAGA,
you know
MAGA is
what would've
traitors and they should all
happened?
be in prison. That's
Yeah,
basically
you know-
the Democrat mindset.
Well, you
Do
should
you
be.
know what?
You are
Do you know
traitors.
what the?
And
Freak,
Joe
do you know
Biden got
what
more
the
votes
goal
than
of
Barack
the-
Obama.
He did, and you should
Yeah.
be. Like they should be in
Of course he
jail.
did.
Traitors
You know what?
should go to
Freak.
jail.
Freak,
Yes.
what was the goal of the fake electors plot?
To steal election, of course.
Well, I mean, like, why did they want to do it like that? What did they think was
Do
going to
what?
happen? The fake electors. Why did they do them? It wasn't
Well, I
just
assume that Donald
Arizona.
Trump was
It
looking
was.
at all
It was
options.
like 6 different states that did them.
See,
But why did they want that to happen?
you cannot fucking have a country with people.
He was looking at all options. I don't know how exactly that process works. So
We don't
I
have
can't really speak
options.
on
Oh,
that.
okay.
He had
You
already
want me to
lost the
tell you?
election. The election was over. There was
want me
no
to tell you?
options. His option was get the fuck out of the White House. That's what his option was.
I could tell you.
You know what?
What he was
if you
trying
would have
to
had
do?
an investigation, okay, listen to my hypothetical, okay? If you would have
Yeah,
actually
no,
had an investigation and something was found out, you could have had it corrected or whatever.
They did have
The
investigation.
Trump era would be over already by now, and you would have had
They
the
did
Democrats
have
would have had
investigation.
50 years of good
The freak.
election rigging.
They did
Robin
have
already answered
investigation.
this a half hour ago.
Biden.
They
No,
did
she
have
answered this a
investigation.
half hour ago. Yeah, they
had
did. She already said this.
Like
What-
you're
I
sitting
already
there
said-
saying they
it's the
did
first time I ever
not,
said
and they
that,
fucking
like,
did.
to you people. What do you mean?
You know the only good thing about all this is that the backlash that's going to happen after Trump's second term is going to be so fucking crazy.
I
think he's going to. It's not going to end. I think he's going to illegally obtain a third term, or he's going to pass it on to one of his kids.
No,
I
that's
do.
not possible.
Mark my words. He'll break the law. He'll use Congress.
First of all, he's not going to live to see 2028. There's just no fucking way.
People said that 4 years ago.
Not as much. Not like this time. In fact, this time they found out, someone leaked to the press that Trump has now written a letter to put in the White House desk to J.D. Vance.
Oh my God! Don't even say it.
I'm serious. It just came out like 3 or 4 days ago. They found out about it. He wrote a "in case I fucking die" letter for J.D. Vance.
Oh, dude, Erica Kirk is going to be in the White House before you know it. Her and Vance running the country.
You know, I mean, I don't think he's going to live to see 2028 anyway. But I hope he doesn't die before November, because I want him to see the fucking blue wave. And the longer we stay in Iran, the more it guarantees that we're going to take all of Congress back. I mean, I still don't have a lot of hope that we're going to get the Senate. I really don't. It just doesn't seem realistic, but
Well, I think that like 3/4 of the country, I think maybe 3/4 of the country, if I had to guess, probably doesn't support Donald Trump at this point.
yeah, but with the way the states are kind of all, chopped up, it's really hard. The Senate map is really hard. In fact, I think we're like functionally capped at, even if we do get a majority, I don't think the Democrats can get like above a 53-seat majority ever again. Just because, I mean, the trend is going more red than blue. It has been for 20 years. So,
people want progression.
It's about ready. I'm probably about ready to leave this country, because this is like this. People like the freak who don't give a shit about the Constitution. We can't share a country with people like that. They don't have any principles whatsoever. They don't have any values of any kind of being fair or like, when a Republican wins, I don't sit there and try to fight against Trump won this time. Like, as much as I hate it and as much as I think that it shows how sick my country actually is, I accept that he fucking won. Okay.
Right. And we get up and get to work.
And accuse him of cheating and shit and just being petty and making up shit and causing all kinds of trouble. But that's not the way that y'all do shit, the freak. Y'all do it.
Yeah. The right doesn't work like that. The right doesn't work like that.
Why do you disrespect Barack Obama to the point where Joe Biden was riding high in a fucking basement having 25 people come
Joe Biden was a better president. Joe Biden was a better president.
Votes than Barack Obama, man.
He was a better president than Barack.
Why would you disrespect Obama's legacy like that?
Fuck Obama. Obama was
a just wanted an investigation, and it was blown up on it.
Freak, shut the fuck up.
Yes, thank you.
All right. See, the thing with the right is that every iteration of the right gets worse, and they are willing to fucking fight and fuck shit up. It was bad enough when it was the fucking neocons, and then the Tea Party made it worse. Now the MAGA's worse than that, and then the next iteration is going to be the Christian fucking nationalists, and they have a fucking end game plan to where they want to abolish voting in our country.
I mean, they're just.
So what they want to do is they want to fucking finally win, and then take away the fucking chance for the other side to ever win again.
Because they hate America. They hate America. They
laid this out about 5 years ago.
They want to win it. They want to win it, and then take their fucking ball and go the fuck home. Period.
Because they don't give a fuck.
And they just want it to be an authority. Yes, I muted you to freak. You can unmute yourself, but I did mute you long enough for me to fucking say something.
Yeah. and you stop gaslighting.
DeFreak, do you think that people on the left think that Barack Obama was Jesus or something? Because, like, I don't give a fuck about Barack Obama. I think that Biden was a better president than Barack Obama, and Barack is basically George W. Bush to me.
They war criminal.
That's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. He left our country. He left our country
in the White House with Barack Obama. You didn't have
Who the fuck cares about that? Who cares about cocaine in the White House? People were getting killed by the hundreds of thousands in the Middle East because of Barack Obama.
You don't think nobody does cocaine in the White House right now? Are you serious? Fucking Don.
Pretty sure there wasn't any major controversies in the White House.
I'm pretty sure Don Jr. does coke every time he's inside the White House or outside the White House, or you know.
Don Jr. is so coked up all the fucking time that he fucking can't. His eyeballs won't stay in his head.
Yeah, call me crazy for caring more about children in the Middle East dying more than cocaine.
Fucking cocaine. Listen to this dumbass. Like, this is the first time cocaine's ever in the White House.
And by the way, Donald Trump has continued to push that same agenda.
So, you know, he's not going to pardon Hunter. He's not going to pardon Hunter. Pardons Hunter. Preemptively pardons Fauci.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
We didn't have to deal with that bullshit with Barack Obama, but he got more votes than Barack Obama.
The freak is playing the hits.
I think he was a Jesus figure of some sort.
Like,
he actually literally stabilized the White House because Bush was a bumbling moron, literally on popsicle sticks.
Yeah.
He did the same thing that Bush did. He just continued what Bush was doing. He didn't stabilize shit, the freak. He continued to capitalize.
He stabilized the office of the presidency so that it wasn't a friggin' circus show.
Who the fuck cares if it's a circus show if we look like fools? We care about results. We care about results, not opinions.
Who did that?
Obama.
So why the fuck are you a Trump supporter?
Because I like the fact that he asks for something in return for doing a deal. He does not do it. No, he doesn't. I absolutely love having the guy that everyone else is afraid of in the office for America.
I'm not afraid of that fat son of a bitch.
Wait a second. Freak, did you pay attention to that China trip that just happened?
I ain't afraid of him. Nobody's afraid of him.
Not so much.
No? Oh,
No.
yeah. Well, let me tell you what happened. They got to China, and do you know who they brought with them, with their little delegation?
Everyone that does business in China, I heard, or something, or like all the government officials that do nothing and nobody's.
They brought like half.
They stay home.
They brought half the cabinet. They brought Tim Cook. Elon Musk, Jensen Huang. I mean, you name it, they were there. And then when it came to their conference, and they're standing there with all the Chinese officials and Xi Jinping and all of our people, guess who was the weakest one in the room?
Trump.
Yep.
Hey,
he was the least net worth.
No, not.
Xi Jinping told him, called him out and told him
he has the least power of anyone in that room.
And he was told too.
How do you figure we're literally about to steal Iran's oil for life? How are we the least powerful?
He's proud of that.
We're not. No, we're not.
We just took Venezuela's oil.
Yeah.
So.
And you're
we're not.
How is he the least powerful man in the room when we're literally pressing the world because of Iran's oil?
How do you think we're going to steal Iran's oil?
Freak.
Because they're either going to give us what we want or they're going to be completely annihilated.
No, they're not.
You have some severe.
That's a fucking war crime, and no one wants to go down for that.
What is that?
Donald Trump would go down for that? This is his last term. What does he care?
In fact, do you want to know the truth, freak? Do you know what we had before the Iran war started? We had an open, straight, free-flowing oil And we had billions of dollars of sanctions on Iran. Now that the war has started, guess what? The straits closed. Most of the world is fucked as far as oil, and all the sanctions are gone.
And I hope
Okay,
that
so
you have
all the
a
world is fucked because of the oil that we're
our
basically in
Treasury
control of. That means
Department.
we're in control.
I hope you have
Our
a basket.
no, we're not anymore. Our Treasury Department is the one that killed all the fucking sanctions on Iran. They've got all the fucking cards now. Now everything Trump is saying, everything Trump's saying that he wants out of Iran, he already had before the first bombs fell.
Because he's a dumbass.
You're an idiot.
I mean, you're just listening to the mainstream.
No, I'm
garbage,
not.
And
Look, you have
it's
said
literally
no,
like
I'm
I'm listening
not.
to parrots.
You have
It's like
spelled all
literally
that
I'm
is
listening to parrots.
false
If
talking.
we're controlling
No.
the oil, that means
No,
everyone
no.
else is pressed. That means we're in control.
No,
That
You just
puts
hate the
us at
position of
risk.
strength. Why do you hate the position of strength to be able
You know
to
what? Those three
project
facts,
your
those three
morality
facts
on the
I
rest of the
just
world,
gave
which
you,
is so great?
those
Why
three
do you
facts
hate
I
that?
just gave you, those three facts I just gave you, you want to know who they came from?
Mainstream media?
They came from Scott Bessent.
You probably don't know who that is.
Do you know who
No, I
Scott
don't know who
Bessent
that
is?
is. I don't even know if I heard the
He's
name
our-
right.
He's our goddamn Treasury Secretary, freak. Jesus Christ. Crack a fucking newspaper. What is wrong with you?
Okay, I know who you're talking about now. What did he say? He said that
know
the
what?
sanctions are lifted
You know
from
what?
Iran.
Fucking Google it, dude. I'm not going to repeat myself for you because you don't fucking listen anyway. But I'm not lying to you.
So Trump administration is thinking about lifting sanctions for Iran so that they actually get income and that Europe can get some oil.
So that Europe can get some oil. Did you really just do that?
Are you opposed to that?
So that Europe can get some oil.
Whoa, wait a second. What was the boomer comments? Me calling him a Gen Xer or something that Freak said? Because, I mean, as far as I know, Freak actually is a Gen Xer.
Yeah, I'm a Gen Xer.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
So, what was the boomer comment that he made then?
The authority.
Oh, because what? You're only like a couple years younger than me, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so.
I'm definitely Gen X.
I do not know how you can have grown up at the same time as I did and end up so fucking awash in this bullshit. It's just,
I'm surprised myself to Freak. You make some really bad calls. Don't you think Trump is the Antichrist?
I literally gave Obama props, and everything Donald Trump does is evil and wicked, and MAGA should be destroyed. Is what I hear from you in return. So how am I the biased?
No,
unscrupulous
I don't think that everything Donald Trump is evil and wicked. I think it's fucking stupid and narcissistic and self-serving.
What does he do?
Okay, so if Donald Trump has us in the position of
Claiming
controlling
we're gonna
the
take
oil that
over
everyone else is pressed for right now,
okay.
and we're in
I'm with
control,
you on that one, Daniel.
then how is that a bad thing? We're the only ones controlling our own destiny right now.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Who the? You're out of your fucking mind.
Isn't Trump the Antichrist, the Freak, or am I mistaken? Don't you think that?
Well, it could be King Charles now because of the other day.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is.
So now you're guilt-free. Now you're guilt-free.
You know,
What
pretty much
exactly?
is the probability still? Yes.
What exactly did Charles do that made you think this?
He's
What
talking
exactly
about
did
going
Charles
full
do?
digital ID for all the UK.
Oh, that's what the Antichrist. That's what the Bible said about the Antichrist.
The chips in the hand and stuff. Okay, I get it now.
Probability.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's exactly what Revelation said, that they would put chips in your hand.
You remember when he got that painting of him, like in that like weird painting that King Charles, probably a couple years ago now.
The one he hates.
I don't know, but it's like it's all ghoulish and I don't know. It's just very strange. And now he goes and basically announces that digital ID for all the UK. I mean, I don't know how ready
So
they are to implement
because
that,
there's
but
a
he was
ghoulish
talking about it.
so because there's a ghoulish picture and because he said that there's going to be voter ID, he's the Antichrist.
Yeah, and he doesn't pass laws for all of the UK, by the way.
And the crown is basically a representative of like the church part of the the state part of Britain.
Yeah, but
Who's the whore of Babylon?
You don't even
Who's
know
the whore of Babylon?
You don't know what you're talking about. It's the Anglican Church. Okay, that's what they are.
Right.
And but they don't.
Church.
They have no legislative power. The king does not have any legislative power.
Oh, if
No, that's true.
Trump's the Antichrist, does that make Melania the whore of Babylon?
I'm telling you, it's true. I know it's true. They ain't had the king, the queen or king has not had any legislative power for years and years and years.
Right. They have some sort of like
no. All it does is the prime minister
sort of like
prime minister comes to
what it's called.
The prime minister comes to the king or the queen or whoever it was once a month and like gives a report on stuff. That's it. They don't have any other role in Congress.
I think they have a military role possibly, and they also have a connection with the church in Rome.
They're not in Rome. They're not Catholic Church. They're Anglican. They're not nothing to do with the Roman Catholic Church.
Oh, Jill, you can go fuck
I haven't
yourself.
looked at it in a while, but there's still
reason we have
significant subway over there or whatever. So like,
no, you don't even know what you're talking
they have a
about.
leadership position of some sort.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's been a while. I've forgotten a lot about British
then why are
UK
you
politics.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. And
I muted him again. Jill, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The reason we have trouble with shit like mental health is because Ronald Reagan destroyed the entire mental health.
Who are you talking to?
Infrastructure. Jill's back in chat.
Oh, Jill.
I'm like, Ronald Reagan destroyed all the mental health services we had in this country back in the 80s, and we've never recovered. That's why the largest single mental health provider in this country is the LA County jail system. Fucker. Period. All right. You're unmuted now. You can talk again, Freak.
The Freak, when do you think that the Antichrist is supposed to come? When does the Bible say the Antichrist is supposed to come?
It's not really clear. The only reason why I think it's Donald Trump is because he literally has everything it takes to fulfill Daniel 10 through 12.
When does the Antichrist come? Does the Bible say?
He doesn't have that
hero.
I said I don't know.
He doesn't have a shriveled right arm.
Has what it takes to fulfill that
not
role.
yet.
10 to the 12 of Daniel.
So the Antichrist is the final tribulation before the kingdom of God. So when does the kingdom of God come? According to Jesus.
Soon.
Right. Before the people that were standing before him died. Before the people that Jesus was talking to, before they died, the kingdom of God was supposed to come to earth. So before they died, the Antichrist was to come. It's not someone from today, to Freak.
Yep. And
Revelation
is about Nero.
Jesus wouldn't have mentioned it.
He was wrong, the Freak. He was wrong. Jesus didn't write that. Jesus didn't say that.
Yesterday.
You don't know
I
what
will
Jesus
come
said.
from the clouds. I will come from the clouds with the kingdom of heaven before all of you here taste death.
What is
What's the very next chapter? What's the very next page?
The Transfiguration, which is not the kingdom of God,
So
and it's not
verse
Judgment
is
Day.
literally they're two separate events.
The Transfiguration is not Judgment Day, to Freak. The coming of the kingdom of God is Judgment
God's
Day.
glory.
Neither Trump nor King Charles have a shriveled arm, and it's probably not either one of them. But then Revelation never said anything about fucking cankles, so who knows?
The Freak, if you would open those books that I sent you.
Now, if Revelation said cankles and bruises on your hands, I'd believe it. But
The freak, read First Enoch and see if you still believe that. That set of literature from the Old Testament pseudepigrapha that I sent you. All 3 Enochs are in there. Read First Enoch, which was insanely important to Second Temple Jews during the time of Jesus. Read First Enoch, and tell me if you still feel the way that you just said about the kingdom of God coming. Read Daniel. Read Daniel, and tell me if you feel that way. Read Jeremiah, read Zechariah, read Isaiah, and tell me if you still feel that way about what you just said about the kingdom of God coming. Tell me if the transfiguration fits
I'm
those
just going
criteria.
off of what Jesus said in his words. I mean,
You don't care what's
it's
true.
obviously
No, you're not.
2 separate events.
No, you're not.
You don't care what's true.
The transfiguration is
do.
not the coming of the kingdom of God, the freak. It does not fit the criteria.
Of course it's
Right,
not.
Hey,
But it
Freak.
fulfills
But
what
you
he's
brought it up.
I have an actual question for you, to Freak. Have you ever called Justin?
No, I haven't called him.
Why?
Because I have a thing
You know
with communist moderators, and as long as my value of paneling goes up because I'm
Okay,
actually coherent
but-
and I actually
Hey,
do arguments,
fuck the
I'm not going
moderators.
up
You
there
don't.
until I get what I want.
I'm not talking about. Honestly, the only one that can get you what you want is Justin.
I know.
You need to talk to Justin. So call into his show and have all these
I'm not going to go
conversations
up there
with
and
him.
pry about YouTube punk, right?
I didn't ask you to.
What I want is the peer pressure of the chat to actually shut the fucking guy up. That's what.
That's not going to happen.
That's effective to a narcissist.
That's not going to happen because the only
What do you mean
peer
it's not gonna
pressure in the
happen?
chat, the only peer pressure in the chat is to shut you down.
Exactly.
And the only thing that will stop that, you know what? I'll make you a deal. If you actually called into Justin and talked to him about your fucking theories, then I'll talk to Justin myself and get you, and get him to get the mods to leave you alone.
What is this? Missing mods up here. Let's see. And what is it? What? I don't understand what are you talking about, Jill? Ronald Reagan made you kill your own offspring because you want to be a college whore. That wasn't very nice.
Jesus Christ. Fucking Jill.
Andy, I want to go over this verse 28 with you in Matthew 16. Because there's been a lot of wordplay, and I've seen this on Justin's show lately, and obviously with you today and yesterday, where it says there be some standing here. This has got to be the transfiguration because it's not talking about the coming of the clouds with the angels and the judgment. It says standing here. So when he took Peter
because he was talking.
Andrew,
He was talking to his
they were
disciples.
standing there, and they were also showing glory to God.
Who was he talking to when he said that? When he said, some of you standing here, who was he talking to? Right, his disciples. All of his followers.
And he said, not all of you will taste death before I come back with my kingdom.
Gretchen, read chat right there. I can't. Can you get? I don't have my phone. I can't remove his comment.
Which one? The one about? I already did. I already removed it.
Okay.
See, the thing is, if you take standing here and combine it with coming in his kingdom or whatever, well, how could they be standing there if they're all dead? It's not
Listen,
possible.
the freak, stop. Listen to what it says. Some of you standing here, he's saying, some of you that are standing here will not die before the Son of Man comes in his kingdom. Meaning some of you standing here, it's going to happen before all of you are dead. It'll be within your lifetimes that the Son of Man comes in his kingdom. And the Son of Man coming in his kingdom is a repeatedly used phrase through Hellenistic Judaism that is referring to Judgment Day.
Is the transfiguration showing part of God's glory?
To freak, you completely ignored what I just said at the very end of my sentence.
They were standing there and they saw God's glory.
What does it mean for the Son of Man to come in his kingdom?
He was
Second
coming in
Temple
his
Jew.
kingdom. You saw his glory.
If you were to say that phrase to a Second Temple Jew, what would they think you mean?
And
I don't
it's
know how
not
many were
one
standing there
passage
or
to
not.
freak, it's 11 and counting. That's courtesy of Daniel Taylor.
11 and counting what?
He said it's not just one passage, it's 11 passages and counting.
All I can tell you is that this standing here is relevant because he had his glory on the mountain when he transfigured, which is the very next fucking verse. Okay. Not only that, but when he was being prosecuted in the temple by Caiaphas, he also said the whole thing again that he would be coming in the clouds or whatever. So it's obviously a second event because he already had the transfiguration.
You realize the transfiguration, the Son of Man didn't come in the transfiguration. Jesus was already there.
His glory was there. That's part of his kingdom. He was glowing.
It doesn't
like
say the glory is
light
coming.
bulb.
It doesn't say the glory is coming. It says the Son of Man is coming.
Okay, and part of his kingdom is the glory. It's glory. He was lit up like a
with his glory. It says he's coming with his glory. It says you will see the Son of Man coming. Jesus is already there.
Right.
He didn't come during the transfiguration.
So they got a whiff of it.
No, it doesn't fulfill what Jesus was talking about, you fucking idiot.
But it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
It does
because
have
he
to.
mentions it again when he was being lynched up by Caiaphas.
That's my whole point, the freak. And in a completely different verse, he rephrases exactly what he says. And he says, this generation will not pass until all these things have been accomplished. And this is after giving a 5-minute long speech about Judgment Day. And this is not just these two cases. He says it repeatedly through the entire gospel that Judgment Day is upon them and that they need to repent before the Messiah comes. Read Enoch. Read Enoch.
Okay, so
stop what you're doing and read
the
Enoch.
kingdom is at hand. The kingdom is at hand. Repent. The kingdom is at hand. The kingdom is at hand. Why are you trying to pin it down to just this one thing when obviously the transfiguration happened and then he was prosecuted and said the same thing under when he was strung up under Pilate? I'm sorry, under Caiaphas.
I've answered this already, DeFreak. The coming of the Son of Man, right, with the kingdom of God, is a very specific phrase used across some Second Temple Judaism. And you're pretending that it means nothing and it can mean whatever you want it to mean. And I'm saying that it means that the Judgment Day has come. That's what it meant to every Jew on the face of the earth when you were to hear those words.
Okay, so why did the Jews care what Jesus is saying at all?
Jesus is a Jew and he was preaching Torah observance. Of course they would care what he was saying. And he was also changing some of the laws.
Kingdom of heaven is at hand. And he's throwing it around like loose change. How are you able to pinpoint exactly that it was this when he was just throwing it around like loose change? It could be anything at this point.
It already had a meaning. That's what I'm saying. That phrase, the Son of Man coming with the kingdom of God, had already had meaning, a very specific meaning in Judaism for 400 years.
They don't fit the freak's narrative, though.
Exactly. You just are looking for ways to prove your preconceived notions true instead of just reading the Bible for what it says to freak. We would already be past this.
He doesn't care.
So tell me this.
He does not
Would
care.
he mention the transfiguration and keep it a secret or keep it a secret?
Who, Mark?
Jesus.
Jesus didn't say shit about the transfiguration.
So he just snuck it upon him one day, just decided to snatch up a couple of them and go up and like hang out with Moses and like, glow in the dark, right?
Yeah, that's what it says. That's literally what it says.
So that people could write about it that he predicted it.
Oh my God.
Jesus wouldn't have done that, right?
So what? But no Jew. You're completely ignoring the fact that phrase already had meaning. Like you're trying to give it a new meaning that it didn't have.
He does not care.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You want it to believe what you believe, even though it doesn't fulfill the criteria.
Yeah.
Jesus didn't come. I already explained that to you. Jesus was already there. He didn't come. So the coming of the Son of Man part didn't happen in the transfiguration.
Let me show you
So
something.
go ahead and throw it right the fuck out.
Let me see how you guys obfuscate away something that's plain as day. Okay, according to these word phrases that the Jewish.
Are you gonna read the Bible to me?
Altar, whatever we're interpreting of Jesus throwing around a phrase.
Are you gonna read the
I should
Bible
look
to me?
at Matthew 28:15.
You're right. I don't care what the
dear.
Bible says.
No, I just think that you were accusing me of sticking to some narrative or whatever. It's exactly what you're doing to hold to your narrative.
Because we
Okay.
listen to the scholars that actually know anything about these books and when they were written and why they were written. They were written for a specific propaganda purpose.
So you're going to tell me that those scholars can read the minds of the Sanhedrin and Jesus, but
They had
other people can't.
Can you show me some writing that is Jesus's? What
Jesus didn't write anything.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. There you go.
Right, because if you would have wrote a biography or autobiography, it would have been discounted outright because that's one of the criteria of scholarship is autobiographies are worthless or something like that. I forget what it's all called or whatever, but that's the case. So he didn't write anything about himself. It was all witness testimony.
Who's the witness?
The four Gospels.
Okay, so they weren't written by the four apostles. I've already I showed this to Golden Arm the other night. They're not written by the four apostles. They're not that's not who wrote the Gospels. So who are the witnesses of the Gospel of Jesus?
Matthew and John, and Luke was part of the team, and Mark was part of. I mean,
but they didn't write the Gospel.
Wrote their
Matthew, Mark, Luke,
gospel.
and John did not write Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John. So who?
Matthew wrote Matthew, and John wrote John.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I can say for sure.
Who wrote Mark?
You cannot
Who
say
wrote
for
Mark?
sure. You're lying.
Mark.
Why? Oh, so tell me why you think Mark wrote Mark. Break it down.
All right, 1 second.
Because Mark's where all this started. Mark's where all the gospel tradition began. So let's go right to Mark.
I mean, even some Bibles even have it on the page of the New Testament. It says that church tradition is that these were not found. They were anonymous and they were named by church tradition.
Our earliest church tradition, if it doesn't make any sense.
Listen, can you imagine though?
Timothy 4:11.
Could you imagine if we actually did get DeFreak to call Justin? It would be one of the most epic calls ever.
Yeah, you would get smashed, DeFreak. I think you really should do it.
He would, but I mean,
Golden Arm won't even do it, will he? Golden Arm likes to get knocked down.
Golden Arm is a fucking coward.
I wouldn't mind talking to Justin.
Golden Arm, man, he's planning on calling it to Justin, but he's getting all of his ducks in a row, and unfortunately, I don't think he is ever gonna get there. But he's afraid to.
No, his ducks are in cop cars going the other direction.
Yeah. So
if you look at Timothy 4:11, Andy, it says literally Luke and Mark.
Luke and Mark what?
But see, here we go. You're going to say Paul is a fraud. This is what he didn't even exist. He didn't write letters. He didn't.
Nobody said that.
No one said that.
So Paul wrote specifically and called for Luke and Mark to come to him to basically probably powwow, have gay sex, and write stuff, right?
No.
Nobody said any of that shit.
Verse, it literally says, only Luke is with me. Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable to me for the ministry. What the heck were they doing? Not writing?
I think the only person here that's like a mythicist when it comes to Paul is me.
The freak. You have Google on your phone?
I'm on my laptop now, so go ahead.
Right. You got Google or ChatGPT? Ask them. Ask it. Who wrote the four Gospels?
Anonymous.
I mean,
ask it.
If Paul is literally calling for Luke and Mark,
ask it.
And is profitable for the ministry in the Word of God, why wouldn't it be them writing their own gospel?
Ask it. what it says.
I
Let's see what it
don't. I
says.
mean, why would
Ask
I go
it.
outside the Word of God when I don't have to?
Mark, the freak.
You
That
can't
doesn't go
prove the
anywhere.
Bible with the Bible.
You do
Prove the
have
Bible with the
to.
Bible.
You don't have to because they're making shit up.
The
Obviously,
freak. We asked for proof that Mark wrote Mark.
We're called
That Mark wrote
by
Mark.
Paul by
You're
name.
making shit up. You're making shit
How
up.
am I making stuff up?
Nobody
Their
else.
names are literally right there.
Yeah, but that's not
Prove
what
that Mark wrote Mark. Prove that Mark wrote Mark, not that Mark wrote something. Prove that Mark wrote the Gospel of Mark.
Paul calls Mark by name to him for the ministry. Mark is a gospel of
We don't care if it's true.
Jesus Christ.
So listen, hold on. Let me continue. Let me continue. Let me carry on with what you're saying. So you said that according to that gospel, or according to Timothy, that Paul says that Mark wrote something, right? We know that
No, I didn't
Mark
say
wrote
he wrote
something.
I said that he called him to visit him in Rome or wherever.
Yeah, but you concluded
profitable for the ministry. So I don't
and
imagine
so
that
you
they gathered
concluded that
around
he
and
wrote.
played tennis.
Okay, so if they wrote, how do we know that the Gospel of Mark is what Mark wrote?
I mean, come on, dude. Like, who else
Where
would
does
it have
it?
been?
Come on.
What
That's
do you
a great
mean?
answer. I mean,
That's
come
your
on,
answer?
dude.
Come on, dude.
Great answer.
It could have been anybody. It could have been thousands of people.
Mark is going to go visit Paul, and they're going to write about something, and they're going to call it Andrew's gospel, not Mark's
What if
gospel.
it was Matthew? How do we know that Matthew wasn't what Mark wrote?
Well, because it didn't say Matthew; it said Mark and Luke.
Well, we've named Matthew. I'm just saying the writing that we call Matthew. How do you know that's not what Mark wrote?
Come on, Andy.
Why don't you think that? Answer me.
Because Paul called them by name, and it's in the Word of God.
Right. So Paul said that Mark came. You're assuming Mark wrote something with him. So I say that Mark wrote the Gospel of Matthew. Prove me wrong.
It makes absolutely zero logical, coherent sense.
Why? It makes zero sense that Mark wrote the Gospel of Mark. Mark wasn't even around for those events.
So they land swapped. Is that what you're saying? They scroll swapped. They were swapping the scrolls between those two.
Mark wasn't even around for the events that Mark writes about. So why does that make sense?
I'll be right back, guys.
I don't know, but Paul called him there.
Right. So why does Mark know all these things if he wasn't there? Why are we even trusting Mark about all these things if Mark wasn't even there for these events? And why is Matthew, if Matthew was there?
But Paul definitely called him and said he was profitable for the ministry. What does
Well,
that
that could
mean,
just be for, I mean, that could just be for preaching. That doesn't have to include writing anyway.
Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But we have one that's called Mark.
Right.
Right, but it wasn't called Mark until 200 years later.
Okay, all these three guys are
collaborating. It wasn't called Mark until 200 years later.
Way after this or whatever, and then they all
our earliest manuscript, the freak, stop. Our earliest manuscript of Mark that contains the title Mark that attributes it to Mark is from between 200 and 250 CE.
The freak. Look
It
at my.
doesn't matter.
Look
We
at
have
my
zero
screen.
originals of anything.
Freak.
They're all copies.
The freak.
So
Look
that doesn't
at
have any effect on origination.
Look at my screen. Can you see my screen?
One second. Okay.
Do you see what it says? Mainstream biblical scholars broadly agree that the Gospels were originally anonymous, written decades after Jesus' death by unknown authors. The traditional names, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were attached in the 2nd century. The 4 Gospels were written between 65 and 100 CE, with the authors relying on shared oral traditions. Okay, so let's see, right here. Says Mark, the Gospel of Mark, the scholarly consensus on the author, an anonymous early Christian, likely writing to a Gentile audience, estimated 65 to 70 CE. It believes that Mark is the earliest gospel. The author likely wrote shortly after or during the Jewish-Roman War and the destruction of the Jerusalem temple. Matthew, an anonymous Jewish Christian scribe or teacher writing to a predominantly Jewish Christian community, 70 to 85 CE. It says scholars agree that Matthew relied heavily on the Gospel of Mark and a lost collection of sayings called the Q source. Luke, an anonymous Gentile Christian, likely an educated writer who also authored the book of Acts, 75 through 90 CE. Okay. And then John, an unknown member of the Johannine community, a group of disciples preserving John's teachings, 90 to 100 CE. Okay, so which one of them was written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
None of them, apparently.
Unknown, anonymous, anonymous, anonymous.
Right. So how convenient is that?
What do you mean it's convenient?
It's convenient because I don't care if you're a dumbass at a school, you're still a dumbass when you've got this verse right here showing that they were all three collaborating and they were writing stuff, not playing fucking croquet.
You cannot, we don't even know if they could write. Okay, they were fishermen, first of all. Okay, so but the thing about it is,
and Hebrew.
They would have spoke. They would have spoken.
So why did Paul use a scribe? Why did Paul use a scribe if he knew Greek and Hebrew?
How do you know they knew Greek and Hebrew? Do you know how much of the world was actually literate at that time?
It's like 80% illiteracy.
Listen, we know that the Jewish tradition that they used to have to write scrolls as part of their, like, you know, everyday family, like going, you know, before you go to bed type of.
No, they did not. They did not do that.
Literally were doing that. Like that's like their tradition or whatever. Why do you think they have so many
where do you learn this stuff at?
Jewish people and stuff like that. They were doing that stuff. They weren't illiterate like you think they were.
All right. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the literacy rate was during that time.
So how come none of them considered the 2 Timothy verse as part of their study or their you know, diligent work, you know, and just labeling them all anonymous? I think it's a little biased, and I think it's a little bit.
They're not labeled the freak. What you're not realizing is that they're not being labeled anonymous. It's that the earliest documents that we have, like Robin said, that attribute the Gospels to the known authors that we attribute them today are from the 2nd century. And all of the copies we have of the Gospels before that are anonymous and don't use a name.
Yeah. And so by church tradition, the church applied those names to them.
Okay, so
like 200 years later.
You're telling me that they had found copies, because there's no originals of anything, by the way. They found some copies that they found, and they said Gospel of blank. And
it says,
like that.
Here you go. What percentage of scholars?
Especially, and they made up Paul as a name, they made up Mark as a name, and they made up Luke as a name, and so therefore they were all anonymous.
No,
what percentage?
No, they didn't make the names up, the freak. They attributed the authorship to characters from the story.
Look here. It says.
You sure about that?
What percentage of scholars believe Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote the Gospels? Top answer. It would be difficult to find any serious Bible scholars who believe that they wrote the Gospels. Like, find one. It would have to be an apologist, not a scholar.
Christian scholars don't even take your position, to freak. Almost never.
Yeah, because even the church,
even not reading the 2 Timothy 4:11.
You don't
they must have missed that.
The Bible.
They definitely missed it. Why is Paul? He says Luke is with me, so they're sitting there doing nothing but playing tennis or golf. I mean, they're writing shit. Don't you think they probably wrote Acts?
No, right? I think that I don't know, and I think that you don't give a shit what's true. You don't care, freak. I
don't care. Listen, you've got a witness.
You just live and just lie to yourself about politics and lie to yourself about the Bible.
These are two people that wrote Gospels, and you're telling me that they're anonymous.
They didn't write Gospels. They did not write Gospels. These people did not write Gospels.
So Luke didn't write Luke, even though there's a book called Luke, right?
Boy, I tell you
Why,
what.
why is it called Luke? Why is it called Luke? Give us the reason.
Because that was his name.
Yeah, but why was it attributed to Luke eventually? Give us the reasoning that the church used for making that declaration. Because it doesn't say it in the original manuscript, so why did they eventually attribute it?
Conspiracy theory, post hoc rationalization, Luke as the guy that was being, that was hanging around in Paul's jail cell in Rome. So what
This
you're
is
telling
the
me?
saddest thing I've ever heard.
Just answer. Who, for any of the Gospels, explain why we attribute it to them.
Well, John wrote John.
Why? Why do you say that?
Timothy, 2 Timothy 4:11.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
They say and
Listen,
everything
the
they
freak.
say because
2 Timothy only it only says that they met with Paul. It only says they met with Paul.
Doing stuff.
They were there. Yes, they were in the same room, and you assume that they wrote something. So because Mark was helpful for Paul's ministry, that automatically means that Paul wanted him to write stuff. Not to preach, to write stuff.
What else would he be doing?
Preach, like all people in ministries did, to freak. That's what a ministry is. You go preach to people. You don't write stuff. It has nothing to do with writing.
Sleep preaching in certain places. Like he was a preacher himself. He doesn't need
Exactly.
another mouth around.
Exactly, the freak. He's a minister, and that's
so
what
they were
ministries
writing
do. They go
stuff.
preach to people. No, scribes write stuff. Ministries go preach to people. They travel around.
To preach instead of him.
Ministers preach to preach. He wanted Mark to go preach for him.
He does not care.
They were writing together and they preached.
It doesn't say they wrote, does it? Does it say they wrote, the freak?
This is more evidence for.
Does it say they wrote?
The Gospels of being correlating to who they are than all the speculation that you're doing.
The only thing you've showed is that Mark and Luke can be helpful to Paul's ministry, and you've tacked on that they wrote something.
I've shown that they've at least were trying to group up together and do stuff. And
Yeah,
they were doing a ministry.
that doesn't automatically include writing. Writing was a rare phenomenon for people back then. And especially for ministry, a ministry was done.
Other guys that are going to go grandstand on the corner and talk about Jesus and take away from his limelight when he was the one that was always talking about Jesus and falling asleep at the same time. Right?
What ministry? What ministry do you know that writes stuff? What ministry do you know that writes stuff? Is that the focus of a ministry, to write stuff?
At the time, it probably was.
Well, no, the focus of a ministry through all times has been to preach stuff. It's been to go teach people things, not to write stuff.
A preacher preaches. A minister does whatever it takes to that's required.
A minister is a teacher of a word. Isaiah was a minister.
A teacher of the word, so they probably need to write nothing down, right?
No, you don't need to write. You already know it. They already have the word spoken to them, and they repeat the words to other people. It's a prophecy.
Okay, so somebody wrote this stuff, and then they just put their name on the thing and called it theirs. Now, is that what you're saying now?
They didn't. That's what I'm saying. They didn't put their name on it. They just wrote a story. There was not even a title on the original Gospels.
He's just being. He's just being off. He's just being off.
Likely Mark
So
with the names.
when they got the scrolls, whatever said anything
probably
about
did it.
Luke or Mark or listen, at the very beginning of Luke, he's writing to one of the I forgot what his position is, but he's writing to a governor or something in Rome as a testimony. Like,
who was?
Luke was.
What do you mean? How do you know Luke wrote Luke?
If Paul
I gotta
and
go.
Luke and Mark are gathered together and their names are written on the gospel, and Luke is saying that he's writing to the governor in Rome or something, or whatever he was, odds are that it was them.
No, I can't handle it. Gaslighting, the gaslighting and lying.
How is it gaslighting? I'm literally showing you the verse in the
You're not
book.
showing me shit. The Bible doesn't prove the Bible.
You're wrong.
And I showed you the scholarship, and you're just
Okay,
sitting there
so
making
now,
these stupid
this
arguments
verse is a
about-
fraud, and it's not even a real, like it's a fake. Kurt would say that this is a fake letter or something, right? Is that what you're going to do?
I mean, there's no reason to think that the first sentence of Luke isn't authentic to that author, but we don't know who that author was. That's the issue.
I think you're fake, the freak. Fake. You're not real. You cannot be real.
Robin, read that verse and tell me what you
No,
think it means.
I ain't reading the Bible. I'm not reading the Bible. You cannot prove the Bible with the Bible. That's so dumb.
Okay, so you can disprove the Bible with by not using the Bible.
With the Bible.
And you can do it 2,000 years later with a biased group of scholars.
Yeah, you probably know more than all these people who spend their whole life studying this. You probably know more about them. You just don't give a shit what you believe is true. You don't care.
I don't give a shit. What do you mean? I'm yelling at you. I don't give a shit.
What you believe is true. You don't care. You don't care. You don't care about.
You mean I don't care? I'm yelling at you because I think you're being retarded. Excuse my language.
I don't care what you think.
I don't care. You don't think I friggin' care?
I don't think you care if what you believe is true.
So I agree. I agree with Robin. I think that you genuinely don't care what's true. You just want to support what you already believe. I've said this to you before.
Freak. Yep. You use that one more
Everybody
time.
does
I will
that.
fucking kick you.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Arguing anything.
No, they don't.
Does that same thing.
I can't believe you just said that. I can't believe you just said that.
Every single person does that until they're proven wrong.
That's not true. Actual scholars try to prove themselves.
Paul says, "Bring Luke. Mark is with. I'm sorry. Luke is with me. Bring Mark." And what do you think they're going to do all day?
No, hang on. I need to address what you just said.
Robin, Mod is trying to make you laugh in chat, so read her shit.
Okay, well, I'm leaving anyway because I can't. Like, freak just makes me want to just.
Okay.
The freak, I need to point out that you saying that everybody tries to prove themselves right is absolute bullshit. An actual scholar tries to prove themselves wrong. It's called steel manning.
He just gaslights. Jake Mooney sleeping this, ain't he?
Whether you're operating from one angle or another, as long as you're looking for the truth, that's what matters. Like when you find it, you should actually argue for it. Okay.
You won't try to prove yourself wrong. That's my whole point of bringing that up. That's why
I'm going to prove myself wrong right now.
Try
2
to.
Timothy 4:11. Only Luke is with me. Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable to me for the ministry.
Okay.
Verse. Okay, I proved myself wrong. Tell me how that benefited anybody, just by denying it.
You just made up evidence to make your case. That's not what atheists would do in that case. So you're not being authentic with trying to prove yourself wrong. You need to actually try to prove yourself wrong.
Okay, prove this verse wrong and prove that the probability of what it's saying and what I'm saying is is lesser than whatever speculation you'll bring forth. Only Luke is with me. Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable to me for the ministry. Go ahead.
The freak. Only one of us has speculated here, and that's you. You have speculated that involved writing. I'm saying it doesn't say they wrote anything, and it doesn't attribute the Gospels to either of them.
Okay, so when let's just say that they all three, okay, there's 2 of 3 are there right now, wherever Paul is. The third is probably going to go or whatever, because there's an interest of spreading the gospel. Apparently, his name is Mark. There's a gospel called Mark. So they all were hanging out and they were basically, eating shellfish for the Romans, right? In the jail. That's what they were doing. They weren't writing or anything.
Why do you think they were writing?
What else would they be doing? Plus, we have their finished work.
Hold on.
Illiterate.
We have works that you're attributing to them. You haven't demonstrated that it's their works. You just assumed that they were writing in the jail, and then you've attributed the Gospels to the people that they're named after now. You haven't given any reason at all.
Okay, so what's the alternative? What's the alternative then?
The alternative is that somebody from the following of Jesus wrote these Gospels. We have no clue who they were, and almost 200 years later, people assumed the authorship of certain characters from the stories. That's the actual truth.
Did they at least have the decency to call it letters from a Birmingham jail from the apostle, whoever?
Right.
Luke.
Well, Paul taught his captivity in Rome.
This is what
That's
Mark
not
wrote while he
true.
was in prison in Rome with Paul. You know, it never says anything like that. How would Mark know all these things? Mark wasn't even there.
I mean, at least MLK, like, you know.
So Mark is with Luke. Mark and Luke both weren't there. They were both not witnesses to Jesus's ministry, but they know all of these details about Jesus. To the point where Matthew's
Right, so
like, yeah, I'm just going to copy Mark out.
apparently they were either scribes or they were hanging out like secondary.
They weren't.
With like Peter or whatever, or they were investigators, or they were reporters, or they just knew how to write. Maybe they were the only ones that knew how to write, apparently, according to the illiteracy rate of ancient whatever, right? And so it had to have been them because they were the only ones who could actually write nothing.
You've said maybe though to start your sentence. Like you're not like, well, let's stick to what the history actually says and not speculate.
What the history says. Okay, what does the history say?
The history doesn't say anything, and that's where you keep going. You want to add on to it to give it meaning.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
No.
You're going with the speculation of the history. I'm going off of what Paul wrote in the letter to Timothy.
Well, he didn't write that Mark wrote anything. That's where you're adding on.
Okay, so when Paul says he's profitable for him in the ministry, what do you think he's doing with Paul?
I've answered this. You know I've answered this. The answer is preaching.
Right.
That's what ministers do.
Why can't you just say for one time that possibly they were writing because they were all grouped together doing stuff? They were cooperating and getting it right and writing stuff more likely, right? Or what else would they be doing, Andy?
I already told you, the freak. I've answered this question. You have no reason to assume.
You've insufficiently answered the question. And
No,
if you're
listen.
so smart and you're some sort of scholar and you're this sloppy, I don't give a shit about what any of them say at this point.
There's no
what
reason.
Paul said in this letter to Timothy, and he listed my name, Luke, and Mark.
You have to let me respond, the freak.
They
Let's
were
let me respond.
fishermen and craftsmen. What makes you believe that they could write at all?
Oh my God. Why
Answer
else
the
would he be
question.
there? What do you think they were doing there?
Preaching.
Okay, so
Like ministers do to freak. That's what ministries do. Ministries travel around and they preach to people. That's what ministries are. They don't write books. They don't write letters. Ministries are to go teach people things. He wants Mark to go teach people things. You don't need to write shit to go teach people things.
Probably writing so that they could have it written.
No.
So
That's where you're
and at night by candlelight they could write nothing.
They don't need to write anything.
Man.
They already know the gospel. They know the gospel and they're teaching it to others. Where does writing come into the picture?
The fact is they were peasants and fucking fishermen and craftsmen. They probably didn't write at all.
That's my opinion too. We have no reason to think that either of them were literate. Literacy was extremely rare. And these were just everyday people.
Ridiculous. Now let me show you why John wrote John.
It's not though.
Why is it ridiculous?
Ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous? We know that literacy
Their names are on the Gospels, and we see
later
them
they are.
And
Later they're on the Gospels.
A ministry
They're on the
is not
Gospels
just
later.
a one-stop shop. Apparently, these were the guys that could write nothing, and so they were doing nothing.
Freak, I've seen you in chats with Kip Davis. Why not just ask him?
Because he's going to be one of the scholars that make up stuff or whatever. The consensus
so you're scholar shopping.
Or whatever.
So you're scholar shopping.
It's ridiculous because you see it right here. They were grouped together or trying to group together.
So you know,
why would they group together?
So you know more than a guy who spent 20 years.
Obviously, or some for whatever reason, they friggin' forgot this one verse. This one verse that I just happened to find.
It doesn't show anything. The verse doesn't show anything. It doesn't show shit.
Gathered together, cooperating, writing.
We already knew that.
Probably.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that they were together Nowhere does it say that they wrote anything. That's why no one gives a fuck about the verse that you're talking about, because it doesn't say what you're assuming.
Why would it be profitable for the ministry for?
I've already answered that. I'll answer it for the 10th time. He thought that Mark could preach good. There's an alternative that you're rejecting for no reason.
What do they do at nighttime when they're not preaching?
Sleep.
What do they do before they go to sleep? Eat dinner. What do they do while they're eating? Not eating dinner. Not writing. They're definitely they're doing all this stuff, but not writing. God damn it, right? They're not. Well,
most people, yes, most people in the world that were doing things weren't writing. That's what most people did. Man. Most people on the face of the earth during that time went about their day not writing, because most people didn't know how to write, the freak. Yes, they went about their day not writing things. They were a ministry. They were traveling around teaching.
Like tax collectors, they definitely couldn't write nothing, right?
Freak, do you realize that even into the Middle Ages, most people couldn't read and write? That is why they had town criers to go through and tell people what was going on. That's why only the priests of the fucking Catholic Church knew how to write, because they were copying.
Some anonymous people wrote those respective gospels, and the church 300 years later assigned a weird name to all of it and scribbled it in so they would all collaborate with each other. And the
early church fathers.
The conspiracy worked, right?
Why is that a conspiracy? That's what the evidence. That's what the evidence really shows, the freak. No one's making shit up right now. We have way earlier gospels that are anonymous.
They made up these names.
Yes.
And assigned them to. They assigned these names to the gospel.
They didn't make up the names. They did not make up the names. The names are characters from the story.
Okay. But the names of the characters from the story and the gospel, but they were written anonymously. They definitely weren't written by those people. All right.
We have no reason to think they were written by those people, because no one said it until 200 years later, the freak. Why would we think that because someone said it 200 years later that suddenly they're accurate?
Because you see in 2 Timothy 4:11 that they were grouping together. What are they doing there, Andy?
We've already been over this. So maybe the people 200 years later. Go ahead.
How many flubs from the Hebrew Bible are there in the New Testament in those Gospels? And which
repeat the question.
How many flubs were there from the Hebrew Bible in the New Testament? And
floods like race,
incorrect translations and incorrect shit. That means they were fucking, turn of the century Jews, and yet they couldn't even read Hebrew.
Exactly. And you have, like, if you take Mark, for example, like Mark is misquoting the Old Testament repeatedly. He's falsely attributing a gospel, or he's falsely attributing prophecies of Malachi to Isaiah. He's explaining Jewish customs to like people have never heard of them before. He's a noob. He's inexperienced. This is someone who's learning about Judaism.
Because they couldn't even read Hebrew. So they fucked it up.
They were anonymous writers, not these actual persons, but we know that they were noobs in learning about Jewish history. And how do we know that?
I just told you. I literally just told you.
But how did?
Because they fucked it up.
Okay, they fucked it up is why you can speculate about like how he was or what he was, but he was definitely anonymous and not the person that wrote it. And so
like people that read the Old Testament. So like people that read the Old Testament are going, if they would hear, they would never make the mistakes that Mark made, is what I'm saying. This is someone that doesn't understand the Old Testament or Judaism very well that wrote Mark. And he's explaining Jewish customs.
An person that was given the name Mark, who wasn't actually the writer, and we know that he was a noob because he didn't follow the Old Testament writings correctly. And how do we know that that's the fact? Just because of the misquotes or something else?
Exactly. Yeah, he's misquoting it.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we know how old he was?
No, it doesn't say any. It doesn't even say who it was. That's what I'm saying. The original Gospels were anonymous, the freak. It was just some random person writing a story about Jesus who never identified themselves.
Okay, so if the universe can come about by rando, quanto, fieldo, mando, bingo, lifo, we can't have a young Hebrew named not Mark randomly talk about Old Testament stuff and get the rest of the gospel wrong at the same time. Correct?
No, that's exactly what happened.
I love it.
What's
now I know
funny?
why Jill is such an asshole.
I don't understand what you think that demonstrated, the freak. What are you talking about? Like, everything you said is exactly accurate.
Of the atheist mindset that life could come about, this grand stage of life that could come about, but when you apply it to someone like Mark, it doesn't work.
No, I said it does work. I said what you described about what Mark did is exactly what happened. It does work.
But I was being sarcastic there. So like,
but that's what the evidence shows. You're being sarcastic about the truth.
If the rando positive worked for the universe, why couldn't the rando positive work for Mark?
I'm not saying it can't, the freak. I'm saying we have no reason to think it did.
Okay, so then we have no reason to think that the universe was created by rando, quanto, fieldo, mando, bingo, lipo.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, the freak, or what you're trying to make a claim about the universe for. It's completely irrelevant. What I'm saying is that what you're saying of, the traditional Christian explanation that, Mark was genuinely, he got his word from Peter or whatever and wrote down what Peter said faithfully or whatever it is. That could have happened. Sure, I acknowledge that, but we have no reason to think that is what happened.
I mean, the thing is what we have. Right.
Yeah, so but what we have was created
besides speculation.
The earlier copies of the Gospels that are from before those claims were made, before the names were attributed. We have earlier copies of the Gospels, the freak. That's what we go by.
I mean, but I think even those earlier copies are like a century or 2 centuries past this time of like, the actual Jesus time, the Second Temple destruction.
Yeah.
And this is the case for all scripture, like even like the stuff out in the Far East. Like we don't have originals of any of this stuff unless you're like talking about a stick in the bottom of a river somewhere, right?
That's right. Even our earliest copies that are anonymous are still way later than the Gospels. They're earlier than the named Gospels, but they're still more than half a century later.
So basically all of human history is total speculation and completely worthless, and we should discard it and just live like Gattaca at this point, because apparently that's happening.
Why are you even being sarcastic? Like, obviously not all of human history.
I just don't get it. I don't get how you can deny everything like this. I don't get how you have no reason anything like this and still like it's just, how are you gonna deny all of history? And
it's not history, the freak. It's not history. That's what I'm saying. You are saying that it is.
It's
not part of the original history. This is this was added on to the tradition, and you won't accept it. You want to believe that the tradition is true. We have no reason to think that this was true. All of our earliest copies were anonymous, and not until 200 years later are names getting added on. We have no reason for why the names are being added on. The only evidence you've given is that Mark and Luke were with Paul. So therefore, Mark and Luke had to have written Mark and Luke because they were with Paul. Think about how fucking stupid what you're saying is, the freak. You're going against every bit of evidence to keep your tradition alive because you care more about what the church says than what the truth is.
I could care less about the church. I care about Jesus Christ. But when Paul writes this and it says that they're together, it takes away the probability of this anonymous bullcrap that's been floating around. I don't care who it originated from.
Anonymous.
We don't even have any contemporary evidence of Jesus ever even living.
That were writing crap or they were preaching crap or whatever. It takes away from all the speculation.
What about Bartholomew? We know Bartholomew was with Jesus. How do we know Bartholomew didn't write the Gospel of Mark?
How do we know that Joe Biden wasn't the president during Joe Biden's presidency?
Answer
Oh
my question.
God.
Answer my question. How do we know Bartholomew
Because
didn't write Mark?
it says Mark.
It says Mark on it, but it was anonymous originally. So how do we know the original author wasn't Bartholomew and not Mark?
Because half of these scholars say that it was an anonymous guy or whatever, and the other half say that Mark was the very first gospel.
The other half. Did you just say half of scholars believe that Mark wrote Mark?
Half of them believed that this is totally anonymous and just a made-up thing after the church 200 years later. The other half agree that Mark was the very first gospel produced.
Find me a Christian scholar that believes that Mark wrote Mark. I don't think you can. I really don't think you can. I've never run into a Christian scholar in my life that thinks that the Gospels were not anonymous originally. They all acknowledge that. Wes Huff acknowledges that openly.
Okay, so we're reading this verse from Timothy, and we're interpreting it, and we're still outsourcing someone else's opinion as more true than the actual words in the friggin' book. That's what we're doing, Andy.
No one has given their opinion. What they're saying is that our earliest copies are anonymous, and later Mark was attributed to those early copies. That's all they're saying, and that's the facts. Our earliest copies literally are anonymous. They don't attribute it to Mark, and we know that Mark wasn't attributed to the Gospels until 200 years later. Those are facts, and the only evidence you've given is that Mark was around Paul.
Okay, and not only that, but don't they also say that Mark is like, okay, can you say that and also say that Mark was the very first gospel that everyone else copied from?
Yeah, Mark seems to be. I mean, Mark could have copied his shit from whoever wrote Mark could have been copying too. But as far as we know, from the evidence we have, Mark is the earliest gospel source.
But we don't know who he was, and it definitely wasn't Mark, right?
No, see, you keep adding that definitely wasn't Mark.
I mean, I'm asking, like, it doesn't seem like there's a real consensus, and both consensus are speculation. I think that it's all bullshit at this point, and I'm reading the verse from Paul's letter.
Yeah, anonymous means that we don't know who it was, so we can't say it definitely wasn't Mark because we have no clue who it was. It was just an anonymous writer. Why does Mark never mention Paul? Why does the Gospel of Mark never mention Paul if Mark was around Paul? Not once. It literally never mentions Paul one time or anything that Paul did.
It's about Jesus.
Right, but Paul was around for the ministry, and it goes into detail after Jesus died, like Mark continues. If you want to believe everything 16:8 and later. Like Mark continues the story after Jesus died, but he doesn't mention Paul.
In the gospel, why would he? Maybe in Acts.
What do you mean? He's like the founding father of the movement.
You're talking about Paul?
Yeah.
Or Mark, I mean.
Paul. He's like the most important figure to the entire movement. I mean, Mark is allegedly being written around 70, you know what I mean? They're aware of the temple destruction, so he's writing 70 or later. So if Mark's writing all the way 40 years later, he's already been through all of Paul. He writes the story all the way up until Jesus. He continues the story till after Jesus dies. Never mentions Paul.
I'm seeing Mark listed in Acts 6 times. They were gathered together.
I didn't ask about that. I asked why Mark didn't mention Paul.
Why
does the Gospel of Mark?
Paul Gospel when he's writing crap in Acts?
When who's writing in Acts?
It was probably Mark, Paul, and Luke, if I had to guess.
Wait, what? Acts is written by whoever wrote Luke.
Probably, but I mean, if they were all there, why weren't they all contributing?
So whoever wrote Luke is not the same person as whoever wrote Mark. You know that, right?
Yeah, Luke and Mark are separate people.
Right. And the Gospels were not written by but they're also written by separate people. That's what I'm saying. They weren't written by the same person. They're not collaborating. Like Mark wrote a source. Then we have Matthew come in, and Matthew is drawing from Mark directly. He just takes what Mark says wholesale and adds on to it. And then Luke comes in and does the exact same thing that Matthew did, but with a slightly different narrative. And then we realize that both Matthew and Luke are taking from not only Mark, but some other source that we don't have copies of. It's lost to time. People refer to it as the Q source, but they're aligning with some other source as well as Mark. So Mark started all of this gospel tradition. Mark is really what we should be focused on. I mean, Matthew is just some guy who copied 90%, literally, or 91% of what Mark said in almost the exact same order and exact same wording, and then just added on to the story a bunch of stuff about Jesus being a kid, which we know for a fact Matthew wasn't there for. Jesus picked up Matthew during his ministry when he was like in his 30s. So we know Matthew wasn't there for Jesus's childhood. So we just have this guy Matthew who's copying the Gospel of Mark verbatim, word for word, adding on, and he's adding on stuff about Jesus's childhood that he never could have even witnessed.
But he was probably talking with Mary when they were hanging out, walking around, doing nothing, and definitely not talking to each other, or definitely not writing anything down for sure.
Okay, so then why wouldn't Mark include it?
Because you already said that Mark wasn't in the gang, like he wasn't, part of the 12 or whatever. So Matthew was probably like journaling, writing stuff down, or whatever, was probably the first gospel, and Mark summarized that, but it wasn't really Mark, right? Because, he was an anonymous person, even though he's now listed in Acts 6 times now. So, he definitely wasn't cooperating with Paul or doing anything. Paul never saw him because, Luke was there, and Paul was there, but Mark wasn't there. Even though this guy was like, he's the founder of the gospel writing and they all copied from him, but, it wasn't him because the church eventually conspired and collaborated and just happened to get everything right in the right spot with the name calling and the assigning of, Christian, Nazi, Aryan, anti-Jewish, Jew names. That's what happened, right, Andy?
Yeah. What is the significance? What is it about the book of Acts mentioning Mark a bunch of times that makes you think that means he's a gospel author? Because the book of Acts mentions a bunch of people a bunch of times.
It doesn't say that he's a gospel writer, like, you were saying or whatever, but it shows that he was there as a person. Like he was.
Yeah, but a bunch of people were. A bunch of people were.
Luke, apparently, and maybe others.
Yeah, a bunch of people were. A bunch of people were. So how do we know?
The mother of John, her name was Mark.
Stop ignoring me, the freak. A bunch of people were around Paul, and a bunch of people are mentioned a bunch of times. So why are we attributing it to Mark?
Because if you spell Mark backwards, it's Crom, like that guy in Conan the Barbarian. So it was actually Crom. Okay, it wasn't Mark, it was Crom, and now we know it wasn't Mark.
Do you care about the truth at all, DeFreak?
I do. Is
it a trial? Like, just open up.
Ridiculous.
No one has offered any.
Scholars are offering is ridiculous, and it's contrary. And you're telling me that these are anonymous names that are made up anonymously out of a rabbit's hat by the church 200 years later, but they got it right, and it was a.
What do you mean they got it right? What do you mean they got it right?
That they pulled off.
What do you mean they got it right?
Andy, I'm sorry.
What do you mean they got it right? Explain that. What do you mean they got it right?
They just happened to be able to put these names that they made up in all the right places so that it would kind of like, mesh together and be somewhat coherent.
Okay, so say we swap out the name of the Gospel of Mark and we name it the Gospel of Bartholomew. Does it not work now?
I mean, it could if the other ones
exactly.
lined up.
Exactly. So they could have named it. They could have named up anything they wanted. They could have given them any name they wanted, and it would have worked.
Okay, so but the identity is still the identity is there and it's consistent. That means that authorship is consistent, the personage is consistent, and the gospel is consistent.
That's what I'm saying. There's no significance with the identity being consistent, because you could have made the identity any name and it would still be just as consistent.
Okay, so either way, it's still right.
No, it's not right. What I'm saying is what you're saying holds no significance. They just arbitrarily named it anyone, and no matter who they named it, it would make just as much sense as it does now. They could have named it the Gospel of Bartholomew, the Gospel of Simon, the Gospel of James.
Valid. It's valid. It's valid. It's valid. Song remains the same.
I don't understand what your claim is. What are you saying?
If you're saying that you could swap out any name with, all throughout, plus the gospel attribution, being origination being from that person, then it's still a valid gospel. Doesn't matter the name at that point.
Why is it valid? How does it become valid now? What do you mean?
Like you just said, if his name was Bartholomew and it was written as the Gospel of Bartholomew, and the name was Bartholomew that Paul was talking about, and the Acts was talking about Bartholomew instead of Mark, it's still a valid work.
Did you forget why I said that?
Names in the church.
Did you forgot why I said that? That was a response to something you had said, because you had said that the church fathers got it right when it just happens to work perfectly with the story. The people that they chose just happen to work perfectly to where there's no problems. And what I'm saying is that they could have chosen any follower of Jesus and it would have worked perfectly. So your point about the church fathers getting it all right means nothing.
But that still doesn't disprove the gospel wasn't.
I didn't say that to disprove the gospel. I'm saying it to show that what you're saying holds no weight at all. And the church fathers didn't get something right. No matter who they named, it would be just as right as it is now, or just as wrong as it is now. It changes nothing.
It shows that whatever speculation that is post hoc or pre hoc of whoever this author was is irrelevant, because what we have is what we have. And
exactly,
what it says is what it says.
It doesn't matter who it was.
The story and the Gospels and the story are all still consistent. That means that it's trustworthy.
Well, okay, so how does that? If we know that Matthew is just taking what Mark is saying and copying it wholesale, so like when we interview people nowadays, like if you were to go interview two people about, like, say you take two witnesses from a crime scene and you interview them, their stories are going to be completely independent from one another. They're not going to contain the same wording. It won't be in the same order. They're going to give vastly different details. This is the exact opposite of what we see with Matthew and Mark. Matthew is directly copying what Mark said word for word and adding on to the story with theological narratives that benefit Judaism, because Mark didn't do that.
How do you know Luke didn't write Matthew?
We don't. I've already made that claim. It could have been anybody. All of the Gospels.
I can make the same claim in my favor that you can make that claim in your favor.
How? Do it.
How? Because Luke wrote Matthew.
Okay. And?
Right.
Okay. Luke wrote Matthew. What's he do?
They were hanging out together, according to this letter in Paul. They were hanging out together. They were copying each other, and Luke wrote Matthew.
Okay.
All right.
And
there you go. There's your answer.
There we go. Luke wrote Matthew. Therefore, all the Gospels are true, and Jesus Christ is the Messiah.
According to the letter in Paul. According to
Timothy.
Paul's letter, they were all hanging out, doing, not writing. And so they were definitely copying, not from each other. And then they just name swapped all over the place, for a joke. It was a goof, right?
Yeah,
because they wanted to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ was just a fairy tale that nobody believed. It was a theater show. It was a gag. It was like Richard Little in a friggin' Wayne Newton in Vegas. That's what it was.
I think we need to explore. We need to explore even more. The freak, you need to stop talking at some point. Stop interrupting me, freak. You have to stop talking and let me respond to you. You can't just monologue for a half an hour every time you talk. You need to explain further why you think that because Mark and Luke are around Paul, that means that Mark and Luke wrote something. You haven't done that.
When it says profitable to me for the ministry, that means that they were productive in something for the ministry, which is definitely not writing anything, correct?
Why do you say definitely not writing anything sarcastically?
Because it's more likely than not that they were probably writing stuff.
Why? What is your basis for saying that them writing stuff was more likely in a ministry?
We're seeing it on parchment where it actually says that. So Paul is at least writing to Timothy, and I'm guessing that they were also writing stuff if they were profitable to him, because why would he want to listen to their big grandstanding mouths instead of writing stuff and being productive?
So what is your basis for that guess that they were writing stuff? What are you basing that on?
What else would they be profitable for?
Freak, why are we doing this? You know my answer.
Yeah, you keep saying that they were preaching, but why wouldn't they be writing stuff that they could actually sell on hard copy, you know, and get a $1 million front and, you know, guaranteed, and
Wait,
make sure
hold
they sell
on.
all those books instead of just hot air.
Okay, now I see what you've done. You think when it says profitable, you think Paul's literally saying these guys are going to make me money.
Makes more sense than just singing, hymns.
Well, don't you think that it would make more sense that Paul is saying that they'll be beneficial to his ministry and that he's not literally talking about making money? This is a ministry.
That's what I was actually really saying.
They're not. It's not a business. You realize that it's not a business where they're a get-rich-quick stream. They're trying to spread the word of their follower or their leader.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I would assume too.
Okay, well then, so if he's just saying that Mark will be beneficial for the ministry, when we think about what a ministry are people that travel around and verbally teach people things. My grandfather was a minister. I watched him my whole childhood. Jesus Christ was a minister. Isaiah was a minister. These people were not writing anything. They travel around and they
will do what is necessary.
But I'm saying, I'm not saying that ministers don't write. Don't write sometimes.
They'll go to hospitals and give comfort. They'll go to jails and teach. Whatever.
You're listing off a bunch of these other small things that ministers do sometimes, and completely avoiding the main purpose of what a minister is. Like a ministry is to teach. It's just someone that travels around teaching things. There's no reason to assume that writing was involved. Or that's why they would be beneficial.
They were teaching stuff, but they didn't have to write nothing because they had perfect illiterate memories, right?
What do you mean? They remembered it good enough to write it down 50 years later accurately, according to you. So yeah.
Let's move on to John, or let's quit.
Well, that brings up a whole new point, though. So if Mark wrote after 70, you know what I mean? If his gospel was written after 70, but Paul's saying he'll be beneficial to my ministry in like the 30s and 40s, what happened there? I thought Mark was writing when he was with Paul. Why was Mark written in 70 then?
It wouldn't have happened. It was all written before 70.
It obviously wasn't. Mark shows awareness of the temple destruction.
Where's that at?
I have no idea. I don't remember. That's why Mark is dated to 70, though, because he's aware of the Romans coming in and destroying Jerusalem.
Definitely need to see that verse.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, it would be
that means that it was all written before that time, because otherwise they would have written it in there because Jesus predicted it, and it would have been making him look good, right? And logical thinking, but if what you say is true, then I have to reconsider.
Okay. Trying to find it. Oh yeah, that's right. It's when Jesus is talking to them. Actually, it's in my favorite chapter of Mark. It's in chapter 13. It's the chapter that I keep telling Jack Talcott to read, so he'll stop spewing all of his bullshit. I think that in the Gospel of Mark, someone comes to him and they're like, "What large stones and what large buildings?" And Jesus says to them that all of these buildings will be torn down. Right?
Yeah, that's right at the beginning of the
No,
chapter.
it's not. It's in, oh, it,
Still there?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sorry. So Mark mentions the stones in the buildings, how great they are, and Jesus says that not one of them will be standing; all of them will be torn down. So the author of Mark, right there, is depicting the temple destruction of the Romans, meaning that they were already aware that the temple was destroyed when they wrote the gospel.
I mean, this is a stretch, Andy. This is Jesus prophesying of the destruction. This is not Mark looking back and saying, this happened.
Okay,
right?
so it's a stretch to say that Mark looked back after the fact and said and wrote about the temple destruction, and that's why he's mentioning the temple destruction, but because he's aware of it. But it's not a stretch to say that somebody came and predicted the future.
Right, because it's not saying that the temple was destroyed, all the stones were thrown down. It's saying this will happen. It's not saying that it did happen.
Well, because the author is depicting Jesus making a prophecy, but obviously Jesus isn't. Jesus being the Messiah, as I've already very strongly explained to you, is not true. Jesus was not the Messiah, so all these bullshit prophecies about things that Jesus said are also not true. So we don't even have to wonder about that. We can go right back to Isaiah again, and I can show you how the Messiah was never intended to be what Jesus is claiming it is. This is something that you will never let go of, though, because again, and for the 100th time, you don't care about the truth. You never have. And you've showed me that every time we've talked. You care about supporting the tradition that you already believe in. If you cared about the truth, you would try to prove yourself wrong. Like earlier, I asked you to prove yourself wrong. And as a joke, you just said that the verse in Acts is fake. There, I proved myself wrong. That's your idea of pretending to be an atheist and trying to prove the other side as well. But an actual scholar will try to disprove their ideas and see what you should be, though. If you can, because you're studying something that requires scholarship to understand. So you need to act like a scholar if you want to really understand what the Bible means. You need to try to be a scholar. I'm not saying you need to go to college and you need to publish articles and enter your work into journals and stuff. I'm saying that you need to approach the text with a realistic mindset, and you need to treat both sides like they could be true and could be false, and not just try to support whatever you already believe. Because humans will find evidence for anything they believe. If right now I decided to believe that a purple unicorn jerked off and formed the universe, you will find evidence for that. Like I can find some ancient ridiculous texts that talk about a beast with one horn fornicating or something. Like I'm sure it's out there. Like if I look, you will find something that makes your case. But
I'm sure there's a purple galaxy out there.
But my point is that let's not go off on a tangent. All I'm getting at is that no matter what you try, if you believe something, you can find reasons to make it true, even if it's false. So you need to try to prove both sides true and false. You need to give just as much attention that you're giving to the atheist arguments as you're giving to the Christian arguments, which you're not doing. Like you didn't even know that Isaiah was a prophecy for Ahaz and not for the future. You had no clue because you haven't given the attention to the atheist arguments. That's a common atheist argument given. And if you were trying to steel man your position, you would already be well aware of that. So I just don't think you're being realistic. I don't think you have any actual interest in truth. You just want to be right. You want the Christian tradition to be true, and you will reject anything that you have to make it true. And you will speculate and add anything to the story you have to make it true. And that's exactly what you do. You just added to the story that Mark wrote a gospel because he was with Paul, when it says that he was profitable for a ministry, which doesn't even involve writing. Ministers are preachers, not writers. And so it's like everything you say, that it's the weakest case you could possibly make, but you're just completely convinced of it. And you stand completely in objection to what the actual evidence shows. The actual evidence shows that these were just random people from the following writing stories, and that for almost 2 centuries they went unnamed, and it was just a story about Jesus written by some person. And you refuse to accept that. We have physical copies to prove it, but you won't. You can't accept it.
All right, this is what I'm going to say. It's not, towards you per se or anything, but one thing that I've observed and one thing that I've noticed is, say 10 years ago, eventually all gaslighting becomes self-lighting, and it's just a matter of time. Okay, so when this thing ages and it's looked back on in the future, looking back, I feel 100% confident that I'm going to look like I'm in the truth and in the truth of Jesus Christ. And I don't care how anyone else looks, but I said what I had to say, and I'm out of here. That's it for me.
Okay. I think that Christianity is going to completely die out and be forgotten. Feel me? Yeah. That was a typical DeFreak conversation. Didn't really go anywhere. Exactly what everybody thought was going to happen happened. I don't know if I'm just talking to myself, or are there people here? Yeah, DeFreak says, we'll talk John wrote John tomorrow. We haven't finished with Mark wrote Mark. You haven't given any evidence to show that Mark wrote Mark. So next time we'll continue with Mark wrote Mark. You can try to prove that again, because today you fell flat on your fucking face and didn't show any evidence. Oh. Doodle-doo. I say that Satan wrote the Gospel of Mark, DeFreak. How about that? Since we can just attribute any random names we want to the Gospels, I attribute Satan to the Gospel of Mark, because Satan was around them the whole time, just like Paul says that Mark was. So Satan was there the whole time. I think that Satan wrote, as a matter of fact, I think that Satan wrote all 3 Gospels, and only John is authentic. And that's backed up by evidence. Actually, I think Jesus was Satan. Jesus is Satan. Yeah, that's probably a more accurate take. Jesus was Satan pretending to be the Messiah. Because Jesus didn't fulfill the messianic prophecies or do anything that the Messiah said he was going to do. He must have been Satan himself. He's a trickster. And to freak your dum-dum, so you fell for his trick. I don't know. I think maybe Gretchen went to sleep. No, DeFreak, you actually didn't make any valid arguments. I promise. You really didn't. The only argument that you actually laid forth, that I can recall off the top of my head, and we've been over this. Everything I'm going to say, I've already said to you, but you need things repeated to you like 20 times before you believe it. The only thing you brought forth was that Mark was with Paul, and so therefore Mark must have wrote a gospel. That's your evidence. That's what you see as a valid argument. No one on the face of the earth agrees with you. You're delusional. Saying that somebody was around Paul doesn't mean that they automatically wrote a gospel, and it doesn't. And even if they did, even if for some reason they did write, it doesn't mean that the Gospel of Mark was written by that person either. There are two layers. There are 2 tiers of bullshit that you've stacked up to make your point. You've just completely speculated things for no reason, with no evidence supporting your speculation to make your case. So yeah, you made 0 valid arguments. Everything you said was completely based in bullshit and tradition. Same as yesterday. You did the same exact thing yesterday that we talked. We talked about Isaiah. You brought forth no valid arguments. And same thing as your Jeremiah 50 prophecy. You couldn't support that position to save your fucking life. If you're claiming that Jeremiah 50 is about, is saying that that Iran was Babylon, that Jeremiah 50 is about modern day Iran and not Babylon. That's just my point though. Whether it's Jeremiah 50 not being about Babylon, or Isaiah being about a future king and not a king during the time of Ahaz, or whether it's about the gospel authors, not being anonymous, and every single time we talk, you make up some insane point that has no evidence, and you stand there with your chest out like you've just proved something. When you didn't bring forth any evidence. Every time. You never prove anything you say. You just recite like classical Christian tradition. Yeah, you generally don't make valid arguments. And supporting the Bible, you're never going to make valid arguments. Like if you're going from the position that Yahweh is God of the Bible and Jesus is the Messiah and Jesus died for your sins and judgment day is going to come, you're never going to have valid arguments. You're always going to fall flat on your face. because it isn't true. That's very true. Beam me up, Bob. All assertion makes us ass. Makes us an ass. I agree with that. Good morning, Jam Nick. I'm just scrolling through the chat, reading people. I don't know. I'm not good at making up conversations. You guys do it. Chat. Make a topic. Pick a topic. Let's talk about stuff. No. What happens now? Okay, so if we just assume it's all fake, what happens now? So if the Bible's fake, the God of the Bible isn't real, sin doesn't exist, you don't have to follow the laws of God, Jesus holds no significance over your life, the Bible has no impact on what's going to happen to you after you die, and you just go on about your life like nothing happened and focus on things that actually matter. How historically inaccurate is the Bible? The Bible is extremely historically inaccurate. There are things that are true in the Bible, but more than 50% of the Bible, if I had to guess, just like a speculative guess, I would say more than 50% of it is completely inaccurate. Exactly, yeah. You don't need the Bible or Jesus or stories about God or prophecies or angels or afterlife or heaven or hell to be a good person or to enjoy your life or to value life. You just go on about your life and do what you like to do until you die. And then when you die, you're dead. And it doesn't matter because you're dead and your brain decomposes. So you don't have your memories anymore. So you don't remember your life. So it doesn't matter that you're dead. Yeah, DeFreak, I think you have this weird idea in your mind that that atheists are trying to like remove books of the Bible nefariously or something. That's not the case at all. It's just that tradition has carried on in a direction that is outside of the evidence, and we want to stick to what the writings actually say, and Christians want to add things to the writings to make it say what they want it to say. That's the unfortunate truth of Christianity and Judaism, for that matter. Judaism does the exact same thing. Oh, so DeFreak, this was never a question of whether or not whether or not, for one, I don't assume that all of the Bible is false. I don't know why you would even say that. Assume that it's all fake. Like, I don't make that claim. You know that. But two, like, us, this was never a question of whether or not determining that the Bible is true or false benefits humanity. That was never the point. We don't care whether it benefits or is a detriment to humanity. We care about what's true, no matter how bad it hurts. We just want to know what the truth is. Yeah, I agree, Wodenson. That's a really good point. I think that when you have the concept of an eternal life, and you have that guarantee in your head, it reduces the significance of your finite human life, because you think that, oh well, like, this is a life full of sin and evil and pain and torment, and like it's a short period of time, and then I'm going to have eternal life with happiness and purity and obedience and love for God. So it's like people just don't give a shit about their actual human life in the way that an atheist who doesn't believe in the afterlife would, because they think that once your life is over, you don't have anything anymore. So they want to live their life to the fullest. So that's a way that it would benefit mankind, I would say. If you were to let go of the Bible's concept of the afterlife, then yeah, it would benefit mankind, because people would value their life more, and would take advantage of the opportunities that they have more because of that. No, it's not an assumption. I live it. I'm an example of it, and I know many others that are too. Like, belief in the afterlife does reduce. Like, I'm a former Christian. You know that, DeFreak. I was a Christian for more than 20 years. I promise you, I cared a lot less about my human life when I was a Christian than I do now. Specifically for the reasons that I gave, because I thought that the afterlife was coming. And this is just like a short period of tribulation that we have to go through to get there. Yes, more silly books. I think that all Jewish literature should be added to the Bible. I think that the Bible should contain all of the Hellenistic stuff that it left out, because it's way more difficult to be taken seriously. Well, not according to you, DeFreak. It doesn't, because judgment doesn't matter to Christians. All you need is your faith in Christ, right? Because of what Paul said, not what Jesus said, but what Paul said. You think that the laws of the Old Testament are gone, so judgment doesn't matter to you. You just need to have your faith in Jesus. Judgment matters to the people that Jesus was trying to teach, because Jesus was teaching Orthodox Judaism minus like 2 commandments. So he wanted Orthodox Judaism, but he didn't like the dietary laws. He didn't like the Sabbath laws, and he didn't like the divorce laws. But all the rest of the 613 laws, he said, were still in effect. So Jesus wanted Judaism, and those are the people that are actually worried about judgment. You're a Christian. You just think that believing that Jesus was killed gives you salvation, which is not what Jesus taught. Yeah, it is a death cult. Christianity is a death cult. Jesus himself never preached to form a death cult. This is just what Christians have done. Jesus's death meant very little to Jesus. Jesus was more focused on the judgment day. Jesus was saying that judgment day is near. It's coming before you guys are going to die. Like, before you die, all this thing that the prophets, it's 613 laws, Jamnik. But it says that, yeah, the Old Testament goes on and on about judgment day coming and the entire earth being destroyed and all of the wicked being destroyed in judgment day, and the righteous being restored and returned to Jerusalem, and sacrifice being restored at the new temple, and New Jerusalem's just going to be super fucking decked out. And so that's what Jesus cared about, and that's what Jesus repeatedly taught, was that judgment day is coming, just like all the other prophets. Jesus did what all the other prophets did. Judgment day is coming, and you need to return to the laws of God, because when God comes, if you're one of these disobedient people not following the laws, you're going to be among those that are destroyed. And this is the crux, or this is the foundation of apocalyptic Judaism. Like Jesus's movement there's nothing new about it. And in Hellenistic, which is Greek era Judaism, this is front and center to Judaism during that time. Apocalyptic Judaism, like if you weren't preaching apocalypticism, you weren't preaching shit. That's what everybody talked about. Yeah, Isaiah 61 was written by somebody that wasn't Isaiah. The freak, we went over this. Isaiah was written by 3 different authors from 3 different time periods. So 1 through 39 was written during Isaiah's time. 40 through 55 was written during the Babylonian exile, and 56 through 66 was written during the Persian period. So Isaiah 61 means fuck all. Isaiah didn't say those words. And again, this comes back to you trying to disprove your own arguments, the freak. You laugh when I say that Isaiah was written by 3 different authors, but right now you have no clue why scholars think that. That's a universal position among Jews, Christians, and atheists alike. All scholars that have taken the time to study the Bible will tell you that Isaiah was written by 3 different authors from 3 very different time periods, and it's super clear. You know what I mean? But you laugh at it because you don't take the time to even see what those arguments might be. As a matter of fact, when I brought up 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Isaiah, you were unaware that that meant that there were 3 different authors. You just thought it was like sections to Isaiah or something. You didn't even realize that that's what scholars thought. So that just goes to show how little time you're spending trying to disprove your own arguments, which is why you're coming to all these bullshit conclusions. You get stuck in these silly little echo chambers that you create. You'll never get anywhere like that. You say, I'm not a scholar. Yeah, it shows. You don't try at all to be. You don't try to approach things like a scholar. You don't try to take the text seriously. You only try to prove your own tradition correct. Parallelomania, apophenia. You will find what you're looking for no matter what you believe. No matter what ridiculous position you take on anything, you will find evidence for it to make it seem like it's true to you, because that's what the human brain does. We want answers whether the answers are there or not. Damn it. Exactly. Yes, that does apply to everyone. Everyone wants answers. But there are 2 types of people out there. There are people that don't have the answers and make answers up to satisfy that urge. And there are people that don't have the answers and just admit they don't have the answers. Just admit that the evidence isn't there to come to a conclusion. Sometimes that's the case. That's something that you and many Christians like you aren't willing to do. I'm not sure. Beam me up, Bob. J Money, I'm pretty sure, is asleep. He's been gone for a long time, but I think Gretchen might have fallen asleep as well. She said she was going to be right back, but it was like 15 minutes ago. She's been up streaming for like 9 hours. I just woke up not too long ago. Yeah, DeFreak. I do see a pattern. I see a pattern of false attribution throughout Jewish history of people tacking names onto things that were not written by the person they're talking about repeatedly, like Isaiah, for example. And again, you're trying to point out a pattern, like there's some secret club of people saying like, now let's see if we can remove this book. Now let's see if we can remove this book. Like this is the sort of evil intent that I talked about yesterday that you Christians push onto people. This is what you think, that there's a pattern here. You think that this is an intentional removal and we're just trying to remove all the authorship of all the authors. But that's not the case at all. What I'm saying is there was never a good reason to think that 2nd and 3rd Isaiah were written by the actual prophet Isaiah. There was never a reason to think that Jesus was the Messiah. There was never a reason to think that Mark was written by Mark, or that Luke was written by Luke, or that Moses was even a real fucking person. There's no reason to think these things. It's tradition. Just because people say things for thousands of years doesn't make it true. People were wrong for thousands of years. People were wrong before the Bible came out for thousands of years. People are always wrong. People are wrong now. People are dumb. That's true. I'm speaking sense to you, DeFreak. You need to engage, like if you're talking about, Moses writing the Bible, you need to actually think of, okay, why do I think that Moses wrote the Bible? And let's write all those reasons down, all the supporting information, every little thing I can do to prove to myself, yes, Moses wrote the Bible. Okay, this verse, so and so, and you compile your whole giant paragraph of verses and whatever, all the evidence you can gather. Then your next step, which you're not taking, is to say, now I'm going to do everything I can to prove that Moses was not the author of this. And then you compile as much evidence as you possibly can, every little possible thing you can throw at it to show that Moses was not the author. And then you compare the two cases. You compare the evidence of both sides. That's how you come to an accurate conclusion about something. You're only doing the first half of that. You are just looking for the evidence to prove that the person is the author, and you're not looking at the evidence for the other side. You're only doing half of the work of the scholar. And again, that's why you're reaching all of these bullshit conclusions. You're not doing the other half of the scholarship. That's why you think that Jeremiah 50 is talking about Iran. I think that you should write me a paper. In fact, I'll even pay you to do it. I'll pay you $100. I will cash app you $100 if you write me a 3-page essay on why the God of the Bible is not real. Try to attempt to write a 3-page essay on why the God of the Bible is not real, and I will pay you $100. And you have to actually give it your best shot. Like, genuinely do research, genuinely pretend you're actually an atheist. You say you can choose your beliefs, right? So choose to believe you're an atheist, and then try to write a 3-page essay on why the God of the Bible isn't real, making the absolute best case you possibly can with the most extensive research you can do, and I'll pay you $100. Do it. I would almost bet that you will walk out of the other side of that 3-page essay an atheist. Prove me wrong. Yeah, that is easy money, Wodenson. I agree. You could write that in one day easily. You could write that in just like an hour or two, really. But with the research, maybe a day or two. $100, easy, and you'll learn a bunch of stuff in the process that's worth more than the $100. Yeah, that's not what I want you to do, though, DeFreak. I don't want you to just repeat the arguments. Like, I want you to actually just do the research for yourself. Like, actually read through the Bible verses and try to find contradictions yourself. Don't just repeat arguments. I mean, you can. You still have to face these arguments, which you don't do. But the point of this isn't to gain $100, the freak. You realize that? Like the point of this is for your benefit. It's for you to gain a deeper understanding of the Bible. Like this is something that you base your whole life around, and you're only looking at it from one side. So whether or not there's $100 to gain from it, or whether or not you can just pull up, the scholarly consensus, it doesn't mean anything. But the point is for you to realize that what you believe doesn't have any good grounding in the first place. That's the crazy thing too, is that like you've been around like deconstruction zone. Like I knew you from deconstruction zone like 3 years ago, maybe more than that. So you've been around these arguments for a long time, and you're you're still stuck in this hole. And honestly, DeFreak, and you and I have kind of talked about this a little bit, but we haven't really dove into it. But I think that all of this goes back to whether or not Yahweh, the God of the Bible, is real. Every claim in the Bible, all of the prophetic claims, all of the messianic claims, all of the laws, everything hinges on Yahweh being real. And I think that the case that Yahweh is not real and emerged from an ancient Canaanite storm god tradition is irrefutable. I think there is a airtight case to prove that Yahweh is not real. And that's where this conversation needs to go. Like bickering over whether or not somebody wrote the Gospels or whether or not Isaiah was talking about a future Messiah, all depends on Yahweh being real. Like if Yahweh wasn't real, neither one of those claims would matter. Because that's where they're claiming to get the information from. So I think that when we do talk, we need to just stop talking about the Bible and talk about the origin of ancient Judaism, the ancient Israelites, the formation of the tribes, the founding of the God of Yahweh. What Canaan looked like before Yahweh was mentioned, things like that. That's where your attention needs to be, I think. Because if you're starting from the position that the Bible is true, but we have literature that predates the Bible, by 2,000 years. Like people have been writing literature and mythologies and stories all across Canaan and Mesopotamia and Southeastern Europe and Northern Africa and India for 2,000 years by the time the Bible came out. And the Bible is continuing that 2,000-year-long tradition. I think timelines help a lot with understanding things like this too. Because when you look at the timeline for, well, like for instance, our first two mentions of Yahweh, like according to the Bible. Okay, so well, what it does, the freak, is if we prove that Yahweh is the thunderstorm god, Hadad, then we can trace Hadad back to Hadad's roots. If we've reached the conclusion that Yahweh is Hadad, which I definitely believe, then we look at the history of Hadad. Hadad is an ancient Canaanite and Mesopotamian storm deity to the Semitics. He was known all across Canaan. He shares many of the same features that are highly specific of Yahweh. And when you look back to the earliest mentions of Hadad, Hadad is just an anthropomorphization or personification of an actual storm. It was the ancient Mesopotamians, their gods were just personifications of natural forces. So like the god of death was named Death, the god of the sun was named Sun, the god of, storms is named Storm, and so on and so forth. And that's what Hadad was. Hadad was just a personification of a natural force. And then later, as that spread out from Mesopotamia, people start writing detailed narrative stories about this, this storm god. They've given a personality, and he's got a dad, and he's got wives, and he's coming and saying things. But originally, Hadad was they were just talking about storms themselves and attributing it to a god that was the storm. And only later, after like the Enuma Elish in like the 1200s BCE, during that wave of this sort of tradition spreading out, only then did people start making all these crazy stories about Hadad. Hadad was just worshipped as a natural force initially, and and not only that, but Hadad is not the highest god. Yahweh claims to be the highest god in the pantheon, the creator of the universe. Hadad is not the creator of the universe. Hadad is the son of the creator of the universe. Actually, he'd be the grandson. Hadad would be the grandson of the God that created the universe. So, I mean, there are many contradictions between the God of the Bible and Hadad. But yeah, that's my point, though, is that this Yahweh figure, when we look at the earliest layers of Hebrew in the Bible, it's all of the poetry and the songs that you see, like in Deuteronomy and in Genesis and in Exodus, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Moses and the Song of Deborah. Like, these are the oldest parts of the Bible, and they all consistently depict Yahweh having the same characteristics as the ancient storm god. And this is pre-narrative stuff, when people were just like, yeah, it was all like early Israelite culture was just mostly poems and like blessings and stuff. They weren't like writing long stories like you see what's in Genesis and Leviticus and Exodus. There's no evidence for that. That's inconsistent with what we see early Israelites and ancient Canaanites doing. But hello, Nektu. But yeah, in those ancient layers, Yahweh is equivalent to the ancient Canaanite god Baal Hadad, or just Hadad. I think that it would do you good to read the Baal cycle from the Ugaritic texts to freak. It's kind of fragmented. There's parts of it that are missing, but you get a gist of the entire story anyway. Most of it is there. And it'll give you a really good outline of where this like you'll be able to, if you're familiar with the Psalms, for instance, and the ancient stories that are about Yahweh, you'll start to notice parallels in the Ugaritic texts about Hadad and the God of the Bible, Yahweh. And I think that the ancient Israelites, P. Zion, what do you think that I'm misinformed about? It's an interesting statement. I don't think I said anything that wasn't true. I didn't say that Yahweh is Baal. That's not what I'm saying. For one, Baal isn't a god. Baal is a title that means Lord or Master. And every god across ancient Canaan, from the god Chemosh to the god Milcom to Yahweh to Hadad to Asherah, they were all called Baal by their followers. Baal is just the Semitic root word, B, B guttural L sound, and it just means Lord, Master, or in some cases, husband. So Baal himself wasn't a god. All gods were called Baal. What I'm referring to is Hadad from the Ugaritic pantheon, and actually earlier Canaanite and Mesopotamian pantheon. And I'm not saying that Yahweh is that god. I'm saying that Yahweh was syncretized with that god, meaning that so in the ancient world, people would, like, storm gods were everywhere, obviously. You know what I mean? If you don't want storms to come wipe out your crops or to cause, floods or whatever, it's the most important thing in the arid ancient Near East is to be on the right side of these storms that are wiping out your area. So everyone was praying to storm gods. In most cities, the storm god was their patron deity. It was the local deity that they worshipped over all the other gods, specifically for that reason. And when people had different storm gods, when those two groups would meet each other, one god would have the storm god Ishkur, and the other group would have the storm god Adad. The two groups would say, "Oh, you call Ishkur Adad, like you call our storm, like we both worship the same god, but you're calling it Adad, we call it Ishkur." That's called syncretization. And that's what happened with Yahweh and with Hadad. They syncretized Yahweh. They took this old tradition of the storm god, the storm god that comes from the mountains, and called the rider on the clouds, and fought the seven-headed sea serpent that lives in the ocean, the chaotics, the sea dragon, shot it with lightning arrows. Like, all of these are pre-biblical traditions. All of these things that are attributed to Yahweh are part of the storm god tradition that predate the Bible. And so it's very clear that they are placing Yahweh into this storm god role that has long predated the Bible, and that's called a syncretization. So I'm not saying that Yahweh is Baal. I'm saying that Yahweh is a continuation of this old trope of storm god. So like if you're a Hadad worshiper, or Baal as you're calling him, Hadad, and you run into Israelites, you would be like, "Oh, you call Hadad Yahweh. You guys call Hadad Yahweh." Like, you would think that you're worshiping the same God in the ancient world. That sounds awesome, Neck 2. Awesome breakfast. We got a lurker. To take that point a little farther, though, even though I don't think that Yahweh is Baal, I do think that Yahweh began as Baal. I think that and when I say Baal, I mean Hadad. I think that Yahweh began as Hadad, and only later, they were referring to Yahweh. Yahweh was called Baal, by the way. Like the Israelites referred to Yahweh as Baal. If you read in the book of Hosea, actually, Hosea basically lays out the reason for why they have to stop calling Yahweh Baal, because it's what everyone else calls their gods too. Yeah, I think Gretchen fell asleep. But this is what I'm saying. Baal is not a person, P. Zion. This is your mistake that you're making. Baal is not a single deity. There is no single god named Baal. All gods were called Baal. Baal is a Semitic word. Everyone across the ancient Levant and Mesopotamia and parts of northern Egypt and parts of Anatolia spoke a Semitic language, and they all used some very similar variation of Baal, which was just like the B sound, a guttural and then the L sound, and this meant Lord, Master, or Husband. And this is what all of them called their God. Whatever God you worshipped in your area, if you spoke a Semitic language, you would call your God Baal. It doesn't matter which God it is. Everyone, it's like basketball teams. Think basketball teams, for example. If I'm in Detroit, and there's a basketball team, the coach's name for the basketball team is Timothy, right? But everyone on the team just calls him Coach. Even though his name is Timothy, they all just call him by his title, Coach. And now if I go to Chicago, everyone on that basketball team, they have a coach too, and his name is Steven. But everyone also just calls that coach, Coach, because they're calling him by his title. Even though they have different names, they're all called the same title because it is their coach to them, right? See what I'm saying? And to foreign teams, it's a coach. So if we use this analogy, if we use the analogy, it's a God to your local city. It's your coach or your Baal. It's your master. Baal just means master. The Baal is not the name of a god. That's my whole point with this, though. But I'm specifically saying that Yahweh is modeled after Hadad, a specific god named Hadad, Hadad, or Adad, sometimes with no H. And this was the storm god. Hell yeah, ballers be balling. If I'm not mistaken, Arabic does use a version of BL for Lord. Yeah, so in Arabic they use B. So like in Hebrew we spell it BA apostrophe AL. In Arabic it's BA apostrophe L. And it means the exact same thing, Lord, Master, or Husband. It's literally even pronounced the exact same way. No, P Zion, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Some Baal worshippers worshipped a goat statue. And when I say Baal worshiper just means God worshiper because it's any God. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. I understand what you're saying, NB. I think you could still acknowledge though that they do keep that root for the words Lord, Master, Husband in Arabic. It's not the same word, but they're using the same root across all Semitic languages. Like whether you go like if it's in Hebrew, it's Baal. If you go to Ugaritic, it's Baal. If you go to Akkadian, it's Bel. And if like all of them use some sort of variation of this. Yeah, that's my point, P Zion, is everybody worshipped different gods across ancient Canaan. And all of those different gods are called Baal. You're making a category error by referring to any god as Baal. You're basically like putting yourself in the place of a worshiper of that god, and you know what I mean? It'd be like if you played for the Detroit team and you're referring to the Chicago team's coach as coach, like you're calling him coach. It's just a weird move that you're making. But there is no god Baal. Gods had actual names. That's a title. That's a title that's added on to a god's name. Baal Hadad, Baal Chemosh, Baal Milcom, Baal Marduk. You know what I mean? Yeah. We agree on that, P. Zion. There were different demons, or different gods, as everyone else would call them. But my point is that, like, not everybody across ancient Canaan was worshiping a bull statue. Put you in troll mode now. What the fuck does that even mean? Talk about Jeremiah 50 being about Iran. That's your finest troll that I've heard. Yes, I know. Son of Jesus. I know. Damn. That's funny you say that, Kip Webb. My grandpa had really long balls. I never saw his long balls, but he told me that he had a really long nutsack, and he would sit down and stand up immediately in pain because he sat on his nuts. He did that all the time. I've never done that myself. I'm assuming that comes later in life, but my grandpa did that all the time, and it was fucking hilarious. No, that's not true, P. Zion. The goat-headed ball was Amun or Aman or Haman in the ancient world. It was worshipped all the way from Egypt to Canaan, all the way into where the Ammonites lived east of the Jordan River. It was called almost the exact same name everywhere. It was the creator god to them. The goat-headed god was their creator god. They actually saw it as a creator of the universe, and it was called Amun or Aman or Haman. Yep, I set the freak off. Nope, that's not true, Kif. The freak converted me. He said that Mark was with Paul, and so therefore Mark wrote Mark. So I'm a Christian now. Hey, Gretchen.
Oh no, we lost you? That's
What's up?
devastating news.
Yeah, the freak gave up. He's a quitter. Do you have a nap?
How long? Huh? Yeah, I went in. I went and I sat down and then just like dozed off. I don't even know how long I've been gone.
Yeah, P. Zion. That's just That's just complete bullshit. There were dozens of different gods worshipped across ancient Canaan. It wasn't just three. There weren't three primary deities. Like there were many different deities that were worshipped as the highest deity across Canaan. Saying there were just three of them is idiotic. There are more than three of them in the Bible.
Right. How long ago did he take off?
About an hour, half hour. We argued about Mark more. DeGrinchin? He called you DeGrinchin.
Oh, yeah, he thinks that's clever. So anytime I'm being mean or, rough on him, he calls me Grinchin or DeGrinchin, whatever.
That's funny. P. Zion, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. That was rude to say that. That's it. Well, I said that what P. Zion said was idiotic because there were even more gods than that mentioned in the Bible. You're right. That was rude, and I apologize. But at the same time, it's also true. Even though I was being rude, like there are dozens of other gods that are worshipped with huge cults across ancient Canaan, all at the same time. It wasn't just 3 gods. There was a whole pantheon. In fact, the ancient Canaanites saw that there were 70 gods. That was what the general belief was, that there were 70 gods and that there were 70 nations, and each one of those 70 gods ruled over a different nation. That was like typical common belief across ancient Canaan.
Easily, yeah. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to shut this down real soon, huh? Because
yeah, you've been going for 10 hours.
Yeah, 9 hours and 49 minutes, yeah. But yeah, I mean, unapologetics starting at some point.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's today, Sunday.
Yeah. So
dun, dun, dun.
I mean, 0 point in, starting that. I don't know what time do they start? I thought it was at 8, but last weekend it was, I think I showed up at like 7:45 and they were already running, so.
Oh, I woke up early today, so it threw me off. I'm not sure. They're usually already going when I wake up.
I think they said something about doing it earlier now. I don't fucking know.
All right, fine. I'm jumping off of here then. It was nice talking to you, Gretchen. I'll see you again.
You too.
Take care, everyone.
Randy.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Bye. Okay. Bye, everybody. Catch y'all at Unapologetic. Jay, I'm guessing you're asleep. Have a good one. There we go. Unapologetic was supposed to start 22 minutes ago, so they were going to start earlier. Yeah, I don't see it. They're not live, so. But I guess we'll go wait. Catch you guys later. I'll see you guys there.